Curses and Copy, A Raven's Hollow Investigation, Book 4. Written by Ella Stone. Narrated by Elise Gibbs. Chapter 1. When your boyfriend's a cursed immortal siren, and your mother abandoned you to become a vampire, you don't expect life to come without complications. But this moment I was currently living through wasn't something I could have anticipated. I'd come to Whips that evening to talk to my mother. His apartment above the police station was meant to be neutral ground. Somewhere, Amira, as she now went by, could tell me about the moments in her life that had led to this, her living in a supernatural community, thousands of miles away from where she had once called home. It was meant to give her a chance to explain why she'd cut contact, why she'd made no attempt to see me, speak to me, or even let me know she was alive, for that matter. We were meant to be able to reconnect, and all while Whip remained in the background, cooking us dinner, being a buffer, a safety blanket, whatever I needed him to be. But all that had changed when my mother recognized the woman in Whip's photograph as the vampire who had sired her. "Elodie," Amira whispered beside me, "I don't think this is good. I think we need to get out of here."
"Amira, I need you to sit down. You too, Elodie."
Whip's voice was commanding, a magical demand. Not that he could command me. He'd had Naira place a ward on me when I first arrived to protect me from his siren powers. But my mother had no such protection. Amira moved towards the sofa, unable to do anything else. "Of course, Chief Inspector."
"Good, I have some questions for you."
"Anything," she replied as if she were a robot. "Whip, what are you doing? Stop this." I raced across to him, grabbing him by the arm, and he shook me off as if I was nothing. As a vampire, I was not weak. Clearly, when he'd been helping me train, he'd feigned how much I hurt him, or maybe I was the one holding back? Scared of doing real damage? At least until I knew what the hell was going on.
"I need to speak to her, Elodie. I need answers."
He didn't even bother looking at me as he strode towards Amira. Before he could reach her, I vamp sped between them. This time, when I slammed my hands into his chest, I wasn't playing. Every inch of my power radiated through my palms as they collided with his ribcage, sending him stumbling backwards. "You used your powers on my mother." My voice was a snarl, my fangs out and gleaming. "You might be immortal, but I'm betting I can slow you down," I hissed. "Want to find out just how much?"
"Elodie."
For the first time since he'd come back into the room, Whip actually looked at me. Pain flashed across his face.
"I need to speak to her. I need to know what she knows."
"You're not getting near her, not until I know what's going on." Could I really take Whip on? I had no idea, and I didn't particularly want to find out either. But I wasn't going to let him do this. When I'd seen him use his powers before, it had been to break up protests and fights. They had been needed. Sure, my mother was a vampire, but to use his powers to make her do something as basic as sit down without so much as a second's thought was something I never imagined he'd do. The muscles in his jaw twitched as it rolled from side to side.
"She knows things, Elodie. If she's telling the truth, then she was the last person I found to have seen my sister. And I have to know everything she knows."
I shook my head, trying to take in what he was saying. "What do you mean? I thought you and your sister were close." His entire face crumpled, as if he was fighting back physical pain.
"We were, but the photo on my mantelpiece is the last time I saw her. I've searched everywhere, Elodie. Exhausted every avenue I had. The whole reason I joined the Guardians was to—"
"What?" I stumbled backwards. The Guardians were a group of wayward vampires who were turning humans illegally and taking a hefty sum for doing so. They were the reason I was now pulseless. "You're—" The words stuttered in my throat. "You're a Guardian?"
"Oh, it's not like that. It's not."
Whip inched towards me, but I held my hands out, warning him not to step any further.
"I've never worked for them. I've never done anything for them. I was near to the ground, that's all. Like when you moved here, I offered to keep an eye on you."
It was as if the floor had disappeared from underneath me, stealing my breath and heart simulations. "You've been spying on me for them." You've been watching me for the Guardians all this time.
No.
He shook his head. In all the time I'd known him, I'd never once seen him flustered or afraid. But right now, he looked both.
Elodie, that's not what I meant. I just needed them to trust me.
And I was the bait to make sure they did.
No, please. Let me explain. You have to let me explain.
I don't have to let you do anything, I snarled back, my voice with full-on menace, enough to make the hair rise on the back of my own neck. Though I doubted even the anger in my voice was enough to hide the pain that seared through my sternum as if every fibre in my chest had been shredded into 1,000 pieces. Whip was a guardian. How? He was my boyfriend, wasn't he? I shook my head, trying to stop the tears from stinging my eyes. How could this be happening? I trusted him. I thought I loved him. A wave of nausea swept through me.
Elodie.
Stop! I yelled, clutching at my head as I tried to gather my thoughts. I meant what I said. I didn't have to let him do anything. But I needed answers. I needed to know how, in the space of 10 minutes, I had gone from believing I was falling in love with the man of my dreams to not even recognizing the person standing in front of me. I needed to know how I had been so blind to fall for him when all he'd been doing was playing me for a fool. I needed to make sense of what the hell was going on in my life as it was unraveling there in front of my feet. You have 5 minutes to explain everything, I said. I suggest you don't waste them. Chapter 2. Amira was still sitting on the sofa. I didn't know whether she was listening to us or waiting for another command from Whip. I wasn't even sure how it worked. One thing was for certain, though. I should have done way more research into sirens before I started dating one. Time's ticking, I said, as much to fill the overwhelming silence as to make Whip start talking. Finally, he shook his head, stopping his pacing, and turned to look at me.
You're right.
He took a deep breath in.
I know I haven't told you about the woman who changed us, the mistress, as she liked to be called, but she was half Cambion. I don't know how much you know about Cambions.
Let's call it nothing, I said. I've been working my way slowly through the book of paranormal creatures that Chloe had given me when I first moved to Raven's Hollow, but it was an incredibly big book.
A Cambion refers to any offspring born from a demon and a mortal,
he told me. But you said she was half Cambion. A smile flickered at the corners of Whip's lips, as if he was impressed, though, at that moment, I cared very little for his opinion of me. I'd learned, though, that paralineages were never as straightforward as you thought. Take me, for example. Vampire on the surface, but with blood that could heal a wounded werewolf. That definitely didn't scream mortal heritage.
Her father was a pure Cambion. Her mother was a witch. A dark witch with a taste for power and necromancy.
Now, that wasn't a word I needed to be part of the paranormal community to understand. They were witches who communed with the dead, sometimes raising them too. So she grew up with some family issues, that's what you're telling me, I replied, trying to sound casual and light with the whole thing, but truth was, I was anything but. Sure, I'd had a feeling that Whip had some darkness in his past, but this was plummeting into a blackout quicker than I felt comfortable.
She was evil, pure and simple. She wanted power. Wanted to be pure demon, I think. Which is why she did everything she could to blacken her soul, including taking lives indiscriminately, as if that would somehow make her wish come true. Only demons aren't from our realm. She would never become a full demon. Anyone and everyone knew that. Still, that didn't stop her from trying.
He paused and took in a breath, softening his voice slightly when he started again.
She made me immortal by drawing from her demonic side, casting spells with a type of dark magic most could never access. Not that most people would ever want to.
He paused, his gaze drifting off into the ether, or maybe to the past. How does this link to your sister and the fact you just used your powers on my mother? And my question, his cheeks drew inwards. The fact you've been working for the Guardians, lying to me since the moment we met.
I haven't,
he shouted, only to shake his head. and let out a long sigh.
I'm sorry, Elodie. I am. But I wanted you to understand. I didn't want to follow her. I didn't want to do what she told me. She already killed half the people I loved, my sisters, my wife.
Your wife? I whispered. The word scratched up my throat like it was pieces of my broken heart trying to escape. You were married. You were married and you never told me. Whip buried his head in his hands. When he finally looked back up at me, there was nothing but pain in his face.
I didn't tell you because it was a long time ago. It barely even happened.
What's that supposed to mean?
What I mean, Whip snapped back, is that it was hundreds of years ago and we were only married for 2 weeks before the mistress, the Cambion, before she?
I pressed.
I didn't know her then. I didn't think she'd actually murder my wife if I didn't do what she said.
My stomach twisted. For the first time since Whip had refused to let us leave, something other than pure hatred flickered within me. You never told me. I whispered quietly.
No, because it was never relevant.
He tried to straighten, but it was like the weights on his shoulders were too heavy to make it possible.
You would have wanted to know where she was, and I couldn't give you that. I don't need to be pitied, Elodie. I've done a lot of things, and yes, maybe they were because she told me to, threatened to murder the few of my loved ones that still lived, but maybe I could have fought back a little more. Maybe I could have tried to do something against her.
My heart clenched. And there it was. A flicker of sympathy toward him. Hurriedly, I quashed it. It was all part of his ruse, his game, and I wasn't going to fall for it again. So what happened then? I asked. My tone clipped and emotionless. That was all hundreds of years ago. I need to know about the present. I need to know how you ended up working for the Guardians.
I'm not working with them. I wasn't working for them. It wasn't like that,
he said, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down as he swallowed.
When Kate went missing, she wasn't in a great place. Not a great place at all.
What does that mean? I asked.
Our mistress, the Cambion witch.
He caught himself and corrected his slip-up quickly.
Had gone to ground several months before.
Gone to ground? What does that mean?
Exactly that. Disappeared. She'd already done it 3 times since I'd been cursed. Normally it was only for a few years, but sometimes it was longer. 2 decades was her longest disappearance. Anyway, Kate insisted that this was our chance. This was when we'd fight back, build ourselves an army so that when she returned, she wouldn't have the same hold on us.
An army? I asked. Like an army of vampires? His silence was all the answer I needed. Drawing a breath, I waited for him to continue.
I was cautious. I didn't want to act in haste and end up getting more people hurt, so I said I wasn't sure. That I needed time to think about it. I'd already seen her murder half my family. I'd seen her strip powers from gentle living creatures just to prove she could. And the torture she put me through. I know this doesn't excuse what I've done, Elodie, but the things she did. To me. To my family.
He shook his head as if trying to shake the memories from his mind.
Kate was all I had left. I didn't want her doing anything that might have meant I lost her too.
It was a hell of a lot to take in. A crazy amount. And it still hadn't got us any closer to where we were now. And as for the 5 minutes I'd given him, well, we were well and truly past that. So you took some time, I said. You told her you needed to decide whether to fight with her, and then she disappeared.
Exactly, he replied. We were in New York talking about it over breakfast. She got mad at me, said that if I needed time to think about bringing down such a woman, then maybe I wasn't as opposed to her as I'd always made out. It wasn't true, of course it wasn't. But when Kate got angry, she didn't listen. And I'm not exactly the best at conflict either, so when she marched out of breakfast that day, I thought I'd give her some time to cool off. A couple of years maybe, and then we talk again.
A couple of years? My eyebrows rose. You were going to give her a couple of years to cool off. Time is different when you're immortal. You'll see that soon, I'm sure, my dear. I turned my head in surprise at hearing my mother speak. Somehow I'd forgotten she was even present. But she was still sitting on the sofa, exactly where Whip had told her to sit.
She's right, Whip said. I know it sounds strange to you, but Kate and I once didn't speak for a year because she was annoyed that I beat her at ping pong.
What?
It's a long story.
He shrugged.
She thought she'd done pretty well against me, but I was actually playing left-handed and still beat her. That took her a year to get over because time doesn't matter as much when you've got more of it than you know what to do with. Anyway, while she was cooling off, I spent the next couple of years thinking about what she said, about whether I was becoming more like the mistress than I wanted to admit. That's when I moved here. Small town, quiet, paranormal community, not much going on. I thought that maybe this would be a place where I could make a difference, prove that my powers could be used for good too. But then as the years went by, I still hadn't heard from her. Paranormal world's not that big. If she wanted to find me, she could. That's what I told myself. But every year it got harder and harder to believe. And with the mistress still underground, it all felt uneasy. Around 10 years ago, I was really worrying, and the Guardians began dropping unsired vampires here, there, and everywhere. It felt like I couldn't be a coincidence. I tried the route that you and Alex were doing, going in from the outside, trying to learn as much as I could, but it wasn't working quickly enough, and so I found a way in.
We were finally getting to the point of this conversation, the details I really wanted to know. A way in? How? He looked down at his feet, pushing them ever so slightly into the carpet.
I have some less than scrupulous acquaintances from my time with the mistress. I put out a couple of feelers, saying I liked their work, that I liked to meet the people behind them, and offered my skills if they needed it. But I never did anything,
he added hurriedly, raising his hands into the air as if that would help me believe him.
I swear I didn't. I only met up with them once after you moved here to promise them I'd keep an eye on you. It was to keep you safe, Elodie. I thought as long as they believed I was on their side, watching you, they wouldn't send anyone in after you, and it's worked. It has.
Right, I scoffed, not even trying to hide the bitterness in my voice. Everything you've done it for me. Is that what you're trying to say? You just used your powers on my mother.
I shouldn't have. I wasn't thinking. I just wanted to speak to her, Elodie. I just wanted to ask her some questions, that's all.
You don't need to use your powers on somebody to ask questions.
No, you're right. I panicked, Elodie. Idiotic of me. I know it was idiotic, but please. This is me, Elodie. You know me. You know
Oh, no. No. Don't you dare. I stepped back, my hands and voice trembling simultaneously. We got close to using the L word before, but never quite made it. And there's no chance I was going to let this be the first time. As I stood there in stunned silence, he shifted forward, reached out and took my hand.
I promised I would never put you at risk.
Let go of me, I hissed, flashing my fangs, unless you want to lose your hand. He did as I asked, but he remained exactly where he was.
I just want to talk to Amira, that's all. See what she remembers, he pleaded. If anything has happened to Kate, I need to know. I need to help her.
You've already been gone 20 years. A couple more days isn't going to make any difference, I said, taking a broad stride away and looking at my mum. Come on, Mum, we're leaving. Amira turned to look at me, and for a split second, panic rose through my chest as I feared she wasn't going to do as I asked, that maybe she wasn't able to, until Whip released her. But thankfully she rose to her feet. Oh, I thought we were eating, she said. Not right now. I pushed her towards the door before looking back at Whip. Tomorrow I'm taking my mother to Naira to put a ward on her, just in case you're thinking of trying something like this again. And if you do, I'll let the whole town know exactly what you are. I turned to leave, wishing I could stop the throbbing in my chest, wishing the anger I felt was enough to hide it entirely. But it wasn't. I reached the door, only to stop and look back at him, painfully aware of the tears stinging in my eyes. Was any of it real between us? I said. Or was it all because you were keeping an eye on me? Silence swept through the room. The colour drained from his cheeks as he crossed the space between us.
Elodie, everything I've ever said to you about you, everything I feel, we feel, is real, I swear. I need you to believe me, please. Please believe.
Once again he reached out, but I brushed him away with a swipe of my hand. I'm sorry, Whip. I'm sorry for what happened to you and your sister because of the mistress. Really, I am. But I don't think trusting you is something I'm capable of anymore. Chapter 3. Downstairs, by some miracle, Pongo was fast asleep. Apparently, whatever game he'd been playing with Josephina had worn him out. Maybe at another time I would have thought twice about waking him up when he was clearly so settled. But this wasn't a normal situation, and I needed to be out of there as quickly as possible. Come on, boy, we're leaving. I ruffled his fur as I clipped his leash to his collar. Was everything okay up there? Josephina swept through a wall to appear in front of me. I heard a bit of commotion, but you know me. I don't like to interfere. Course you don't, Josephina, I snapped. She'd happily intruded on Whip and my conversations before, and I had no doubt that she'd heard every single word that was spoken upstairs. Without so much as glancing in her direction, I nodded to my dog. Come on, Pongo, we're going home. As I left the police station in complete silence, my mother trailed behind me. There was no need for vampire senses to feel the tension radiating from her. They were almost enough to drown my own emotions. Almost. How? That was the question that was radiating through my mind. How had I been so foolish? I had fallen for him. I had fallen in love with the man who'd been spying on me the whole time. And yet, at the same time, a deep throb of sympathy refused to shift. He loved his sister. He'd loved her for longer than a lifetime. And the trials and trauma the pair had suffered were more than I could imagine. No wonder he wanted to do everything he could for her. But if he really loved me, really felt for me the way he'd said he did, then surely he could have trusted me enough to tell me. Though it's not like I've told Whip everything about me. For the first time all night, I felt a flicker of relief within me. I kept telling myself that at some point I would let Whip know what happened with my blood, healing Inez, but I'd never found the right time. Maybe that was my subconscious sensing there was a reason not to fully trust him. Or, if not my subconscious, then Alex's. After all, he was the one who insisted we should keep it between us. I'm sorry, Elodie. Amira's voice broke through my stream of thoughts. I'm sorry if I've made things difficult between you and Whip. This is not on you, Mum, I replied, turning around and looking her in the face, only to falter. Mum. It didn't matter how much I knew it was true. The name still felt strange on my tongue when I looked at her. This elven woman with her oversized ears and hair was a complete contrast to the mousy woman who raised me. It didn't matter that I knew it was an illusion. Bloody good one. It looked 100% real. Then again, it tricked far cleverer and more magical powers than me, so maybe I shouldn't have felt bad about not seeing through it. Then again, it wasn't like any of those powers had been her daughter. With a shake of my head, I turned back away from Amira and carried on walking. What Whip did, lying to me about the Guardians, is all on him. He didn't even know you were involved until I mentioned where you were turned, and that it was a woman who did it. She nodded. I know, but I'm sorry that it had to come out that way. For both of you. For what it's worth, he did seem terribly upset. I couldn't help but scoff. Yeah, he had been upset. Upset that I knew the truth, that I no longer trusted him. But I wonder how that level of upset compared to being utterly betrayed. Not a patch. He had seen me struggling to find even a hint of information about the Guardians, following every lead left, right, and centre, hoping I might learn a tiny bit more about these people who had turned me into what I had become. And he was meeting with them. And yet I was meant to believe that everything he felt was real? No, didn't take much for that flicker of sympathy I'd felt only a moment before to be extinguished. As we continued on the road, silence returned. Even Pongo seemed to sense this was the type of situation where he needed to be quiet. There was no pulling on his lead, no barking at shadows, nothing but the quiet pat of his paws on the sidewalk. Raven's Hollow was a small town, but it was a town nonetheless, and I wasn't sure if I should offer to walk my mother back to hers. Her flat was out on the waterfront, a fair distance away. I felt wrong letting my older mother walk on her own, even though she was a vampire and most probably a darn sight stronger than me. She was still my mother. Yet, before I could offer to walk with her, she spoke again. I'm sorry you didn't get to ask me any of your questions, she said. I know it's what tonight was supposed to be about. Me telling you things. I shook my head. Somehow, any questions I'd had for Amira had evaporated, or at least had been suppressed by those I had for my boyfriend. Or was it ex-boyfriend? Could he even be an ex if what we'd had was false? I shook my head, unwilling to be drawn back into thoughts about Whip. We need to go see Naira tomorrow, I said, as another thought struck. We need her to put a siren ward on you like the one on me, protect you from Whip. Amira stopped in her tracks. Whip's a siren? A male siren? They're incredibly rare. Course, yes. I turned back to look at her. That's how he controlled you. He controlled me? She said, baffled. I don't remember that. I still wasn't sure how good my vampire senses were at picking up whether other vampires were lying or not, but nothing but pure confusion filled her expression. You don't remember? I asked softly. She shook her head. What did he do to me? Her voice trembled quietly. What did I do? Only then did I realize just how scary my choice of words had been. After all, I'd been controlled by a demon before, and I knew how terrifying having your free will taken from you was, especially when you couldn't remember what you had done, which, in my case, was attacking my own mother. Maybe Amira suspected she'd done something similar. He made you sit on the sofa, I told her. Sit on the sofa? She questioned, her confusion only rising. Yes. That's it? Yes, so that you wouldn't leave. A slight pause filled the moment. Well, that could have been a lot worse. She chuckled, only for the sound to fade almost instantly. Whip's a male siren, she whispered again, with a shake of her head. Whip had used his powers on Amira, but she had no knowledge of it. Made sense, the way she forgot. Otherwise, they'd be known to everybody. I need to see Naira myself, Amira said, bringing me back to the moment. Top up the glamour. I can ask her to do it then. First thing, I stressed. It needs to be done first thing. She nodded. So I guess I'll leave you here, she said, glancing down the turning to my road and drawing to a stop. Unless you want some company? There was the slightest twinge of hope in her voice, and I knew how desperate she was for us to spend time together. But tonight was definitely not the right night for that. I think I'd rather be on my own, I replied truthfully. Then I shall head home, maybe grab a snack on my way back. I was quite looking forward to dinner. Thank you, I replied, before reaching forward to hug her goodbye the way I would any friend. It was only as my arms wrapped around her and I felt her body shudder within mine that I remembered this was different. This wasn't a friend. This was my mother, from whom I had been parted for years. And this was the first proper hug we had shared since we reunited. Exhausted and without thought. Was that a good thing or not? It was hard to know, although an unexpected emptiness filled me as we broke apart. Take care of yourself, Elodie, she said, gently stroking her hand down my hair. You too, Mum, I replied. You too. Chapter 4. Back in the house, Pongo sniffed at his food, ate a couple of mouthfuls, and then walked away. It wasn't a bad sign. I'd rather he was mindfully deciding when and how much to eat than guzzling down so much so fast he made himself ill again. Especially not when that meant I would be forced to see Jenna again. It wasn't that the vet wasn't good at her job. She'd been an amazing help when Pongo got sick. And I'd actually really liked her after that first meeting. It was the second one, after I'd learned she was Alex's ex, and she made some less than kind remarks about me toying with Alex and keeping him hanging on like a spare that hadn't gone down well. I liked Alex a lot, but it had been Whip I'd fallen for, or at least that was what I thought had happened. Now I didn't even trust my own thoughts anymore. After all, there was a time when I hadn't been warded from Whip's magic. Would I even remember if he'd manipulated my emotions? From what I'd learned that evening, the answer was no. I wouldn't have a clue. You spotted it, didn't you? I said, sitting down on the floor next to Pongo. There was no need to crouch down to stroke him anymore. In fact, he was so tall that he sat higher than me. But I needed the total comfort of being engulfed in his fur, absorbed by somebody whose love I could genuinely trust. That's why you didn't like staying at his place, right? I continued. Because you knew something was up. Maybe next time you can just warn me a little earlier. Like before I'm head over heels? He let out a slight whine and nuzzled his head into mine. Come on, we should go upstairs, I told him, standing up. Things are meant to feel better after a good night's sleep, aren't they? With a slobbery lick, Pongo accepted my offer, though even as he trampled up the stairs ahead of me, I knew a good night's sleep was a long way away. And for once, it wasn't to do with the amount of blood I consumed. As a vampire, blood was an absolute necessity. Too little left you exhausted, unable to think straight, but too much blood wasn't ideal either. It was like an overdose of caffeine. The only way I liked blood was in my coffee, specifically from Weirdo's Bakery. Normally, a couple of cups are more than enough to keep me at a steady level for the day. Any extra, and I was climbing the walls. Now, though, my racing mind had nothing to do with my caffeine or O-negative consumption. Thoughts of blood led to memories of Whip baking red velvet cupcakes for me, bringing me drinks to the station. Was all of that an act? All of it so he could better keep an eye on me? It wasn't like he had much to do except appear like the most perfect boyfriend in history. Not after my ex-fiancé Andy, who kicked up a fuss if one of my plants grew too many buds on account of his pollen allergies and had dumped me the instant I was changed. Whip, I'd believed, had liked me for who I was. Nothing more, nothing less. It had all felt so real. Yet now, every moment was clouded in doubt, confusion. Why go to all that trouble of having Naira warning me against him if he was working for the Guardians? Why would he have been so jealous of Alex and my relationship if ours hadn't been real in the first place? It was all so damn contradictory. I lay in bed, unable to sleep, contemplating what to do. My best friend Donna was in the UK, meaning she was several hours ahead of me, and it'd be early morning there. There was a good chance that if I rang her, she'd pick up, but well, then what? Where was I going to start? I could put my need to speak to her down to relationship issues, but she'd know there was more to it. And the fact that Whip's sister might be the link we needed to the Guardians made everything so messy. Donna wasn't just my best friend. She was a witch, and the editor of one of the biggest papers in London. There was no way she'd be able to sit on a piece of information like this, although she'd almost certainly tell me not to go digging around, even though she knew me better than to think I'd listen. After all, she'd near enough begged me not to go after a story when she'd known it involved the Guardians before. And look at where that had landed me. Pulseless, and right in the centre of the story. There was just too much uncertainty for me to risk speaking to her. Besides, as much as Elodie Evergreen, reluctant romantic, had had her heart shattered into 1,000 pieces that evening, Elodie Evergreen, investigative journalist, was still very much in one piece. That was what I had to focus on. So, as much as I wanted a shoulder to cry on right now, it was going to have to be in the form of Pongo's furry frame. Just as expected, I spent the night tossing and turning. Every time I would find myself drifting off, I'd be struck with another memory. Like how Whip had brought a dog bed and leash over to my house when I first moved to Raven's Hollow. Oh, it had been such a sweet gesture, and he'd barely even known me. That's what I thought then. Now I knew better. Clearly, those gifts were part of his manipulation, a way to get me on side so that he could keep an eye on me, the way he'd promised the Guardians he would. But what about when we thought Pongo had eaten cursed donuts and he'd spent all night waiting up on the sofa, watching him, making sure he was okay? That had been the night we shared our first kiss. Had his presence there been part of a plan to get closer to me too? Had he actually wanted to be there for me the way I believed? Or had the situation merely offered him an opportunity to infiltrate himself deeper into my life? And was there any way I could ever know for sure? My head was throbbing with tears I refused to let fall, my mind whirring with connections I couldn't fit together, when faint slivers of light began spreading beneath the curtains. Finally, the weight of my eyelids won, although it felt like they'd barely fully closed when a loud buzzing shook me from my sleep. "Oh, no, leave me alone," I moaned. Judging by the groaning sound that rattled from Pongo's lungs, I wasn't the only one the noise had disturbed. Rolling over and reaching over the oversized fuzzball, I picked up my phone from the nightstand, surprised to see "The Boss" written boldly on the screen. Pushing myself up to a sitting position, I gave my eyes a quick rub before answering the call. "Hey, Bobby." I failed to stifle a yawn as I spoke. "Everything all right?"
"I could ask you the same. Where are you? It's 9:15.
I pulled the phone back from my face to check the time, and saw that he was telling the truth. Shock rattled me. Maybe most people would think that was a perfectly acceptable time to get to the office, but normally I was at least 1 hour earlier, if not 2. Oh, crap, I'm sorry, I'm coming now. All my sleepiness evaporated as in one sweeping motion. I swiveled around off the bed and my feet hit the floor with a thud. "I'll be there, just give me 20.
"No, don't worry about that. I'm picking you up en route. Be ready in 5.
"In 5? Sure, I'd have to wait then. Bobby only followed the big stories. If he was picking me up now, it was because there was somewhere we needed to be. ASAP. "Why, where are we going?" I asked him. "What's the story? What's happened?"
"Well, it's a big one, but we can't break it yet."
"Why?" I asked, confused, yet excited. After last night, what I really needed was something gritty to get my fangs into. And from Bobby's evasiveness, this story was going to be exactly that. "What's happened?" I repeated. A nervous intake of breath rattled down the line.
"We're heading to the bridge,"
Bobby said slowly.
"Onto the tip side. Floyd's gone missing."
Chapter 5. Bobby was actually closer to 10 minutes than 5 in coming to get me, and the delay was almost certainly due to the takeaway cup of coffee he held in his hand. "Have I told you recently that you're the best boss in the world?" I took the cup from him and drank greedily, grateful not only for the drink, but that the extra time had allowed me to brush my hair and teeth.
"Not recently enough, no,"
he replied.
"Figured if you were late, there was a reason, and they need you on top form for this."
As he spoke, he adjusted his eye patch and his single eye scanned me up and down.
"You look rough. Everything okay?"
"Not really," I said, lacking both the desire and energy to lie. "But let's not talk about that. Tell me about Floyd. What's going on?"
"Good question."
He opened the door of his truck, only for Pongo to let out a whine. It didn't matter how big he was getting, he loved driving around in my little Mini, Maureen, and given the chance, he would always choose it over the spaciousness of Bobby's truck. So, as much as possible, I would try to persuade Bobby to let us take my vehicle. But forcing Bobby to sit with his knees tucked up under his chin wasn't fair, especially not when he turned up here with drinks. "Not this time, buddy," I said to Pongo, opening the back door to the truck and gesturing for him to get inside. Rather than moving, he sat down with a thud on the ground and glared at me. "You really want to pull this today?" I matched his glare with an equally withering one of my own. "Fine, you know what? You stay here by yourself if you'd rather. See if I care." I put my hand back on the door, ready to slam it shut. But before it had even moved an inch, Pongo was on his feet and bounding towards us. "Good," I said, this time slamming it shut for real, and moving to open the passenger door for myself, only to find Bobby staring pointedly at me. "What?"
"Nothing, just ain't heard you speak to him like that. Sure you don't want to talk about it?"
"I'm sure," I said, sliding into my seat, unable to ignore the coil of guilt that writhed within me. Bobby was right. I didn't speak to Pongo like that, and he didn't deserve it. He wasn't the one I was mad at, after all. "Sorry, boy," I said, reaching my hand through the gap in the seats to stroke him. For a split second he evaded me, until eventually he gave in. His hand pressed hard into my hands, indicating that I was forgiven. If only all forgiveness could be that straightforward.
"All's well,"
Bobby remarked as he climbed into the driver's seat and started the truck. "All good," I assured him. "Now, tell me, what's going on with Floyd?"
"Your guess is as good as mine,"
Bobby replied dryly.
42 years and that guy's only had half a dozen days off, if that. Never without letting someone know first. But one of the wolves rang it in this morning. They were coming back from the island and he wasn't there."
"Could they get back on?" I asked. "Does the street need to be there to show people the bridge?" Raven's Hollow is a cloaked island, meaning that if you were looking from the mainland, All you would see was shoreline and unending sea. Only the parrot community knew that beneath that magical shroud was an impressively large bridge, hidden under a veil created by none other than Floyd, the grumpy-looking old man who pretended to be fishing all day as he sat by the coast. Well, maybe he really was fishing too. It was just a perk of the job that he got to do so while working. That wasn't something I'd ever asked him. Not that I'd had the opportunity. Since I'd arrived on the island a couple of months beforehand, I'd not yet needed to leave. It was fair to say I didn't think the next time I crossed the bridge again would be because Floyd was missing.
Only the dad crossed, Bobby said. Sounds like it was trial and error to find the bridge, though. Ran into the water a couple of times, but they had a vague idea where to look. He went first on foot and got a lift to the station. Whip was on duty.
He looked at me and frowned.
I'm surprised he didn't already tell you this.
Yes, well, maybe it's best we don't talk about Whip right now. Bobby's single eyebrow flickered up, his patch staying in place.
Oh, so I'm guessing this mood means all ain't great in paradise,
he asked. Bobby, I tried to keep my voice measured, aware of how I'd snapped at Pongo only moments before. Trust me, this isn't the right time to get into this. His eye lingered on me for a moment longer, and I was worried he was going to push it. After all, Bobby was a strong paternal presence in my life, and I suspected that meant he was willing to suffer through my anger if he thought it would help me in the long run. Thankfully, though, he took a quick breath in and turned his attention back to the road. As I stared out the window, I was surprised to find we were already on the outskirts of town, passing the garage where Chloe's ex-fiancé, Mick, lived and worked, not to mention brewed his famous pineapple hooch. I knew Bobby's truck went faster than Maureen, but he must have had his foot flat to the floor for us to be making this kind of time. Chloe and Mick's breakup was still very, very new, but I couldn't deny that part of me was rooting for Chloe and Dylan to make a go of it. He had been in love with her forever, not that Chloe knew it. No, she thought they were best friends, and that was it. But she deserved someone to dote on her the way Whip doted on me. Or at least the way I thought Whip doted on me. As memories of the night before surfaced, tears stung behind my eyes. Hurriedly, I tried to blink them away. I was at work now. This wasn't the time to get emotional.
Coming up to the bridge.
Bobby's voice drew me out of my thoughts.
You'll likely feel woozy through the ward, remember?
I remember, I told him. My wooziness wasn't from having only been across the bridge once. Bobby had told me when we first arrived that the ward could cause a queasy feeling to anyone passing through it, particularly younger people, with the idea that it would deter any young paras from wandering off island in search of adventure. As I had been turned into a vampire at a young age, relative to a para anyway, there was a good chance I'd be struck with the feeling forever. Though, as my stomach somersaulted and the mainland came into view, another thought struck me. If Floyd's no longer here, how come the ward's still working? I asked.
I don't know,
Bobby replied, his tone indicating it was something he was thinking himself.
Hopefully it means he's not too far, though.
For the next minute, we drove in silence, with crystal blue water on either side of us, as we left the island behind. But as the mainland and the cars parked next to the bridge came into view, my stomach did its second somersault in as many minutes, though this time it had nothing to do with magic, and everything to do with Whip standing there in his uniform. And not only that, Alex was at his side. If I thought my relationships had been complicated before, this new revelation about Whip was only going to make things even tougher. Time and time again, Alex had told me that perhaps I was taking things just a bit too fast with Whip. Maybe I needed to slow down and take stock. Back then, I thought that he was jealous. And maybe part of him was. After all, if Whip hadn't been on the scene, then maybe I could have seen how this friendship between Alex and me could have progressed. After all, he was drop-dead gorgeous and funny, and no one had a bad word to say about him. I trusted him, too. He was the first person who learned who Amira was, and the only person who truly knew what my blood had done to Inez. Now I could see how foolish I was to dismiss his warnings about Whip. The anger I felt towards Whip twisted further. Alex had been the one helping me look into the Guardians and had been doing his research long before I arrived on the island. Even if what Whip said about not reaching out to his sources until recently was true, he had those sources. He could have helped Alex. The Lion Shifter deserved to know this information as much as I did, but I couldn't share it with him just yet. Whether it was my journalistic instinct or heartbreak or just downright embarrassment, I couldn't do it. Not until I got my head around it anyway.
You want to wait here?
Bobby said, as he pulled to a stop next to the police truck.
I don't mind taking the lead.
I swiveled around to see a definite twinkle in his eye. And, for the second time that day, I was reminded exactly why I loved my boss. There was one definite way to pull me out of a funk, and that was trying to keep me from a story. Chapter 6. Bobby's little psychology game, basically implying I wasn't needed on the job, may have been all that was required to get me out of the truck, but it didn't stop the flurry of nerves that accosted me. Whip and Alex. Together. On a case, I reminded myself. That was why they were there, and I was there to get a story, that was all. As we jumped out of the car, Pongo stuck firmly by my side while Bobby led the way. The editor was a few steps ahead of me when he noticed we were lagging behind.
Well, it really is serious if you're not pushing in front of me to do the questioning,
he said. I'm fine to talk to the witnesses, I told him, nodding toward the family of 4 clustered together a little way from the police truck. Maybe you could deal with the police? His one eyebrow lowered slightly.
And I thought I gave you the orders.
He winked. Bobby already told me that it was wolves that called Floyd's disappearance in, but seeing them should have been enough to learn more. All the wolf packs in Raven's Hollow were identifiable by the colour of their irises, but the varied tones did more than let you know where they lived. If their eyes had been amber, it would have told me that the pack was very much in flux at the minute. Inez, the former beta who, as far as I could tell, ran the pack, had been cast out and was currently awaiting on an exorcist after being possessed by a grief demon that had caused havoc around the town. So, while the Ambers normally didn't mind mixing with other members of the town too much, right now, any accusations of wrongdoing could be enough to push them over the edge. The Lapis, on the other hand, were the most sociable of the town wolves. Diego, who worked at the paper, was their beta, and Carlotta, his wife, was the alpha. But these had eyes that were almost turquoise. Was there a turquoise pack, or was peridot not the colour I thought it was? I just have to ask Diego or Bobby later. Right now, I had a job to do. You're the ones who discovered Floyd was missing, I said, striding toward the woman with my hand outstretched, expertly avoiding Whip and Alex. Elodie Evergreen, Ravensall. The Oracle. I know. The woman finished for me. Yep, like I told the inspector here, we came in about 6:30 this morning.
It'd be great if you'd let me question witnesses before you start your interviewing, Miss Evergreen.
Whip sidled up beside me.
This is a police case, after all.
I hadn't realized Whip and Alex hadn't spoken to them yet. I'd assumed they'd been here a while. Heat burned behind my cheeks, but I tried to ignore it. The same way I was trying to ignore the way Alex was staring at me with such intensity. I could feel his gaze boring into the back of my head.
Mrs. Monroe, what were you doing traveling at that time?
Whip said, taking over the questioning before another sound could leave my throat.
Seems a strange time to be heading back to the island.
Whip was never sharp with people from his community. Didn't need to be. Not when he could get them to do whatever he wanted. And as for the way he'd snapped at me, I could only assume he wasn't the only one who'd been tossing and turning all night. I start work at 8, Mrs. Monroe replied. I'm one of the teachers at the primary school. I like to be in by 7:30 most days. We often come in at this time when we've been out hunting. It's never normally a problem. Is there a reason you can't hunt on the island? I asked, ignoring Whip's desire to lead the conversation. Hunting rights were a constant hot topic on the island, and therefore the paper too. 2 stories in one was always a bonus. I thought the wolves had a rota sorted for that. Rather than respond, Mrs. Monroe's husband put his hand in front of his wife, as if to stop her from talking. Erica, he said nervously. Oh, it's all right, Johnny, she said, placing her hand gently on his arm, before looking back at me. We're not werewolves, Miss Evergreen. We're wolf shifters. Wolf shifters? I questioned. Yeah, we can change whenever we want. Do you want me to show you? The youngest member of the family appeared from behind them and lifted his t-shirt, only to be stopped by an elbow from his dad.
What are you thinking? Not this side of the bridge. There could be tips about.
Wolf shifters, I repeated. Right. Course. I knew shifters came in all forms of animals, but I'd naively assumed that if you changed into a wolf, you must be a werewolf. Clearly, I was wrong. Yes, Erica replied curtly. So before y'all start tarnishing us with the same brush that the Amber Pack painted themselves with, I can assure y'all we are nothing like them. That abuse of magic. She shook her head and let out a low growl. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Like to think they're better than us, ostracizes them, pull a stunt that basically makes them the same, Johnny grunted. None of us needed to clarify what they were talking about. Sophia, Inez's sister, had used tree sprite magic to turn into a wolf outside of a full moon and try to claim the pack. If what the wolf shifters said about being ostracized was true, I could see how a stunt like that would upset them dearly. But as great as it was to learn more about town politics, it wasn't getting us any closer to finding Floyd, and from the way Whip cleared his throat beside me, he was thinking the same.
Mrs. Monroe, Erica, is there anything else you noticed when you came that seemed unusual?
He asked, his voice substantially gentler than it had been.
Any signs of a struggle? Anything like that?
No, nothing, she said. It was completely quiet.
No people, tips hanging around?
She shook her head. There were a couple of cars heading into the city, I think, but no more or less than any other time we've been back at this hour. As Whip continued questioning her, I moved away from them, focusing my attention on my senses. So many of the techniques I used as a vampire journalist were the same as those I used when I was human. Following leads, interviewing people, collecting data and information, and looking for discrepancies. But I also had a definite advantage with my new heightened senses, particularly my nose. It wasn't just blood I could pick up the scent of. Anything with a distinct aroma, from leather to chili oil, and I could pick up the slightest whiff of it on the air. I drew in a long breath, the salty tang of the sea air, the bitter car fumes, and the aroma of hardened tarmac. I moved away from the sea in hopes of catching something different, when my foot knocked against something on the ground. The item rolled and clinked before drawing to a stop, a couple of meters away. I glanced down to see 3 incredibly normal drink bottles.
What's that?
Whip asked, jumping to my side. Peroni bottles, I said. Alex wrinkled his nose in disgust as he cast his gaze out at the water. At some point, Pongo had moved to his side, making it very clear which of his men had his vote. Not that he got a vote.
Damn tips using the beach as their rubbish dump. Stuff gets washed up all the time. On our side, too. You'd think they had a planet to spare, the way they never learn.
His gaze caught mine, and I knew he was no longer thinking about the tips and their rubbish.
You okay?
He mouthed. A lump wedged itself in my throat. I couldn't imagine wanting to talk to anyone about what I'd learned last night, but the thought of telling Alex was worse than letting Bobby or Chloe know. I had no doubt his response would be sympathetic, caring, and I didn't need that. I needed to focus on the job. Has anyone seen any sign of Floyd's wand or some way of keeping the ward in place? I said, swallowing the lump in my throat and pulling myself back into the moment. Surely it can't be that far, otherwise it would have gone by now, right?
I thought the same,
Alex replied. So we need to focus our search.
Actually,
before Whip could finish, Erica the wolf shifter was moving towards us, hands clenched in front of her. I don't want to appear like I'm telling you how to do your job or anything, but Floyd's a very powerful witch, she said. There are only 4 veils of this size that have been cast by a single witch. In other paranormal communities, a veil like this is usually attempted by groups. A red blush tinted her cheeks. Obviously, magical studies is normally a witch thing, but I guess I overcompensated as a child. I actually asked Floyd to come in to talk to the school about it, but he's never had the opportunity. You know, given that he's always here and everything. Couldn't even manage half an hour. There was a definite tightness to her voice. But then, by the sounds of it, Floyd was something of a magical hero.
Sorry, just speak plain English for a second,
Whip said.
Are you telling us that even though the ward's in place, he might not be that close?
Not if all you're basing it on is the ward, she replied. He'd have been able to throw out a ward that'd last several hours, if not days, if he thought he was in trouble. Really? I said, looking at Bobby for confirmation. But he looked as bemused as I was. She knows what she's talking about, Johnny replied. Valedictorian for magical studies and history. Ain't that right, love? He beamed as he looked at his wife. The history of the arcane and magical studies, but close enough. She grinned back, before returning her attention to the rest of the group. Although it was hard to reciprocate the gesture, I was sure the others were all thinking the same thing I was. Floyd could be anywhere, but he would have had to have known he was in trouble to do such a thing. It didn't feel good. Chapter 7. Silence swelled, the only sound from the children who were currently trying and failing to skim pebbles on the water. Erica's smile remained fixed for a moment longer, then faltered, before falling completely. Oh, y'all thinking this is bad, ain't you?
We need to get a time frame,
Whip said, moving back into action.
If we can work out when he was taken, then at least we can put together a search area and work out how far away he could have been taken. Taken?
Bobby's voice trembled.
That's what we're going for, that he was taken? You think anything else would make him leave his post?
Whip responded. Erica cleared her throat again.
Don't be worried about making us look stupid,
Alex said to her.
This type of magic is not our expertise. If you know something that will help us find him, then spill. We're all ears.
Erica pressed her lips together. Well, it might be nothing, but when he cast out the ward, he might have been able to put a message in it, too. A message? I asked. It'll be a signature to him, not something I could read, but perhaps one of the other witches in his coven or family would know what to look for. This felt hopeful. Not only that, but it caused another thought to enter my head. Can't you use that magic thing to find him? I asked.
That magic thing?
Alex quirked his eyebrow at me, amused. Oh, what's it called? I scoured through my brain. There were so many damn magical terms to learn that sometimes it felt like an entirely new language. Scrying. The word jumped out of my mouth. Scrying, that's it, is it? Isn't that how you find missing people? From the look Whip and Alex exchanged, apparently my suggestion hadn't been as ridiculous as they thought it was going to be.
It might be worth a shot.
Whip nodded in agreement.
Haven't had a scry in a long time. At least a decade. Oh, should have thought of that.
He was off his game, and we both knew the reason why. Yet a bubble of pride at my magic knowledge rose within me, only to pop as Erica cleared her throat. My stomach sank. Something told me she wasn't going to tell us this would be easy. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, y'all, but to be most effective, scrying requires links via 3 separate bloodlines. It's triangulation, you see. Ideally, you'd want a sibling and 2 parents, or a grandparent or aunt and uncle from other sides of the family. If they're from the same side, it ain't going to work. There are 2 points on the same line, and Floyd has only got one side of his family here. His brother, niece, and 2 nephews, all from the same brother. Sure, you might get a reading, but it would probably be to his sister-in-law, unless you think she's the one who kidnapped him, and that's not going to be much use. And highly unlikely she runs the craft shop by the beach. I thought y'all, as the police, would have known this.
You mean every fact about Floyd's family?
Alex replied with an arched eyebrow.
Or scrying stuff?
Again, pink colored her cheeks.
Like I said, this is her thing.
Johnny, the husband, stepped forward, clearly wanting to defend his wife. And y'all know the Oakencrofts used to be one of the most powerful families in Raven's Hollow, Erica continued. It's all public knowledge. Used to be, I asked. Why aren't they still? She opened her mouth, but hesitated.
Might be helpful,
Whip said. Right. She nodded her head, swallowing swiftly before she continued. Well, Floyd was always more powerful than his brother. It's the way the magic was passed down in the Oakencrofts. The magic went to the eldest son. Y'all know every family's different, right? Sometimes the power goes to the eldest children, regardless of gender. Sometimes it's the 3rd daughter. Sometimes it's the youngest kid, and that can cause some mayhem, you know, if another comes along late. I never liked that one. I mean, imagine being the eldest. Must be...
We get the idea,
Bobby interrupted her.
So, Floyd's family magic went to him, and he didn't have any children. Is that why the family got less powerful?
Maybe, she said cryptically. But some folk think it's to do with the Willowwood curse.
The Willowwood curse?
Alex questioned. My skin prickled. I dealt with hexes and demons. No, curses too. Maybe at another time I would have loved yet another insight into the paranormal world. But with everything happening between Whip and I not to mention Amira and the Guardians. What I really wanted was an incredibly juicy, but in no way dangerous, story. And that was something I never thought I'd say. Y'all really don't know your magic history. Erica sighed as she shook her head, although from the way she clapped her hands, she was more than happy to fill in the blanks. Well, the Willowwoods were one of the strongest magical families anywhere on the globe. Though, I think the line's ended now. I'm not sure of the details. All shrouded in secrecy, as I'm sure you'll understand. And I don't think it affected Floyd that much. Well, not his magic anyway, but who knows? Sorry. Alex stepped towards her. The Willowwoods are the most powerful witch family on the globe, he repeated. Well, if you get one of the right generation, they are. I'm not entirely sure how their magic is passed down. Some say it's through... Ignoring all that, if we had a Willowwood witch here, do you think she'd be able to see if Floyd's left a message in it, like you said? Erica's eyes widened, a slow breath of air leaving her lungs. If you had a Willowwood witch here, a strong one, there's a good chance they could find Floyd with the flick of their fingers, but the Willowwoods were all based in the UK, I'm afraid. I'm not sure there are even any of the line left, or if they have the type of magic that helps us. There is, Alex said, causing all of us to turn to look at him. There's definitely at least one witch left in the line. Erica's eyes widened. Pure amazement radiated from her. You're certain? How do you know? Because I've met her, and not only that, Alex said, before turning to look directly at Whip. Right now, Arabella Willowwood's in Raven's Hollow. My stomach somersaulted. She is? Whip asked, clearly as surprised by this revelation as I was. How do you know? Because... Alex's eyes twinkled as he offered us a grin. I picked her up from the airport last night. Chapter 8. An unexpected uneasiness rippled through me as the group looked at Alex. Can you get a hold of her? Whip said. Can you get a hold of this Willowwood witch? Sure, her name's Arabella. I think she has plans this morning, but I'll tell her it's an emergency. She owes me for the lift anyway. I'm sorry. Erica stepped forward, her head pressed to her chest. You know a Willowwood witch of the Willowwood family here in Raven's Hollow? Oh, lordy. You think she'd come into class to talk to the children? Well, I'm sure Alex could use his charm on her to ask, right? Whip said with a grin. Let me guess, this Arabella character is mid-20s, blonde hair, your normal type? Alex shot Whip a glare, although it didn't stop the unease sparking again. It couldn't be jealousy, could it? No way. I felt nothing for Alex but pure friendship. But the thought that he might have spent the night doing whatever he was doing with this Arabella whilst Whip and I were having quite possibly the worst night of my life, well, it didn't make me feel good. Ring her now, Whip ordered Alex, before turning his attention to the wolf shifter family. You guys can go. I'll call you in if you need anything. Me too? Erica's excitement evaporated. I know I don't have magic or anything, but It's a police investigation, Whip said. And you've been incredibly helpful, but what happens now has to follow police protocol. He shot a glance at Bobby and me, as if we needed at this point reinforcing too. Not that I was going to let him chase me away. No chance. We'll be in touch if we need to know anything more. Her face fell, and for a second I thought she might try to insist. But instead she looked longingly at me. Don't worry, I'll ask Arabella about the school, I said. You will? Oh, bless you, she replied, before turning to her family and beckoning the children from the beach. Kids, we need to head back. Mama's got to get to work and you got to get to school. As she and the rest of the wolf shifters climbed into the truck, Bobby guided them carefully onto the bridge, where they disappeared into the ether, before he came back and joined us. What do you want to do? Bobby said quietly to me. Hang around to see what happens next, or head back to the office? Oh, I'm staying put, I said. I want to see whatever this Arabella is going to do. Not to mention who she is. Do you know her? Her? No, but now Eric has mentioned it, I do remember something about an old Oakencroft feud. Alex had snuck off to the water's edge and was talking on his phone. And, as I could have suspected, Pongo had gone with him. As I watched on, it took all my willpower not to listen in. It would have been perfectly feasible for me to walk over under the guise of getting Pongo out of his way and tune in to whatever he was saying. But listening in on friends when it was to help, like I'd done with Chloe when she and Mick had broken up, and stepping in to quite possibly stop her causing a massive fire, was one thing. listening in because I was nosy, wasn't a line I could cross.
10 minutes,
Alex said as he hung up and walked back to us.
So now I guess we just wait.
I was sure there must have been plenty of times over the last couple of months when Whip, Alex, Bobby and I had been together as a four, either at the station or the paper or, like this, at a crime scene where I was trying to get a scoop. But never did I remember feeling as awkward as this. And Pongo wasn't making it any better. Every now and then he'd move from me toward Alex or Bobby, only to hesitate and come back again, before repeating the cycle. Bobby's gaze was moving between me and Whip, as was Alex's, whilst Whip was staring solely at me. And I was busy digging my feet into the ground, wishing, for the first time ever, that my sunlight ward might begin to falter the way it had done when I'd first got it, and I'd have an excuse to leave. At least until Arabella got there.
Can you and I...
Whip tipped his head, gesturing a little way to the side, clearly wanting some privacy. Whether moving would be enough to let us get it, I wasn't so sure, but talking to him had to be better than standing in awkward silence, didn't it? Even as I nodded in agreement, I wasn't so sure.
How's your mom?
He asked, only to pale as he glanced behind to where Bobby and Alex were in conversation. It didn't look like they were listening in, but even if they were, it didn't matter. They both know, not about last night, I clarified, but about Amira.
No, of course, I'd forgotten Alex was there when you found out.
He paused.
You told Bobby too?
There didn't seem any reason not to. He knew something was up and I trust him. I hadn't meant the words to come out quite as pointedly as they did, but their sharpened edge punctured the air, pulling us into silence.
Elodie.
Whip reached for my hand, only to change his mind and pull it back to his side again.
I really am sorry for everything, you know? It wasn't my plan. Any of it. I didn't know you when I
promised to spy on me for the very people who ruined my life. The very people who are out there, turning people, profiting from the paranormal world and ruining countless lives in the process. He bit down on his bottom lip. I still wasn't sure how good Alex's hearing was, on a paranormal level. Not as good as mine, but substantially better than a human's. And I wasn't sure how much I wanted him to hear what was going on. From the way Whip lowered his voice to a whisper, he clearly felt the same.
I know it wasn't right.
He said so quietly there was no chance anyone but a vamp could hear.
But I didn't know you. I didn't know how I was going to feel about you, how I still feel about you. Please, I need you to believe me, Elodie. I'd never have agreed to this if I'd known I was going to fall in love with you.
There it was. The L word. It was the first time either of us had said it, and it definitely wasn't how I'd imagined it. In fact, it was far worse than any scenario I could have dreamt up. My chest was throbbing, partly because, no matter how much I wished otherwise, I did believe him. I believed the story about wanting to find his sister, and not knowing who I was before he agreed to keep an eye on me. No matter how much I wanted to put this blockade up between us and pretend like there was nothing there, I couldn't. After all, if he'd said the words a week ago, I would have said them right back in a heartbeat. But that wasn't something I could do right now. I need space, I said instead. I need to be able to think about things.
Of course, yes. Absolutely.
He nodded, relief ebbing from him at my lack of complete rejection.
I get it, I do. You take as much time as you need. I'll wait decades, centuries. I'll wait for you to be ready again, Elodie. I promise. I'll wait for as long as it takes.
The way you spoke made it sound so easy, so straightforward, like a little time was all it would take to repair everything that had changed between us. But I didn't know if it was.
Maybe I could cook dinner tonight,
he said.
For you and your mother, just to apologize.
Well, that's not exactly giving me time and space, is it? Apparently he'd already forgotten what he'd said about waiting decades, if he was thinking I'd be ready to play happy families again by tonight. He pinched the bridge of his nose as he shook his head.
No, of course not. You're right, I just want you to understand how sorry I am.
This time, I didn't bother replying. There was no point. We'd just keep going around in circles. And so we stood, waves continuing to lap on the shore, as silence bloomed between us. I needed to do something. Look for clues, talk to Alex. Anything to stop me from staring at Whip, feeling my heart breaking over and over again. Readying myself to move, I scanned the scene, noting that Pongo was moving closer and closer to the water. Wet before I had even opened my mouth to call him. Bobby's voice rallied through the air.
Jeez.
His exclamation broke the silence.
Did she just ride a broomstick here?
Chapter 9. Having met Alex's ex, the smart, beautiful yet understated vet Jenna, before, I had expected something similar from Arabella Willowwood. Not that I had any evidence that the pair were in a relationship, other than his picking her up from the airport late at night and her staying at his. I'd imagined someone subtle with their beauty, not to mention their paranormal status. Even now, I had no idea what type of paranormal Jenna was. Unlike so many residents of Raven's Hollow, she could have easily passed in the tip world. But Arabella? Everything about her screamed magical, almost as if she could have been a cover girl for the world's most wondrous witches, as she strode towards us, broomstick in her hand. Had she ridden it across the bridge? It was impossible to tell, given how she must have dismounted before reaching the tip side, but it definitely looked that way. Her hair was vibrant auburn, crazily thick, worn half-pinned, the lower half falling in lazy curls well past her shoulders. Hot pink streaks peeked out from underneath. She wore a red dress that could have clashed with both colours of her hair, but somehow seemed to highlight it even more. The low cut and pinched-in waist showed off the type of curves I could only dream about, whilst her wrists were stacked with beaded, crystal and silver bracelets. Similar coloured gemstones, some larger than a hen's egg, hung around her neck, and slung around her hips was a leather belt comprised of various little pouches, which I was almost certain were filled with magical potions and charmed objects. I found her impossible to look away from. And I wasn't the only one. Bobby's single visible eye was definitely wide. Alex's affable grin seemed wider than normal, and Pongo had even stopped splashing around in the water to watch her striding towards us. Whatever this is, we need to make it fast. I'm only in Raven's Hollow for 48 hours. I need to get a flight back. You're English. The words left my mouth with more than a hint of surprise. I'd expected someone who looked like Arabella Willowwood to have come straight out of Hollywood, but there was no mistaking that London twang. She twisted her head to look at me, the green of her eyes so bright they almost shone. As are you. She smiled. Arabella Willowwood, she said, stretching out her hand. Elodie Evergreen, I told her.
Arabella, great to meet you,
Whip said, shaking her hand.
Chief Inspector Whip.
You too, I hope. Ali said you need some help with a ward. It's not my area of expertise, but I'll do my best. What is your area of expertise? I asked. Despite my best friend back in England being a witch, I knew surprisingly little about this particular type of para. I certainly hadn't considered their having different areas of expertise, although, from the job Naira had done on Amira, I suspected hers was to do with glamours. Still, definitely felt like something I should know about Donna, and I made a mental note to ask her the next time I spoke to her, although it would probably fall to the bottom of the list, considering everything else I needed to discuss with her. Oh, I wish I knew. Arabella grinned back at me. So, what exactly is the situation? Where's Floyd?
That is the situation, Alex responded. Floyd's gone, but the ward's still in place. We need to know how. Did he send it out, project the magic, or is he cloaked? Anything you can tell us will be helpful.
She raised her eyebrows. You're wanting me to help find an Oakencroft? She said. Oh, thank goodness great granny isn't around here, you asked me that. Don't think she'd take too kindly. Not that I know that much about it. This is about the curses, right? I asked, unable to keep all the questions inside me any longer. From an article point of view, this was gold dust. Bringing together rival families to put aside long curses for the good of the town would make an incredible story. Articles always read better if they had a personal human side to them. Though, rather than responding, Arabella turned to look at me. Journalist, right? She said. Yes, but I'm friends with Alex and Whip too, I said. Just want to help get things sorted as quickly as possible. That's all. She drew in a breath through her nose, and I was certain she was about to dismiss me, ignore my questions, and returned to dealing with Alex and Whip's request, which was, of course, infinitely more important. However, she let out a long sigh. "Oh, it's so stupid," she said. "And on my part, it is over, which, considering I'm one of the few Willowwoods left, means the whole rivalry is over. I think. Though I probably need to look into it more. There's a lot I need to look into." The way she said that reminded me of myself. How it felt being new in the paranormal world. But she came from one of the oldest, most powerful witch families. I must have misunderstood. That was all. "From what I've read," Arabella carried on, "it started with my great-great-great-grandmother. After she turned down the proposal of Billy Oakencroft, he cursed the family so it would rain on every celebration they had." Wow. That's kind of a petty curse. I wasn't sure what other word to use. It was hardly an eternal plague on the family. Arabella raised her eyebrows at me, as if that was exactly what she thought too. "Oh, you don't know half of it. I mean, it is pretty rubbish having every celebration plagued by torrential storms, but hey, hardly the worst of them. Not the pettiest either." "Really?" A curious smile rose on my lips. "Now you have to tell me what is." She laughed. It was good-natured, although slightly timid. "Well, if I remember the curse correctly, it was that each third child born to the Oakencroft line will be born with 2 normal nipples and a little nub." "What?" The laughter choked from me. "You curse their family so that they'd be born with a 3rd nipple? Well, not me, but don't worry. The Oakencrofts got their own back." "How?" I was invested now. "Every 6th child from the Willowwood clan will be born with a coccyx as long as a stump-tailed macaque." "A stump-tailed macaque?" I already knew the coccyx was a lumpy bone at the bottom of the spine. "Yeah, it's a monkey." "You can't be serious." "Oh, I can. I mean, as far as monkey tails go, there could have been a lot worse options, but it's a very real tale. And I know what you're thinking. Who'd be silly enough to have 6 children when there's that curse on them? Well, just ask my late Aunt Judith. The world's hard enough without a 4-inch tailbone." "Oh my God, that's insane." I was still shaking my head in disbelief. "Isn't there some way you could stop them? Reverse them?" "Oh, probably, but hey, what would be the fun in that?" She laughed. "Of course, maybe it helps that I'm not the 6th child or born with a 3rd nipple, but who knows?" After the night I'd had, I wouldn't have thought it possible to laugh again so freely, so quickly. And yet my cheeks were burning with the heat of a grin. "Oh, you're going to have to tell me more about this when you get some time." At this, her face fell. "I don't leave London very often. Colin struggles when I'm gone." "Colin, is that your boyfriend?" I said, fighting the urge to look at Alex. "My otter," she replied. "Your otter? Well, technically you can't own otters in the UK, meaning he's his own man, so to speak. Very sarcastic. Terrible caffeine issue. It was a long story, but he has separation issues. I just had to come over to Raven's Hollow to..." She cut herself short. Apparently, unlike the curses bestowed on families, sharing why she needed to come to Raven's Hollow wasn't something she was up for disclosing. "Anyway, I can't be away for long, so back to this. I'll see what I can do, but like I said, I'm not an expert at this, so it might take a little while." She stood there for a minute longer, switching the rings on her fingers around before pressing her fingertips together. The effect was instant. The drop in temperature, the rise of hair on the back of my neck. Next, she pulled a small velvet pouch out of one of the many pockets on the belt. From out of the bag, she tipped a handful of small stones onto her palm and proceeded to toss them onto the beach. Stones on a pebble beach. She would never get them back. That was what I thought at first, until I saw them glowing. Had they been doing that when they were on her hand? No, I didn't think they had. I looked closer and each of the stones had been etched with markings. Runes. Yes, that was what they looked like, and some of them were definitely glowing brighter than others. We watched on. Arabella stepped forward, picking them up one by one and holding them against parts of her hand. A second later, she stepped back, at which point the stones stopped glowing. My heart pounded, desperate to learn more about whatever had just happened. But I wasn't the first to get the words out. "So what'd you find?" Whip said. "Any idea what happened to Floyd?" She nodded and turned back to look at him, her face solemn. "He was taken," she said. "I don't know much, but I know that. Floyd was taken from here. and I'm pretty sure it was against his will. Chapter 10.
Taken? What do you mean by taken?
It was Alex who spoke.
You can't get any more than that. Who they were? Why they wanted him?
Arabella shook her head. That's all I have. I glanced upwards at the foldable camping seat where Floyd always sat. It was still upright. Someone could have put it back, though had there been any real struggle, I would have expected it to get a little beaten and broken. Then again, maybe magic could have been used to fix it. It was impossible to know. Erica said you might be able to see signs in the ward, I remembered, looking back at Arabella. Clues he'd given to where he'd gone? Can you see any of that? Arabella winced. The reaction was more than enough to tell me what answer I was going to get. If I was at home with my full spell kit and my books to look things up in, then probably yes. But here, like this, I just got what's on me. I wasn't expecting to be using magic today. I just came to get a few things from Naira. The thought of Naira reminded me to make sure my mother had been warded, but I still had more on my mind before I could get to that.
What about the water?
Bobby suggested.
Could he have been taken into the water?
As if understanding what my boss was saying, Pongo raced over to the water's edge.
It's a definite possibility, Whip agreed. I'll get some of the water shifters and merfolk to have a look.
I couldn't help but shudder at the word merfolk. Sure, there were some nice ones out there. I met a couple myself. But I'd also been attacked by a merman and suffered an incredibly nasty wound from his venom.
So I guess we need to look at the time frame,
Alex said, drawing my attention back to the moment.
We know he was still here when I gave Arabella a lift back into town last night. That was about 10. What about you, boss? Was he still here when you came back from your off-island trip?
You went off-island yesterday? My attention snapped to Whip. After last night? Where did you go? Whip's eyes evaded me.
I just need to speak to some people. I'll talk to you about it later, in private. But yes, in answer to your question, Alex, Floyd was still here then. And I wasn't off-island long. I was back by 12:30, 1 at the latest.
I could feel everyone's gaze on me. Whip's remark about us having a conversation in private was already a slight crossing of work/private life boundaries, and right now, I needed to keep them as separate as possible, for my own sanity. That meant not focusing on whatever reasons he had for going off-island, and concentrating instead on the Floyd story, which, fingers crossed, was going to have a very happy end, resulting in us getting him back ASAP. I looked at the witch. Arabella, did you say you were going to see Naira now? Mind if I tag along with you? Well, you can, only... She lifted the broomstick at her side. You want to ride pillion? I had momentarily forgotten her mode of transport. Is that doable? Sure, as long as you're game, although I should probably warn you, this is my first time riding a broom. I saw it when I got up this morning, lying against the house, and I thought I got this old spell of my grandmother, so I thought, why the heck not? Every day's a chance to learn something new, right? The piece of wood in her hand was sturdy, and magic-wise, I was sure it could take both of our weights. But balance-wise? Old Elodie Evergreen wasn't exactly clumsy, but I wouldn't have trusted her to sit side-saddle on a broomstick for any length of journey, not even to cross my kitchen. That said, with my vampire reflexes, I could see why it would be different. Oh, I'm definitely game. I grinned, before turning to the waterfront. Pongo! The dog lifted his head, only to bury it back in the water again. Pongo, either you come with me now or I'm leaving you here on this side of the bridge. This time he lifted his head and tilted it to one side, although he still didn't move, possibly because he knew it was an empty threat. There was absolutely no chance I was leaving Pongo anywhere, especially not in the tip world. Alex stepped in front of me.
I think he's got something there, in the water.
If you bring a fish out... Alex shook his head.
No, it's not that.
He quickened his pace, and without discussion, the rest of us were following him, my heart beating faster and faster. Alex was right. Pongo was pawing at something, trying to bring it up on the shore, but every time he pulled it closer, a wave would drag it back out again. Is it a stick? Arabella suggested. No, not a chance, I said, despite not being able to see the object. If it had been a stick, Pongo would have had it in his mouth without a moment's hesitation, regardless of size. I swear he dislocated his jaw trying to pick up ones he found on our walks.
I think it's a bottle.
Alex waded into the water to where Pongo was still striking at the waves.
Yep, it's another beer bottle. Although...
His voice faded as he pulled it out and turned to face us. It was a bottle. I could see that much. But there was something in it.
Is that a wand?
Whip asked.
It's Floyd's wand,
Bobby corrected, meeting Alex at the water's edge and taking the item from him. With a gentle twist, he released the wand from the neck of the bottle and pulled it out. The mostly wood wand had gemstones embedded within it, and a thin weave of metal curling within the wood grain. It was beautiful, that was for sure. But right now what it looked like didn't matter one jot. What does that mean? I said quietly, knowing I had to voice the question everyone else was thinking. If Floyd's wand's here, then what does that mean? A beat of silence took hold before Bobby spoke again.
Nothing good,
he said quietly.
Nothing good, for sure.
Chapter 11. None of us wanted to be the first one to speak, but one of us had to. We couldn't just stand there doing nothing. Maybe I should go check Floyd's house, I suggested finally. Maybe I'll find some clues there. Bobby looked at me like I'd grown an extra head.
Floyd's house? We can't have set foot in there for a decade.
It was my turn to be confused. What do you mean? Where does he live then?
Here.
Bobby pointed to the shoreline.
Showers in the rain when he needs to clean off.
What about food? It wasn't like there was a plethora of restaurants around, or a single one for that matter.
People drop it off for him. He lives here, sleeps here, eats here. Sleeps mostly nowadays.
Alex muttered, momentarily drawing my attention to him, although before I could read his expression, he looked down at the wand. Well, I'll see what I can find out anyway, I said, turning back to Bobby, or at least see if I can find any clues in town. I looked back at Arabella. You good to go? I'm ready if you are. She grinned, quickly checked the view was clear of any tips, climbed onto her broomstick, and tapped the back. Your carriage awaits. I was flying on a freaking broomstick. Of all the things I'd seen since becoming a para, this somehow felt the most unbelievable. The ground was a blur beneath my feet as I gripped Arabella's waist. I have to be able to breathe to steer, Elodie, she said more than once. New driver, remember? Right, sorry, yes. I apologized, loosening my grip for a good few seconds, only for her to take a corner faster than I expected, making me grab hold of her again. Pongo barked loudly, racing behind us, his feet barely touching the earth, his ears flapping around behind him. At least he was having fun. I wasn't sure broomstick riding was for me. From what I could tell, the only speeds Arabella had were fast and faster, and it felt like we were going even quicker than vamp speed. Still, as we arrived at the edge of town where Mick and Larry's auto shop was situated, I braved lifting a hand from around Arabella's waist and tapped her on the shoulder. Hey, can we stop there? I want to see if these guys know anything. What was that? Arabella looked over her shoulder, taking her eyes off the road in a way that made my stomach somersault. There might not have been many cars on the roads, and it wasn't like we were on the road, being several feet above it at times, and toes skimming the ground at others. But there were plenty of trees she could hit. Can we stop here? I repeated. Just there? She asked. Yep, that's it. No worries, just hold on. I've only practiced braking once and it's a bit springy. Definitely now regretting my choice of this mode of transport, I closed my eyes. A little springy was one way of putting it. I was surprised I didn't topple off the back as my feet slammed into the ground. So what do you think? Light broom travel? Arabella stood up straight. I'm not sure I'm a fan myself, if I'm honest, but I've never had a chance to try it before. And you know, trying to embrace all that witchiness, it just seemed right to give it a go, you know? You don't live in a para community in England, then? I asked. I knew there were some. Donna had told me as much. Arabella pouted. My living situation is complicated, she said. Well, I'll just say I'm glad I did the ride on an empty stomach, I replied. Arabella laughed. I won't disagree with that, she said. So what do you want to stop here for? Car problems? I looked at the front of the auto shop with its metal shutters up and various states of vehicles littering the ground in front. Well, not currently. Just wanted to find out if these guys saw anything. You know, given that they're one of the closest places to the bridge. Besides, if there's trouble involved, they're often fairly close by. Fair enough. Well, I'll hang back. Just let me know if you need me for anything. Will do. For an auto shop, the aroma of petrol and grease was second to the smell of their home-brewed pineapple hooch, which was sold around the island. Now that I'd finally enjoyed some of the drink myself, I could see the appeal. Although, the fact it had been used to hex my colleagues was always going to make me somewhat dubious of the concoction. Unlike the drink, when it came to the men who made the brew, I struggled to see any appeal at all. How Chloe had ever ended up with Mick was a mystery to me. She was so caring, so kind, and so thoughtful, always going out of her way to help anyone and everyone. The goat shifter was the exact opposite. It was as if he were physically allergic to basic manners. Still, personal opinions were something I had to put aside in this job, and as I strode into the auto shop, I spotted the figure lying on the ground beneath the car. "You got a minute?" I asked, hoping my voice was quiet and slurred enough to mask my British accent. Mick would be less than happy to see me standing in his shop. The trolley rolled out from under the vehicle. "Hey, how can I—" Mick sat upright, his words halting the instant he saw me. Maybe I should have felt a pang of sympathy, or at least empathy, towards Mick. Like me, he had been victim of a demon. The results of his possession had ruined our paper's evening out, and large portions of the bar where we had gone for drinks. Thankfully, Theodora had managed to bring his violence to an end, while finally revealing exactly what sort of para she was. Like me, Mick remembered nothing of the incident, and maybe that should have sparked some sort of camaraderie between us, but it hadn't. No, there was nothing I liked about this man, and from the way his top lip curled upwards as he glowered at me, the feeling was mutual. "What do you want?" he snapped, before his eyes suddenly widened with a look of fear. "Everything all right with Chloe?" "Why don't you try calling her, then you'll find out," I replied. "Or better still, don't. We both know she's better off without you in her life." With a shake of my head, I forced myself to draw a long breath in. After last night with Whip, the last thing I needed was anybody else's relationship drama. That wasn't why I'd come here. I just wanted to know if you or Larry saw anything last night, anything suspicious. "Suspicious? What kind of suspicious are you talking about?" "Suspicious that goes beyond the level of your normal dodgy dealings," I replied. "Anything out of the ordinary between 12:30 and 6-ish this morning?" He let out a gruff scoff. "No point asking me that. I was fast asleep." "It's tough, being on my own in bed. Maybe if I had somebody to help me warm it up again." I bristled. This guy was 100% creep. "What about Larry?" I asked, ignoring his smarminess. The brothers worked together, lived together, and practically did everything together from what I'd seen. Was he asleep too? "Dunno," he replied shortly. "Is there any chance you can find out? Unless you want me to get the police down here to pry the questions out of you. Sure, it wouldn't take much." I pulled out my phone, perfectly willing to go through with the threat and call Alex, knowing that he'd have my back. But as Mick ground his teeth together, I knew there was no need. "Larry!" he yelled, not bothering to move a single step, as he bellowed his brother's name into the auto shop. "Nosy journalist here. Wants to get up in your business again. Ask you some questions." Nosy journalist. It wasn't exactly a title I loved, but at least it meant the memory of me in a lion onesie when I first arrived on this side of the pond was starting to fade. Damn Prue Parsons. I was half expecting Larry not to respond, and for me to have to search for him myself. But 2 minutes later, the older of the goat shifters stomped down the stairs. "Told you not to wake me. I was doing that late-night delivery for the sofa." He stopped, as his eyes clocked me, widening for a split second before narrowing again. "What's she doing here?" "She?" I said. "Just wanted to learn a little bit more about that delivery you were doing." "Sufode, you say?" He paled. Maybe not enough for an average person to see, but more than enough for my vampire sight. "I don't know what you're talking about." And there it was, a quiver in his voice. He was lying, and people only lied when they had something to cover up. Is that right? I took a step forward. Just one, but it was enough to make his eyes flash. "This is my property and you ain't no cop. You can't do anything to me. You know that. If you try, if you—" "You sound nervous there, Larry," I said, voice as calm as possible. "Why might that be?" "Man's got a right to defend his business. You don't remember that." I tilted my head to the side. Defend? That's a strong word. You think you need to defend yourself against me, Larry? Right behind you if you need me, Elodie. A glance behind me showed Arabella, leaning casually against her broomstick as Pongo stood next to her. The image I'd had before, of a cover girl witch, resurfaced as a hint of leg peeked through her flowing skirt. You know, I have a lovely truth spell I like to use back in England, she said. Haven't been able to use it over here, banned substances and all that. Apparently the side effects put people off. But we're not too close to town. Sure nobody would be able to hear the screaming.
Who are you?
Larry stuttered.
Yes, indeed. Who are you?
Mick took a step towards Arabella. Yep, there were just so many reasons I hated this man. Just a witch after a few answers, Arabella replied. What's the question you asked him again, Elodie? I flashed him a smile. Generally, in my investigative work, I worked alone, before joining forces with Bobby, that was. I was starting to see that having a partner really could be lots of fun. For starters, I want to know what Suphos, is that what it's called, is? And then I want to know if you saw anything else suspicious. Right, Arabella said, turning back to Larry. It was Larry, wasn't it? How do you want to tell us the answers to these questions? In pain or not in pain? And before you tell me, I'm not a cop either. You're right. I'm well above the law. Her eyes flashed with a wicked grin, and if she hadn't been on my side, I might have been somewhat scared myself.
It's a Sufo, that's it. They just asked for some drinks last night, about 1:30. Willing to pay a lot for it, too. Too much to say no to. All I did was drop the drink off. If you're looking for anyone doing anything dodgy at that time, it wasn't me. I was just trying to turn an honest buck.
An honest buck selling illegal moonshine, I pointed out. He scowled.
You want someone doing something dodgy, then you should be looking at the mayor.
The mayor? My interest ticked immediately.
Yeah, she only ran me off the road on my way back here, speeding down this road in that damn Ferrari of hers.
The mayor has a Ferrari? Arabella asked. First I've heard of it, I replied, before turning back to Mick. Which way was she going? Towards the bridge or back into town?
Back into town, taking up the whole friggin' road. Either she couldn't see straight or didn't care if she knocked anyone off.
Yes, this was getting more interesting. Okay, well, thank you for that, Larry. That's everything I need for now, I think. You've been very helpful. His shoulders slumped, relief that we were going, most likely. Yeah, thank you, Larry, Arabella agreed, although her tone was tinged with disappointment. I'm a little sad I didn't get to use any of that potion. Maybe next time, right?
Just say when, sweetheart,
Mick replied in place of his brother. Pongo let out a low growl. Even he could tell Mick was a sleaze. With at least one piece of information to start building the story on, we headed back outside, where Arabella positioned the broom for us to climb back on. I'm guessing you don't have an actual truth spell on you, do you? I asked, as I leaned in. That same fire-filled grin flickered in the witch's eyes. Oh, I absolutely do, Arabella replied. But I lied about one thing. You definitely hear the screaming from here. Chapter 12. The second half of my inaugural broomstick journey was far more stop and start than the first. Arabella had apparently decided she wanted to test her breaking abilities. That meant that several times my face slammed into her back, and several others I nearly went flying off the back, although, after a while, she managed to smooth the motion somewhat. Not only that, but we were travelling at a much slower overall speed. So much slower, in fact, that when we paused at one set of lights, I actually pulled out my phone to message Whip. Mayor came in late? Question. It was a completely impersonal text, and I was grateful for the opportunity to send him something like that. Something that made it clear I'd still talk to him about work business, but not other stuff. Not yet. Still, my heart fluttered slightly as I pressed the send button and watched the screen for a moment longer, anticipating an immediate reply. When that didn't come, I moved to slip my phone back into my pocket, although not quickly enough. Arabella pulled away fast enough to put Formula One drivers to shame. My phone flew out of my hand. I twisted my neck around at breakneck speed, ready to cry out and tell her to go back, only to see Pongo leap into the air and catch it in his mouth. Best dog ever. When we reached the waterfront, Arabella drew the broom to what was quite possibly her smoothest stop of the entire journey, lowering it for us both to get off. Getting the hang of it, she grinned. I think you are, I agreed, though I think I'm going to stick to Maureen from now on. Maureen? She questioned. Oh, it's what I named my Minnie, I explained. She's old and bouncy and far too small, but Pongo loves her too. As I reached down and took my phone, I noticed the way the poor dog was panting. We'd done plenty of long walks and runs in our time together, but keeping up with a broom had tested the pup's fitness. You said you were going to Naira's too, right? Arabella asked, nodding towards the shop as if she was hoping we'd get to spend a little longer together. And part of me wanted to stick with her a little longer, learn more about her. Maybe it was the English accent that made her feel like home, or maybe it was that I'd had my chest pressed against her back and arms around her waist for an abnormal amount of time for two people who just met. But I really felt a warmth towards the witch. It would have been great to get to know her a bit more, learn more about the power world back in the UK, but I had somewhere I needed to be. Not just yet, I said. I've got to pick someone up first, I replied, still not sure how to refer to Amira. Oh. Her face fell momentarily before she regained her perfectly flawless smile. Well, it's been great to meet you, Elodie. I know I wasn't much help back there. No, you definitely were. Without you, we wouldn't have known he'd been taken, I'm sure. And it was nice to meet you too. I hope you have a safe journey back to London. And your overly grumpy otter. She chuckled. Well, thanks. Maybe one day you'll get to meet him. Though I'm not entirely sure you'd want to. Unless you turn up with a couple of iced lattes. He'll love you forever if you bring him iced latte. Well, that's something I'll try to remember, I said, going in for a hug in a manner that was more Chloe than me. Thankfully, Arabella responded far better than I did to my first unexpected embrace. Take care, Elodie, she said when we broke away. And if you need me while I'm here, Ali's got my number. The warmth I'd been feeling for her only moments ago twisted slightly. I shook that away. Sure, and if I'm ever back in London, I'll look you up. That better be a promise, she grinned. With that last remark, she turned towards Naira's salon while I headed towards Amira's flat. I didn't know what I wanted to talk to my mother about, only that I knew I had to. We needed to discuss the night before, how she couldn't tell people what she'd learned about Whip, not until I decided what I was going to do. He was in a prominent position and, rightly or wrongly, people trusted him. Throwing that into turmoil without considered thought was too much of a risk. Come, boy, I said to Pongo as we walked towards her flat, a strange heaviness flooding me. As much as I knew I couldn't trust Whip just yet, it wasn't like I trusted Amira entirely either. The whole situation was a mess. All I could do was try to stop it from getting any messier. Elodie. Amira swung open the door before I'd even finished knocking. Well, come on in. How are you? I've been so worried about you. I was hoping to see you today, but I didn't want to message. Well, I did, but you know, I didn't want to smother you, but I was hoping. Her voice trailed off, and she offered me a weary smile instead. She didn't look like she'd slept a wink. Deep bags sellowed the skin under her eyes. Even her pointed ears seemed to droop. How are you doing? I asked. After yesterday. Have you been to see Naira yet? You need to get that ward on you as fast as possible. Her eyes trailed down as she chewed on her bottom lip. I was thinking about it, actually, and I think that maybe I've got another idea. Another idea? My chest tightened. What other idea could that be? She needed to be warded against Whip. Maybe everybody in Raven's Hollow should be warded against him. But that was the power world. Some people just have more powers than others. Besides, it wasn't as if his magic didn't come in useful for keeping the peace in the town. Wordlessly, I followed Amira up the stairs into her living room where I took a seat. It felt like I'd been on my feet for hours. Clearly, broom travel couldn't be considered luxury transport. Despite me immediately making myself at home, Amira remained standing, pacing slightly. Mum, I said, aware that name would get her attention. What is it? What's up? Well, it's not, I don't think, I thought about it and I thought that maybe it's better. Maybe it would be a good idea if Whip can use his powers on me. What? No! My response was so loud that Pongo jumped up from the ground and let out a growl. I offered him a quick rub before looking back at a mirror. What would make you say that? Why? The whole reason I want you to get warded is so that he can't use his powers on you. I know that, I do, but he wants answers about his sister. He's worried about her. You know what that's like, Elodie, better than anyone. And male sirens, well, I've heard they're phenomenally powerful, and maybe he'd be able to pull out things that I've forgotten. My mouth hung open in a gape. Why would my mother think Whip being able to manipulate her mind was a good thing? It was a horrible thing. I remember when I first learned about what he could do. It had been horrific not knowing what feelings were my own and which he had implanted, not knowing if I could trust my own thoughts. It was almost as bad as what I was going through now. You don't need to do that, Mum, I told her, but she shook her head. I know I don't, not for him, she said, but I thought, for you. If I tell you things with him there, you'll know I'm not lying. You'll know that everything I told you was the truth, that I didn't want to leave you, that it hurt so much it was unbearable, but I really thought it was the only option. A deep throbbing spread out beneath my sternum. My mother was willing to leave herself susceptible to a siren who could manipulate her every feeling, so that I would trust her again. Guilt flooded me as I saw the tears welling behind her eyes. More surprising still was the prick of heat behind my own. I don't need that, I don't. I believe what you told me, everything, I promise you. You do? I do, please. Oh, please, Sinira, get that ward on you. She nodded, causing a single tear to trickle free. Yes. Yes. I will. She wiped her cheeks and sniffed, her eyes staring at me. I didn't know how I'd ever believed it was a fae I was looking at, and not my mother, when she stared at me this way. Can you stay for a cup of tea or some blood if you haven't had any yet? She suggested. I got some fresh yesterday. I've kept it in the fridge, it'll still be nice. A glance down at my watch told me it was already 11 o'clock, and I hadn't even set foot at the paper. My title for being the earliest in was going to be gone soon if I wasn't careful. Thank you, but I should really get to the office, I told her, but another time a drink would be lovely. She smiled. That'd be nice. Come on, boy, I said, glancing down at Pongo. Time to go see Chloe and the others. What do you say? Chapter 13. The office was a flurry of activity. Even Theodora, who normally remained seated at her desk, her minotaur legs hidden beneath her oversized skirt, was dashing here, there, and everywhere. I told the printer to be there 10 minutes ago. I need that appeal, she said, looking at Chloe. The fire fae had tiny sparks flickering on her fingertips. Chloe had great control over her magic, unless her emotions took control of her. It wasn't a good sign. Clearly, she was nervous about something. I've never written something like this before, Chloe replied to the paper's copy editor. I was just going to get Bobby to read through it first. What is it? I can check it, I said. Chloe spun around, a look of relief flooding her face at the sight of me. The appeal, she said. For people who cross the bridge, it's on my computer. Can you check? Can you read through it? Do it, Theodora snapped. I offered her a withering look. Chloe focused on sports features, not big national-based sports features with superstar players in busy press rooms. Small-town sports features. I knew she loved her job, but I also knew it wasn't the area of journalism she wanted to stay in. And Theodora stressing her out wouldn't help matters. However urgent the situation was, there was still time for manners. As I moved over to her desk, I scanned through the article she had written, telling all people who'd been through the bridge between the hours of 12:30 and 6 in the morning to report to the police station. Sounds good to me, I said, though the truth was I'd never written anything like that before. Fire it across to Theodora. The half-minotaur muttered before returning to her computer, tapping a few buttons on the keyboard, then let out a sigh. Sent, she said, so I guess I'll go pick these up. Without so much as a thank you or even an apology to Chloe, she grabbed her bag and whisked over to the door. I think we're all a bit on edge, Chloe said quietly, as the copy editor disappeared. The sparks were still there on her fingertips, although they had diminished in size. Floyd going missing is just so unsettling. Yeah, I get that, I replied. I did. Floyd felt like the safety buffer between us and the tip world, and considering that was how I felt after only a matter of months, I couldn't imagine how the people who'd lived there for decades, if not centuries in some cases, felt about it. Though obviously Bobby had felt the need to tell the other members of the paper exactly what was going on. I was grateful. The last thing I wanted was to lie to the others about what story I was doing.
Good, you're back,
Bobby said, striding into the office.
Alex has put up a boundary saying the bridge is closed for urgent maintenance. Hopefully it'll do its job and not encourage people to go looking for weak spots. Just saw Theodora. She said she won't be long getting the flyers from the printers. Then we just need to wait for June and Raquel.
How come you need June? I questioned. June was Bobby's wife, and his daughter, Raquel, was a police officer at the station with Whip and Alex. There were countless times when Raquel had information on a case that would help us write our stories. But June? No. I couldn't remember any time when we'd actually needed to wait for her. And that was definitely the word Bobby had used. Needed.
Siren powers,
Bobby said by way of explanation.
They combine them into the paper, meaning people can't refuse. If they get one of the flyers and they were there, they have to come in.
Seriously? I said, feeling my jaw drop. Sirens can do that.
My girls can,
he said, grinning proudly.
Took them a while to learn it, but yeah, I'd say they've got a 95% success rate now.
Wow. So if they could do that, could Whip do it too? Were the notes and messages he sent imbued with magic too? The thought was almost too terrifying to consider. How are they going to be distributed? I asked, hoping he wasn't going to say it was a job for us lot at the paper. There was no way I wanted to be traipsing around all day on foot, and definitely not on a broomstick, but neither did I want to be getting in and out of the car constantly. Although, judging from the way Pongo was snoring on his bed, he'd be more than happy spending the rest of the day snoozing in Maureen.
Look out the window,
Diego said, stepping out of the kitchen with a donut in his hand. After Diego and Theodora had been hexed by moonshine delivered to the office, I'd wondered if he'd stopped eating and drinking everything and anything in sight, but apparently the answer was no.
Distributions team's prepped out there.
We have a distribution team. I didn't look out the back window of the office much. My desk was nowhere near it, and I didn't have time to just gaze about doing nothing. If I wanted to do that, I was better off taking Pongo out for a walk. But I did as instructed, moving past Dylan, who was unusually silent as he stared ahead, his eyes flicking nervously towards the window. The gargoyle's reaction was enough to ramp up my own nerves, and with unexpected trepidation, I approached the window and lifted the blind. My jaw dropped. "You're not serious," I said, turning back to find Bobby and Diego grinning at me. From their sheepish expressions, they clearly anticipated my reaction.
"Ravens,"
Bobby said matter-of-factly.
"All these people thinking owls can deliver magical messages. Have they ever met an owl? Dumbest creatures alive. Ravens, on the other hand, half an hour tops and they'll have all these sorted."
"Wow," I said, suddenly aware of why they'd pulled the blind shut. Hundreds of pairs of beady eyes stared back at me. It was more than a little disturbing, and there was no way I'd be able to do any work if they stayed there all day. "So that's why the place is called Raven's Hollow?" Turning back into the office.
"Don't think so, no,"
Dylan answered for me.
"Most of these guys only moved in the last century, but hey, they do a job."
"That's amazing."
"Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that doesn't get old,"
Diego agreed.
"Maybe because it doesn't happen that often, maybe we should have more emergencies."
I shot him a glare before glancing back at the birds. Yes, there was something incredibly unnerving about them. "Anyone mind if I gestured to the blind, indicating I wanted to pull it down. They all nodded in agreement. A moment later, the blind was closed, although it still felt a little odd, knowing all those eyes were beyond the fabric. As I moved to my desk, Pongo opened an eye and let out a long yawn, though rather than going back to sleep the way I'd expected him to do, he stood up, moved across to his plastic buttons, and hit one. "Chloe," he said. "Chloe! Chloe!" I looked up at the Firefay, who offered him a watery smile. "I'm all right, boy," she said. But as she spoke, I realized she wasn't. And Pongo had been the one to realize it, not me. In all the months I'd known Chloe, one thing had been truer than anything else. She talked. All the time. Normally firing multiple questions without time between to answer any of them. It didn't matter if she was heartbroken, angry, happy. She talked. But there she was, utterly silent, even about the ravens, and those sparks were still there, bouncing off her fingertips. When she caught my eye, she offered a weak smile that was remarkably similar to the one she'd given Pongo. "Do you want to talk?" I asked her. She bit down on her bottom lip, scratched her temple, then offered a quick nod. "Would that be okay?" she asked. Her voice was barely above a whisper, just enough for me to hear and for Diego, the only werewolf in the paper, to also turn his head towards us with interest. Dylan and Bobby, though, remained fixed on their work. I nodded and made a beeline for the door. "I'm going to go get a coffee," I said, feeling the need to explain my departure given that I'd only just arrived. Chloe jumped up, springing to her feet. "I'll come with you too. Yeah, I need a coffee. Or maybe not coffee. Maybe something with less caffeine in. Maybe green tea. Does green tea have caffeine in? Do you know you're not meant to make green tea with boiling water? It ruins it." Now she was talking, and it was very clearly a nervous babble. Still, as she rambled about scorched leaves and bitter tastes, I followed her down the stairs, waiting until we were outside in the parking lot before I spoke. "So, what's up?" I asked, stopping and turning to face her. "Everything okay?" She dug her nails into her palms before lifting her thumb to her teeth and nibbling down. "I'm not sure. I mean, it could be, but I really don't know. It could be terrible. I don't know. What do you think? Is it terrible or is it good?" "I'd have to know what's happened before I could make any comment on that," I replied. "Yeah, of course, she said, drawing in a deep breath. Chloe had the unfortunate habit of setting things alight when she was angry, so the fact there were no piles of ash in the office had to be a good thing. Her hair was also its normal pinkish colour, so that was another plus. "Dylan just asked me out for a drink," she said, her voice quick and a little high-pitched. "And not as friends, but like a drink, like a date. He wants to date me? I mean, it's just come out of nowhere, right?" "Oh, right," I replied, trying to hide my smirk. Never had anything come less out of nowhere. Every member of the paper, and probably most of Raven's Hollow, was aware of how Dylan felt about Chloe. The only person who wasn't aware was Chloe herself. "What should I do? I mean, I've only just broken up with Mick. I don't know if I'm ready for that again. What do you think I should do?" "I'm not sure I'm the best person to ask for relationship advice," I muttered. "Has something happened with you and Whip?" Worry flashed across the fire-phased face. "What? Oh, no." I shook my head, annoyed at my silly slip of the tongue. "Ignore me, just, Whip and I haven't been together that long, and stuff with Andy didn't exactly end well." "Oh, yeah, of course." I felt bad about lying to Chloe, but this wasn't about me. This was about her, and I didn't want to distract from that. But also, unlike Alex and Bobby, Chloe didn't know the truth about Amira, and that wasn't something I was ready to make public knowledge just yet. "Okay," I said. "Well, I guess you need to think about what the pros and cons are." "Pros and cons?" She let out her breath in a long tremble before drawing a sharper, more focused one in. "Well, what if it goes wrong? What if I lose my best friend? What if we end up not being able to speak to each other when we still have to work together and see each other every day, and I have to quit my job because it's too unbearable, which means I'll have to find an entirely new career or leave Ravens Hollow because there's not another paper here, only I won't be able to get a new job because all the other papers have people to do their sports columns already, and I haven't got any experience in any other areas, so I won't have a job, I won't have any friends, I have to go and live with my parents, and you know what I'm like with stress? My body doesn't work well with it. If that happened, I'll end up setting fire to their entire house, accidentally, but that won't matter, especially now when it spreads through the village and I'm ostracized from there too, forced to live a life of exile." "I guess that would be the worst thing." She paused for a breath, and I forced my lips to stay firmly pressed together before I spoke. "Chloe, have you ever heard of catastrophizing?" "Catastrophizing? Why?" I shook the question away with a laugh. Not that I was trying to be mean. It's not like she's the first person to ever get carried away anticipating the very worst of the worst-case scenarios. And it was my fault. That was what I'd asked her to do, after all. Okay, scrap that. What's the best thing that could happen? If it all went well, could you see Dylan as more than your best friend? It had to be one of the first times I'd ever seen Chloe truly contemplate an answer, rather than respond with the first thing that left her mind. "He is incredibly thoughtful," she replied eventually, He never forgets anything, like birthdays or important events, and he always replies to my messages straight away, nothing like Mick, who would leave them unread for days. She wasn't looking at me as she spoke. Her eyes were off into the distance. And he does make me laugh. A lot. He always knows the right thing to say to make me feel better. A wan smile formed on her lips. But then, as if she'd suddenly had a realization, a look of horror crossed her face. But what if it goes wrong? She said again, returning to her previous fears. What then? I'd lose my best friend. So maybe you need to set some ground rules, I said confidently, like I had any idea how successful relationships worked. The truth was, I'd only had 2 boyfriends in the last decade, one of which dumped me the moment I was turned, and the other who, for all I knew, was only dating me so he could spy on me for the Guardians. Yep, there was absolutely no way I should be spooning out advice. And yet, here I was with my ladle. I'm sure he's not going to expect you to be ready to jump into anything crazy serious straight after Mick, I continued. Maybe he just wants you to know that he thinks of you as more than a friend. And maybe you can use the time to see if you feel the same. Just keep the friendship first, and I'm sure it'll all work out. You really think that? I do. There was no denying I was keeping my fingers crossed for the pair of them. The gargoyle and the fire fae. It almost sounded like a romance novel. Not that I was going to say that to her. Raquel and June appeared, carrying a sack of paper. Behind them, Theodora was holding the biggest bunch. Hey, girls! June was one of those people whose warm features just beamed when she smiled. Just bumped into Theodora picking these up from the printers. We've got work to do. You coming? All thoughts of Chloe and relationships as a whole were pushed to the side, as an excitement, similar to the idea of riding on a broom, took hold of me. You don't have to ask me twice, I replied. However new Arabella was to the para world, I was a whole lot newer, and if magic was involved, I wanted to be there, with a front row seat. Chapter 14. Of course I knew sirens use their voices. All the myths surrounding them centered on their singing, and I'd only ever seen Whip and Raquel use their powers by speaking before. This was something altogether different, and truly phenomenal. The first job involved moving all the chairs, and even Chloe's desk aside to make a large space in the center of the office, in the middle of which the piles of flyers were placed. Then several bowls of water, to form a circle around them. Clearly the vessels didn't matter as much as the liquid they contained. Diego's chipped Beta Boy mug was in the mix along with almost every other mug in the office, not to mention Pongo's water bowl that Raquel had shifted across when they needed one last item. When it was all set up, the mother and daughter took hold of one another's hands, only to drop them again. June looked back at me. We should have mentioned it's probably best if you stay silent during the process, she said. The others know, they've seen it before. Obviously, if you've got any questions, save them till afterwards, please. The way June spoke implied she'd been interrupted during this process before, quite possibly several times. I had no intention of doing such a thing. Did you hear that, boy? I whispered to Pongo, still confident they hadn't yet started. No talking. The dog sniffed, as if he had understood what I'd said, and Raquel and June held hands again. But this time, rather than letting go, they started singing. Every hair on my body rose, from the back of my neck to my arms and everywhere in between. Even Theodora stopped typing to listen in. Whatever language they were singing in, it wasn't one I knew, and it didn't matter. I could feel the way it took hold of the air. The water in the bowls and mugs began to ripple, slowly at first, then higher and higher, until the wavelets smashed against the edges of their containers before leaving them all together, spiraling round and round. It took every ounce of willpower I had not to gasp aloud. What I was watching was defying gravity, defying physics. A circular stream of water hovering above the ground. With every syllable, the volume rose, until the papers were moving too, fluttering faster and faster, as if they'd been caught in a whirlwind. Moving paper, moving water, moving sounds. It was beautiful chaos. At least, that's what it looked like at first, but the more I watched, the less random it became. Drops of water moved inwards from the circle, into the paper, one drop onto each page. As soon as the piece of paper had received its droplet, it fell to the ground, and another rose and took its place. Even though I could see through the chaos, my eyes struggled to know what to settle on. The women, the water, the papers. Part of me just wanted to close my eyes and listen to them singing. Yes, that was exactly what I wanted to do, I realized. Before I could, the mother and daughter dropped their hands and fell silent. All I could do was gawp. The chaos that had reigned only a moment ago was gone. The papers were back in a neat stack, not a drop of water anywhere but in the mugs and bowls, once again motionless. As my heart drummed against my ribs, I glanced around at my work colleagues to find they were also watching on with the same sense of awe plastered on their faces. "It's been a long time since I've seen one of those," Theodora said breathily. "Something special, that's for sure." "For sure," I muttered in agreement. I'd ridden a broomstick, and now this. 2 of my most magical moments in the spaces of hours. They almost made up for how horrendous the night before had been. Well, maybe not, but they were a damn good distraction. I couldn't help but wonder how I'd lived for so long not even knowing magic was real. Everyone deserved to feel something this wonderful, I thought, only to dismiss the idea. There was magic in the tip world too, it was just different, that was all. "So that's it," I said, as Bobby bent down and grabbed a stack of paper. "People will have to respond if they get a flyer when the ravens deliver them." It was impossible to quash that fluttering of excitement that filled me at the thought of the ravens delivering thousands of flyers across the town.
"They will," Bobby replied. "Now for the next bit, though, it's probably not as exciting as you're expecting it to be."
"We'll leave you to it," Raquel said, waving her hand, as if this were an everyday occurrence for her. "I'm going to take Mum for lunch before I go back to the station." "I said I'd cook," June commented, but she insisted. As June beamed at her daughter, I couldn't help but exchange a quick look with my boss. It was well known at both the Oracle and the police station that cooking wasn't one of June's fortes. In fact, when she did bring in lunch, it normally found its way into the bin out the back, or Pongo's food bowl. Not that she would ever find that out. We all had way too much love for her for that. Still, I suspected Raquel offering to take her mum for lunch wasn't solely to spend time with her, but also to avoid adding unnecessary waste to the compost bin. "I'll catch you later, dear," June said, pecking Bobby on the cheek.
"Right you are. Thanks for this, love."
"Well, if it helps us find Floyd, then it's the least we can do." June's words sank into me with a sense of worry. It was all very well Alex telling people that the bridge needed urgent maintenance, but how long would that lie actually stick? If it even had. I wasn't the only one on the island with supernatural hearing, and I was sure there were dozens, if not hundreds, of other powers that could reveal the secret too. I guess that was an issue for Whip and the others. We just had to do all we could to help. And write an unbiased story that didn't set the entire town panicking, although there was a fair chance the flyers would do that on their own. As his family headed off, Bobby moved to the back window, the pile of papers still in his hand. Quickly rising to his feet, Dylan jumped across and pulled up the blind, then pushed the window open so that Bobby could throw all the flyers out. It should have been chaos, or at least a mess. Yet, somehow, the ravens instinctively flew upward toward different flyers. There were no collisions, no squawks of annoyance or angry flapping. Within a matter of minutes, the initial flyers Bobby had thrown out were all collected and heading to their destinations, and a couple of birds were even coming back for seconds.
"They arrive a little crumpled, but they arrive,"
Bobby said, as he threw another handful.
"Which is more than you can say for some of the other delivery services on the island."
As the others went back to their work, I continued to watch, marveling. At one point, Bobby ran out of flyers and had to go get some more. And yet the ravens waited patiently for one another to move out of the way before grabbing their next delivery. They could certainly teach the tube riders in London a few things about waiting their turn. Around a third of the papers had gone when I moved back to my desk and considered what my next move should be. Annoyingly, I already knew. I guess if the flyers are sending people to the police station, then that's where I should be heading too, I said with a sigh to Bobby. "Make sure we don't fall behind."
"You sure?"
My boss eyed me cautiously.
"You don't want to give it a little space?"
I knew that by it, what Bobby actually meant was Whip. And I absolutely did. But Floyd's disappearance was a big story, and there was no way I was going to let a romantic entanglement stop me from getting all the details. I'll do a quick first draft of what we know so far, I said to Bobby, picking up my laptop as I spoke, and I'll call you if anything interesting turns up.
Sure, and Elodie.
I know. Don't do anything stupid. He smiled.
Well, actually, I was going to say you're doing well, kid. You're doing well.
The warmth of his unexpected words hit, and I turned away from my boss only for my gaze to land on Chloe. A wave of guilt struck as I realized our conversation outside had been cut short. But as much as I wanted to be there for her, I couldn't afford not to be at the station if a witness turned up. You've got this, I said, giving her a quick squeeze of the shoulder and glancing over to Dylan in case she hadn't worked out what I was talking about. As she smiled back at me, without a hint of a spark at her fingertips, I picked up Pongo's leash. Come on then, boy. Time to go see Josephina. Chapter 15. More than once I'd asked myself if I should feel jealous about Pongo's love for Josephina. The manner in which his tail would start beating crazily the moment her name was spoken, as if he couldn't possibly settle until he saw her, was almost as if she was his favourite person in the world. But it felt wrong, feeling jealous of a woman with no corporeal form, and it wasn't like he could even move in and live with her, not when she didn't even have the ability to fill up his food bowl. In actual fact, I was grateful to know there was always someone watching him whenever I went round to the station, though how often that would be anymore I wasn't sure. Elodie! Josephina stepped out from behind the front desk the moment I stepped inside. You're here! I wasn't sure if I'd see you again, after last night. That's funny. I thought you said you didn't hear anything. I reminded her with an arch of my eyebrow. The ghost squirmed. I didn't hear exactly what was said, she replied. Her voice hitched slightly. But I got the tones, Course you did, I muttered through gritted teeth. I didn't want to discuss my current relationship status with anyone, let alone a ghost whose only way to pass time was talking to the people who came into the station. And while I'd never considered her to be much of a gossip before, after all, she certainly knew what whip was and hadn't passed that around, I wasn't going to have my love life become a topic of conversation. Has anyone responded to the appeal yet? I asked instead, unsure how long it would take the flyers to take effect. After all, it was one thing to say that people had to act immediately, but it had to also depend on whether they were in to get the leaflet, surely. Assuming that the Ravens delivered them to addresses, rather than giving them to people wherever they spotted them out and about in town. But maybe that was what they did. Now that I was out of the office, I wished I'd stayed a little longer and got a few more details to write up in the story, not to mention for personal interest. After all, what if the key witness was off on a boat somewhere or had shifted into animal form and gone out for a run? In those situations, I assumed there'd be a definite delay until they saw the flyer and the siren's magic did its thing. Not that I know of, Josephina replied to my question about responses. But they never tell me anything. Better off asking them. They're all through there. All of them. That meant Whip, Alex, and Raquel. Normally, I wouldn't have thought twice about walking in on them. But this wasn't a normal situation. No situation had ever been normal when it came to Whip. I just hadn't known it at the time. Time to put your big girl journalist pants on, Elodie, I muttered to myself, taking a deep breath in. This was no different from any other time I'd wanted information for a story. Yet if that was the case, then why was my heart beating so unnaturally fast? And the urge to bolt running through my legs? I think I'm going to need you with me for this one, Fluffbum, I said to Pongo. His eyes rolled, though, whether it was due to me cancelling his playdate with Josephina, or the new, clearly unwanted and yet totally true nickname. Still, regardless of what he thought, he patted across to me, trying to stem the adrenaline that coursed through me. I stepped forward, placed my hands on the door, and stepped through. Before I'd even had time to take stock of where everyone was, every head turned in my direction, and all wearing the same look of disappointment. Wow, well that's a cheery greeting, I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Guess you were hoping it was a witness?
Elodie.
In 3 strides, Whip was across the room, standing in front of me.
Is everything okay? Did you want to talk?
I wondered if you'd heard anything from the flyers yet, I told him.
No, nothing yet.
Disappointment filled his eyes. I guess these things can take time to work, I said, trying to sound upbeat.
Possibly,
Whip replied.
but I did follow up on what you said about the mare. I sent a request for her to come straight to the station. What was it exactly Mick and Larry said? I wanted to ring you before she came so I could get the details, but I...
He let his sentence trail away. Not that I needed him to finish it. He didn't know whether he could call me. That's what he was going to say. An ache spread through my chest. A matter of days ago, he'd been sending me roses. Now he didn't even know whether he could speak to me on the phone. To think our relationship had already changed that much was enough to make a heat burn behind my eyes. Yet before it could build, I blinked it away and focused on why I was here. I was journalist Elodie Evergreen, not heartbroken Elodie Evergreen. No, she had no place here. They didn't say much, I told him, fully in work mode. Larry was the one who saw her driving crazily back into town. Apparently she has a distinctive car.
Well, she does, and it wouldn't be the first time she's been caught speeding. He didn't say anything else? Mick couldn't confirm this?
I shook my head. No, though Larry had said he was coming back from dropping off some hooch at the Suffo. Any idea what that is? Whip shook his head before he looked to the others. He was a good boss like that, accepting that he didn't know everything, especially not about Raven's Hollow, and not afraid to ask for the others' help when he needed it.
Suffo, you say?
Alex asked with a frown.
It's not familiar.
Probably some sports club or something, Raquel suggested.
Lots of sports teams like letting loose with hooch.
Right, I said. There was just something about the way he'd said it, like he'd slipped up in telling me. Alex's frown deepened.
What are you thinking, Evergreen?
He asked. Well, I don't know, it's just that... Before I could even work out what I was going to say, Josephina swept through the door, eliciting a wag from Pongo's tail so hard to the back of my knee that I nearly lost my balance. Sorry, she said, smiling awkwardly. Not that I was listening at all, you know I'm not one to eavesdrop, but the Suffo aren't a sports club, it's the SUFO, Stand Up for Ordinaries, and they're a group of magicless paranormals living in Raven's Hollow. Magicless paranormals, I said. The phrase felt like a contradiction in itself. You know, like werewolf children that somehow never turn, fairies with no notable magic, that type of thing. There are people like that, I said, surprised. I got that being paranormal was different for everybody. My situation, being turned into a para, was very different from being born into it. I'd never considered what it would be like the other way, to be born essentially a tip in a magical world. There is often the odd folk here and there, and Suffo tends to die down when there's only one or two of them, but sometimes there are more than others. In the 1920s, there were nearly 24 on the island. Got up some nasty business then. There were a couple of instances where folk were afraid to go out because Suffo members were attempting to steal magic from the town's most powerful. Of course, Josephina continued to prattle away. But I wasn't listening. Stealing magic from the town's most powerful, I whispered. A nervous churning spread through me as Alex finished my sentence for me.
You mean, like Floyd?
Chapter 16. The despondency that had filled the room when I'd first arrived had definitely shifted and been replaced by an air of urgency. Alex dashed to his computer and began opening up several searches while Raquel was talking to Josephina, trying to get as many details as she could. Whip moved towards me, although to give Pongo his dues, he couldn't get that close. Not with my furry guardian. While Pongo wasn't so unsubtle as to growl outright at the siren, a flash of his pointed canines was enough for Whip to know he had been warned. And though I doubted the siren was truly fearful of Pongo, he at least had enough respect not to move any closer.
You said Larry did a hooch delivery to this Suffo? Whip asked. So he'll have a location for them?
Yes, I said, wondering if he knew I'd been thinking the same thing.
Good, that means we got a place to start, he replied. You better come along with me. Better than having you go rogue.
I bit down on my lip. It was a ploy to get me alone, I could see that. Whip was playing to my weakness of wanting a scoop. But it didn't change the fact that I wanted in on this. I was about to agree, insisting I take Maureen rather than ride with him. But before I could, the door swung open. Well, this better be good, Chief Inspector, because I've got a very busy day ahead, and you just pulled me out of a meeting. Mayor Hilliard stood in the doorway, peering down the end of her nose. I'd had more than one conversation with the mayor during my time in Raven's Hollow, and none of them endeared her to me. People voted her in before I arrived here. Para people who knew this town much better than I did, but I struggle to think that she was the best person to help develop the community, especially with the way she treated the wolves and their hunting grounds. It felt like her actions were as much to feed her own agenda as to help people. Beyond politics, her fashion sense veered between non-existent and several decades too late. Today she'd gone for the latter, wearing a jacket with extremely padded shoulders, cowboy boots, and black trousers. It could have looked good if she'd been on stage in some kind of musical production, but she wasn't. She was here on business, as the thunderous expression on her face confirmed.
Mayor Hillard.
Whip offered her his best smile, the type that would normally melt any person, para or otherwise, and yet the mayor remained fixed in her annoyance. Early on in our relationship, Whip had told me that he suspected the mayor knew what he was, or at least had a few ideas, and had probably warded herself against them all. Now I could see how sensible that was, especially for someone in her position. At least it meant that any of the diabolical or self-serving ideas were all her own, not anyone else's. Like I said, Chief Inspector, I'm busy. Let's get this over with.
Of course, we've already had a few developments with the case, but we could just do with you answering a couple of questions for us.
He turned to the side.
Alex, would you be able to talk to the mayor for me?
Sure thing. Alex moved, only for the mayor to clear her throat and plant her hands on her hips. I'm sorry, have I got this right? You demanded that I leave my meeting and come down here immediately, and you don't even have the decency to speak to me yourself? And let's not mention the ravens pushing flyers through our windows. You do know you're supposed to ask for mayoral permission to send things like that around the entire town. Whip's smile tightened, and even without my vampire hearing, I'm pretty sure I'd have heard the way his back teeth ground together. Keeping the mayor on side was a never-ending challenge for the station, and today was looking like one of those days. Over on the other side of the room, a phone began ringing. I'll get it. Raquel jumped into action, clearly wanting to get out of the awkward situation as quickly as possible. I couldn't blame her. Whip and the mayor were basically in a staring contest.
We had to act very quickly,
he said slowly.
Time is of the essence, and I think you'll find that the law allows me to act without purview if I deem it necessary.
Well, there are a fair few things you've deemed necessary lately, wouldn't you say? I'd like to talk about those, seeing as I'm here and everything. There was no way around it. I knew it. Whip knew it. The mayor wasn't going to talk to anyone except him. With a slight sigh, he turned back and looked at Raquel, who was already done on the phone.
Anything important?
He asked. She shook her head. No one there. Prank caller, I guess. Whip nodded, almost absent-mindedly. Were prank callers something the station had to deal with regularly? I guess it was no different from the tip ward if that was the case.
In that case, can you go with Elodie? Get the address from Larry and find out more about this Suffo thing?
Rather than agreeing with him, Raquel crinkled her nose. I would, I can, but I think it's probably best if Alex goes. You know, Larry and Mick are funny about siren magic. Refuse to even come out if I'm there. These Suffo guys could be that type too.
Right, of course.
Whip grumbled. No one liked to think they were being manipulated, especially not by someone in a position of power like the police. But while Whip had been able to keep his siren magic under the radar, Raquel was born and bred Raven's Hollow. I suspected everyone knew what she was, just like they did with Alex. Given that he had transformed into a lion in the middle of town meetings, it wasn't like he tried to keep his magic a secret. And there's Inez to think of, too, Raquel continued. Inez? My attention suddenly switching. She's still here? Yeah. Raquel nodded. The exorcist should be coming up today, and she's got ruined cuffs and a ton of wards on her cell, but we can't risk leaving her alone. Demons are sneaky little fiends. Oh, I guess that makes sense. It did. Logically, keeping Inez in the cell was the safest thing to do, and Whip had told me that she was secure, but it still felt wrong. She was a victim, and she was being treated like a criminal.
I'm sure the exorcist will have her sorted out in no time,
Alex said, flashing me a sad smile, as if he knew what I was thinking.
So, what's the plan then, boss?
He added.
You want me or Raquel to go with Evergreen?
Alex and Elodie it is, Whip said, then cast me one more sorrowful look, before turning back to the mayor and gesturing to his office.
After you, ma'am. After you.
Chapter 17. Whip had barely closed the door to his office when the phone rang again. Once again, Raquel went to answer it while Alex and I stood in silence.
Guess we should get going then, he said, unless you want to wait for Whip. Don't know how long he'll be, though. Meetings with him and the mayor can be very quick or very long.
The way he spoke implied that neither was a good thing. I could only imagine the heated arguments he'd overheard between the two. I shook my head. No, it's fine. The longer we sit on this, the greater the chance of something happening to Floyd.
My thinking too,
he said, picking up his badge and moving towards the door.
Did you drive over?
Alex asked as we headed outside, Pongo on our heels.
Or do you want to take the truck?
I drove, I said. He grinned back at me.
Of course you did. Better leave both trucks for Raquel and Whip in case they need them,
he said, having spotted the yellow Mini. Without the need for me to say any more, he walked across to the passenger side. Alex's situation in Maureen was only marginally better than Bobby's, although he had the added issue of Pongo constantly trying to stick his head over the headrest to lick his ear.
I guess I should be pleased he likes having me here.
Alex laughed as he pushed him away again. Yeah, maybe, I replied, though I struggled to reciprocate a smile, let alone a laugh. Silence began to take hold, and given the lack of space in Maureen, I could feel the tension radiating from Alex. Diego had tried to teach me to scent different emotions, to spot the hormones that were ebbing from a person's skin, and use that to identify their feelings. But Alex was an open book to me, and I knew the silence wouldn't last long. That wasn't who he was.
You want to tell me what's going on with you and Whip?
He asked, as we drove towards the auto shop. Me and Whip? I tried to feign innocence. Why would you think anything's going on? His scoff was less than subtle.
Elodie, come on. I know you better than that. I know both of you better than that.
There it was again. The pain in my chest. Alex thought he knew Whip just like I thought I knew him. But he didn't. He didn't know Whip had been working with the Guardians. He didn't know Whip's sister was involved, or that we only ended up in a relationship because he told them he'd keep an eye on me. And that wasn't something Alex could know. It didn't matter that the lion shifter had known Whip for years longer than he'd known me. There was no chance he'd forgive the siren for treating me the way he'd done, or for keeping details about the Guardians from us both. I shook my head. It doesn't matter, honestly. It's nothing, I said, keeping my eyes on the road, so he couldn't see how blatantly I was lying. Not the lack of eye contact was enough for him to believe me.
Are you sure? Because I don't think that's true. And if you want to talk, as a friend...
I snapped my head around to look at him. I don't want to talk about it. Thank you, Alex, but no. What I want is for you to drop this conversation and find out what the heck has happened to Floyd. So is that something you think you can manage? His jaw twitched. Clearly my little outburst had had the opposite effect of convincing him I was fine. But still he dipped his chin in a nod.
Sure thing, but just so you know, as the cop here, I'm going to need you to let me do the questioning. I know you have a job to do, but finding Floyd is more important than your story.
For once, I didn't object. He was right. With Floyd missing, even if it had just been for a couple of hours, I already had a story. What I wanted was a story with a happy ending, and for that, we needed Larry to talk. Alex flashing his badge was the quickest way to make that happen. The minute Mick saw me step out of Maureen, he scowled, though the expression turned into something closer to fear, when he noticed Alex stepping out of the passenger side.
What, you brought the cops? I already told you I didn't see anything. I didn't do anything.
I know, don't worry, I said, moving forward. My promise of not taking the lead and letting Alex ask the questions had lasted less than a minute, but at least I genuinely considered it. That had to count for something, right? I just want to know where Larry took that delivery last night.
Delivery? We did quite a few,
he said, shooting a glance off to the side. You know which one I'm talking about, Mick. The one to Suffo? Stand Up for Ordinaries? That's the group, right? You're delivering hooch to a group of non-magicals in Raven's Hollow, and I need to know where they are. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed.
I don't think I said Suffo, did I? No. Mick, I'd hate to have to put an embargo on your hooch,
Alex said, taking a step forward.
given that I know it makes you a lot more money than your auto shop. But these things happen, you know. Maybe I need to shut you down for a couple of weeks. Health and hygiene reasons, I mean, motor oil and consumables. He tutted as he shook his head. And you know how it'll kill business if they learn about the cockroaches and rats you've got running around your brew. What? No, that's a lie. You can't do that. You can't make up crap like that. Who says it's a lie? I'm sure if I dig deep enough, I'll be able to find something that'll stick. Is it worth that risk when all you've got to do is give us one little address?
Mick pouted, drawing his cheeks so far in, his eyes bugged. I'd never seen him look more goat-like. Then again, I'd never seen him in his animal form. Neither did I want to. Something told me he'd be the type of goat that kicked and butted and jabbed you with their horns for no other reason than spitefulness.
Fine. He let out a groan. They met over by Calypso Grove. That's all I know. Larry did the drop. I don't know anything else.
Really? I flicked out my fangs, because the way your under eye is twitching says otherwise. There was a time when I had no control over that action at all. The first time Chloe had hugged me, for example, they'd snapped out and sent my new colleague off screaming. Now, though, it was mostly my choice when and where I had them on show. And this, seeing the look of terror on Mick's face, was surprisingly enjoyable.
You heard the lady,
Alex said, as he sidled up next to me.
Anything else you want to tell us, like who you might have given the hooch to, for example? Because if we go to Calypso Cove right now, I'm pretty sure that all we're going to find is a load of dolphins and pretty seashells, right? So that location's no good for us. We need a name, and we can get it whatever way you want.
I widened my smile, making sure every millimetre of my pearly whites were on display. Mick wasn't pouting now, and he paled so greatly his skin was almost see-through. Still, I edged toward him ever so slightly.
Fine, Mason Holroyd.
He gasped like I'd actually bitten him.
He's our contact. He's the one who made the order.
Retracting my fangs and replacing them with a grin, I took a step back and looked over at Alex. That's a name you know? I asked him, aware that Mick was propping himself up against the hood of a car to stay upright. With a slight nod of thanks to the goat shifter, Alex turned and faced me.
Yep, that's her name I know. And I know straight where we're heading.
Chapter 18. 2 minutes later, we were back in Maureen the Mini and heading into town.
We'll get to talking about whatever's going on with you and Whip is off the cards,
Alex said, still shifting around to fit his seatbelt around his impressively broad torso.
But how's things with you and Amira? Made any progress there? Not that you have to tell me,
he added hurriedly. A long sigh escaped my lips. Alex deserved to know, after all. He'd been there when I found out Amira was my mother, and he'd been looking into the Guardians long before I'd even been turned into a vampire. But telling him about the developments with Amira meant telling him about Whip's sister. I just wasn't ready to do that yet. It was complicated, I replied, a flurry of guilt rising at how lame the answer sounded.
Linked to how you and Whip are complicated?
He asked. Why don't you tell me about Arabella instead? I said, with a not even vaguely subtle change of subject. She seems awesome. The broomstick, the otter. Crazy strong magic by the looks of things.
I think she's getting there. Slowly,
Alex replied. There it was again. A comment about Arabella that implied her coming into magic hadn't been quite as straightforward as I'd assumed. But Erica had said her family was one of the oldest witching families known. Didn't make sense. But then neither did a fae who was actually a vampire, so I was hardly one to judge. But where did you two meet? I continued, partly to hear more about Arabella, but also to dodge discussing my own drama.
She's been more close to my brother a couple of times. I think she's meant to be there all the time, but it's complicated.
He threw that word back at me with another smirk. One of your brothers lives on a boat in London? I asked. You know, I'd really like to meet them at some point. Maybe I should drop in on them the next time I'm back.
Alex let out a throaty laugh. I can't have you doing that. They're all way smarter and better looking than me.
Well, let's be honest, I said with a grin. That's not exactly difficult, is it?
Ouch.
As a spark of warmth flooded through me, I felt an ache in my cheeks, only then realizing how good it felt to smile. Silly, really. I'd been perfectly happy the day before. Well, maybe that was a bit of an exaggeration. There'd still been all the Amira stuff and, the demon and Inez to deal with. but I'd never imagined that smiling would feel as strange as it did right then. I should have known if anyone was going to get that reaction out of me, it would be Alex. Alex's eyes had narrowed on me in concern, and I realized the expression had already faded. "Are you sure you don't want to talk about it?" he asked. "About your brothers or about Arabella living on a boat with an otter?" I fired back. "I'll take that as a no then," Alex responded. "Maybe on the way back." A silence began to settle, but before it could, I dragged my focus back to where it was meant to be. "So, who is Mason Holroyd?" I asked. "I'm guessing someone without a lot of magic?" Alex rubbed his chin in thought. His lips pressed together. "No, he's not, but then, he's a troll. They're not exactly known for their ability with spells or charms." "A troll? Well, I should probably already know this, but—" "What are they known for?" Alex finished for me. "Mainly being big and grumpy." "That's it?" I shot him a withering look. There are a lot of people who'd fit that description, though I'd never say it to his face, particularly not with how much I loved and respected him. Those particular words would have summed up Bobby perfectly. "Maybe," Alex agreed, "but trolls are always in a grump, like, seriously. They could be lying in a hammock with a box of puppies, having just won a lifetime supply of ice cream, and they'd still find something to be mad about." A box of puppies. A thought struck. "Alex, when Jenna came over to help with Pongo, she mentioned the Ansell twins to me. She thought they might be the ones who dumped Pongo and that they might still have his mum." "She did?" He looked surprised, though whether that was from the abrupt change of subject or the subject itself, I wasn't sure. Rather than saying any more, he pointed to a track veering off the road a little way ahead. "You're going to need to pull up there." "Right," I said, though I wasn't ready to let the Ansell twins topic slide. "Yeah, she did. Don't suppose you have any idea where I might find them, do you?" I drew the car to a stop where he'd indicated, though even as the engine cut out, he still hadn't replied. "Alex, the Ansell twins?" "Right." Rather than answering, he stepped out of the car. Immediately, I did the same and quickly spun around to face him. One great advantage of having a small car like Maureen was that you could see right over the top of it. And what I saw was Alex, his gaze fixed elsewhere, as if deliberately avoiding mine. "Look, whatever it is you don't want to tell me," I started, only for him to shake his head. "Do you really think that's something you need to focus on now with everything else going on?" "What's that supposed to mean?" I bristled. "Pongo's happy and healthy with you, and I think maybe you just want to look into this as a distraction." "What?" I flinched, as if his words had physically impacted me. "I'm just saying you've got a lot going on. Just, you need to sort out the stuff with your mum, whatever's going on with Whip, and don't pretend it's nothing, because it's not." "It's none of your business," I reminded him. "It is if it affects my life and my friends, which it is doing. And let's be honest, facing up to issues isn't your strong point, judging by the way you fled the UK as soon as you returned." Anger flared within me. Alex had this infuriating ability to either calm and comfort me or drive me completely insane. Sometimes he managed to do both at once, especially when he had no business prodding into places I didn't need him to be. Maybe I had run away from life in the UK, but didn't I deserve to? My fiancé had dumped me, I'd found out my best friend had been hiding being a witch from me, and I couldn't go back to my job knowing what I now knew. I had to start over. The least I deserved was to do it somewhere the weather forecast wasn't constant grey and drizzly. "I'm sorry my actions didn't meet your approval," I snapped back. Rather than replying straight away, Alex let out a long sigh. "Evergreen, you know." "Do you at least know where the twins are?" I asked. My jaw locked. "I'm not asking for your permission here. All I want to know is if you can tell me where the twins are, and if you won't tell me, I'll find someone else that will." With a groan, he shook his head. "They tend to move about," he said. "Snake shifters don't need much space. We're on an island, they can't go that far." "Look at the number of trees." He gestured around us. "If those guys don't want to be found, you won't find them. But I'll keep my ear to the ground, see if I can find their current location. Then again, maybe it'll be easier to find out if there are any other Leonbergers on the island. I suspect they're a hell of a lot harder to hide than snake shifters." "Thank you," I said. "I'd appreciate that."
"That's what friends do. Help each other out."
He paused, his gaze intense. The anger that had fired within me only a moment ago wasn't forgotten. It was still trembling through my veins. But it was hard to maintain it, knowing everything he said only came from a place of love. As he continued to look straight at me, his expression softened, and his voice landed on something close to a whisper.
Whatever it is that happened, Elodie, you can tell me. You know you can tell me anything. I won't tell a soul. You know that.
I did. A huge part of me desperately wanted to spill everything I had learned. Alex would shoulder it, I knew he would. But then what would that say about us? That I trusted him more than my own boyfriend? No, that wasn't a thought I could handle. Instead, I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded towards the fence behind us. Come on, I said. Let's go find Mason. Chapter 19. Was I disappointed there was no sign of a bridge as we approached Mason Holroyd's house? Absolutely. He was a troll. The trolls I'd learned about in fairy tales came with a bridge. Always. But then the mermaids I knew rescued princesses and didn't attack people with their crazy venom. Still, Alex's earlier comment about Mason being less than friendly was reinforced by the sight of barbed wire strung along the top of a 6-foot fence. The man did not want visitors. The outer door was steel and led into an inner courtyard that, from where I was standing anyway, looked remarkably like a prison yard. As Pongo trotted to my side, I continued to survey the scene. Alex pressed his finger firmly against a buzzer beside the door, so small I hadn't even noticed it. Something told me that was deliberate.
Mason, it's Alex Yardley. I need to talk to you about a couple of things.
A silent pause followed. Well, maybe he's not in, I said.
Truck's in the driveway,
Alex replied with a shrug, gesturing to a beat-up, rust-covered specimen of a vehicle. I couldn't believe it still drove. Still, he pressed the buzzer again.
Mason, have you ever seen what lion claws do to electrics like the ones you've got on this gate? Makes a right mess of them. Pretty sure to get the gate open for me, and I'm here on official police business too, so I'm afraid you're the one that'd have to foot the bill, but that's what you'd rather.
A second later, the gate clicked and began to open. Alex threw me a grin. Just out of interest, how often do you threaten to turn into a lion and rip people's belongings to shreds? I asked.
As often as necessary,
he shrugged.
I aim for weekly, at least.
His grin widened, chasing away some of the earlier tension between us, as we walked into the courtyard. Only 2 steps later, a barn door opened. I froze. Alex? I tried to stop my voice from trembling. Is that a shotgun he's holding? Standing in the doorway was a behemoth of a man. Alex hadn't been joking when he described him as big and angry. He wasn't taller than Bobby, but he was 3 times as broad. Solid muscle, a wall of it.
Whatever you want, you're not getting a step further without a warrant, he said, and I recorded everything you said about threatening to damage my property. I'll be making a formal complaint.
Right. To the police, Alex said evenly.
I'll be sure to file that away in the things I don't care about folder.
Mason's scowl deepened. Alex may have claimed this troll didn't have any magical powers, but up against a man this size, I couldn't imagine Alex walking away from a fight without a few bruises, lion form or not. It was the shotgun that scared me most, though. Not for me. I hadn't put it to the test, but I was fairly sure Vamp Speed could dodge a bullet. But Alex and Pongo...
Got that on record, too.
Mason growled.
More for the same folder.
Alex grinned back. How the hell Mason hadn't lamped him already was a mystery to me, but it was definitely time I stepped in. Mason, I said, I'm sorry about my associate's tone. He's had a bad night's sleep. I shot Alex a glare, telling him to keep his mouth shut until I give him my approach a go. After all, maybe this method of riling Mason normally worked, but that didn't mean we couldn't try being a fraction more polite. We just want to ask for your help, that's all. We're after some information about the Suffo. I heard they had a meeting with you last night. The troll's shoulders shifted, his anger flicking up a notch as his top lip curled, exposing a row of yellow teeth.
Who told you that?
He growled. We have our sources, and we're not here to accuse you of anything. I just need to know what the purpose of your meeting was last night.
Purpose?
His expression was unreadable.
Yeah, what'd you talk about?
Alex added.
Was there a specific reason you held this meeting?
Mason's jaw locked.
None of your business. We've got as much right to meet as anybody. Oh, maybe so, Alex said, but it could be our business. You said you wanted a warrant. I can get it. No problem, particularly if you're refusing to help us when we're being perfectly polite. Wouldn't you say, Elodie? He looked at me. I think we're being very polite.
I didn't need him to speak to know what he was asking me to do. But was that really my best journalistic method? Intimidation? What happened to just getting a source on side? I think Mason knows he should tell us what we asked, right, Mason? I said softly back to the troll. You don't want this to escalate.
What I want is for you to get off my land,
he growled back, lifting up his shotgun. Yet before he could even point it, I had swept past, pulled it out of his hand, and was standing back beside Alex, fangs out, gun in my hand. The troll blanched. It was strange to consider a massive beast like that could actually be fearful of someone like me. But I guess size doesn't always matter. Come on, Mason, I said softly. Let's do this the easy way for all of us. What was the meeting about? He rolled his eyes.
You make it sound like it's sinister, like we're plotting something. Where are you?
Alex asked.
No, we talked about stuff, that's all.
What kind of things? I asked. The troll wrinkled his massive nose.
Life. Struggles.
Floyd Oakencroft. A series of extra creases formed on his already crumpled brow.
The Bridge Witch? Why we talk about him?
I don't know, you tell me, I asked. What did you talk about then?
I already told you this. We talked about life. Our lives.
His low voice was a grumble, yet I could hear the emotion resonating within it.
There's nowhere for us. Nowhere for the witches without magic, for the fairies that can't connect to the land. Nowhere for the shifters who can't shift.
So you just talk, I said, needing to clarify just once more.
That's it. There are minutes if you want, just some topics we want to return to. Sally Ansell takes them.
Ansell, I echoed. Maybe I didn't need Alex's help to find Pongo's mother after all. Thank you, we'll contact her and get those minutes, I said, but I also want a list of everyone who was at the meeting. The troll's face hardened.
No, not a chance.
This is a police investigation, I reminded him, completely ignoring the fact that I wasn't, and never had been, part of the police. The troll stepped forward, those yellow teeth back on display.
These people come to me with trust. Sometimes even their own family don't know magic skipped them. No chance I'm giving you those names. Next thing I know, you'll have a list of all the non-magical folk printed in that daily rag of yours, and even them that have been spared abuse will see what it's like being on that side of the fence.
His words hit hard. I was not about to be lumped in with Prue Parsons and her ridiculous gossip blog. We were a proper media outlet. We researched, we cited, and we published only once a week, not daily. Not only that, but the fact he recognized me was more than a slight shock. I'd assumed that I was still an unknown figure on the island, which made doing things like this, appearing to be working with the police, far easier. Just like with the siren issue, people could clam up when they knew it was a journalist they were talking to. I would never do such a thing. I responded to his comment. He scoffed.
Right, just like you two would never use your powers to threaten a defenseless citizen in his own home.
Defenseless wasn't a word I would ever use to describe someone like Mason. Not when I was pretty sure he could pick up an entire tree from its trunk and hurl it, roots and all, the length of a football field. And especially not when he had a shotgun in his house.
You've no idea what it's like being one of us,
he continued.
The ridicule we suffer, and from folk who've meant to love us. People who are meant to care.
A bitter crack broke in his throat.
We don't get the jobs, we miss out on rentals, ostracized just for existing. And the kids, these folks that have kids, it doesn't even matter if the magic flows to them. They still have to live with our shame, the bullying, missing out on teams, downright cruel.
I knew that Alex had said grumpy was a troll's default state, but that wasn't the emotion I could feel coming off Mason at that precise moment. This wasn't frustration or aggression. It was nothing but pure sadness. Desperation. We'll get those minutes from Sally, I repeated to him, trying not to let his current state affect my thinking. I couldn't afford to let sympathy cloud judgment, not when lives might be at stake. But if we need more, we will be back. And then, as if we were falling into some kind of double act, Alex stepped into line beside me.
And this time, we'll have a warrant,
he said. Chapter 20. So the troll has strong morals, I said to Alex as we got back in the car. Do you believe him?"
"About what?"
he asked. It was a good question. As much as I wanted to focus purely on the reason we'd gone to see Mason in the first place, I couldn't shake the feeling I'd left his home with that sadness that had radiated off him. It hadn't felt like a show, and if what he'd said was true, if children of Suffolk members were really being bullied, if whole families were missing out on jobs and housing just for being born without magic, then there were some serious cracks in Raven's Hollow which the paper needed to start exposing. But that wasn't why we'd gone there. Not today. "About not knowing anything to do with Floyd?" I said finally, dragging my thoughts back to the missing bridge witch. "Do you believe he had nothing to do with it?"
"Actually, I think I might,"
Alex said.
"He's always been miserable, but he's never been one to cause trouble. Kidnapping someone just doesn't seem like his style. Besides, I'm not sure how he'd have slipped off the bridge without drawing someone's attention. That size of his, that rust bucket truck. He can't even go into town without everybody noticing."
"He couldn't, but maybe one of the others could," I offered. "You said yourself snake shifters could go anywhere pretty much unseen. Who's to say she didn't get one of her brothers to take him? After all, if those men are the type of vile creatures who would ditch an innocent animal, how hard is it to imagine they'd kidnap a man?" Alex didn't respond. Instead, he visibly chewed the comment over.
"I think you might be clutching at straws just to have a reason to go after the Ansel brothers,"
he finally replied. "Maybe," I said. There was no point lying to him, not when I was already hiding so much. "But you'll help me find them. After all, Sally's your next lead on this, assuming you're not just going to take the troll's word for what their meeting was about."
"Probably need to feed back to the boss what we've learned first."
He glanced at me.
"Are you okay to drop me at the station? I can walk back for the paper if you'd rather not go back there."
There it was. Another subtle comment about Whip and me. Thankfully, this one was easy to avoid. "No, it's fine. I'll take you to the station. I want to see if anyone's turned up from the flyers." Silence settled between us. Less awkward than before, but after a moment, I broke it. "So, Dylan asked Chloe out."
"What?"
Alex's disbelief was quickly followed by a wide grin.
"Wow, he didn't waste any time."
"I think he was worried that she'd get back with Mick, or be scooped up by someone else if he didn't act fast." An easy smile rested on Alex's face.
"Have to admit, I didn't think I'd live to see the day he'd find the balls. What'd she say?"
"Nothing yet. She's still not sure how she feels. She doesn't want to mess up the friendship. I get it. But I think he's always been all in."
"Yeah, poor guy. Victim of unrequited love. Never easy, especially if you risk ruining the friendship."
He grinned at me, then seemed to realize how it sounded.
"Oh, sorry, I didn't mean. I wasn't talking about."
"I get it," I replied, trying to ignore the butterflies that had unexpectedly laid claim to my abdomen. "And yeah, I don't know how anyone couldn't feel sorry for Dylan. The way he's been pining for her. Fingers crossed they make it work. She trusts him, and that's the most important thing. Must be nice." I didn't realize quite how wistfully the words had left me. Not until I noticed how Alex was staring at me.
"You don't trust him?" he said. "What happened?"
"I didn't say that," I replied hastily, shaking my head.
"No, but good enough. Look, I know I keep asking this, but you sure you don't want to tell me what's going on? Might be good to have someone to let it all out to."
He was right. Things did feel better when you had someone else's perspective on matters. I knew that from experience. But it didn't change the fact that I was going to keep this to myself. Oh, ignore me, I'm just thinking out loud. Stuff with my mum makes it hard, I guess. And Andy. A hint of a smile curved his lips.
"Just so you know, I don't believe you at all. But if you don't want to talk, it's cool. I'll be here when you're ready. You know that."
He paused, his lips pressing together. As much as I wished it weren't the case, I could see there was something else on the tip of his tongue. "What is it?" I asked. "What is it you want to say?"
"I was just going to ask if you mentioned to anyone else about that other thing. About what happened with Inez. I was thinking it's something you really should look into, but only when you're ready. It's got to mean something. About your heritage, about why the sunlight wards fade so quickly on you."
I suspected he was right. It definitely wasn't normal for vampire blood to heal people, or werewolves, but finding out more would mean discussing it with other people. People I trusted who could actually help. And at the minute, that section of the Venn diagram was incredibly small. "No," I said, "there's a bit too much going on for that right now."
"Fair enough, but I was thinking. Arabella's pretty knowledgeable, bit of a bookworm, reads everything, and she's from a long line of witches. I could ask her some questions. Hypothetically, of course.
You'll hypothetically ask your situationship about me and my powers? I glared at him. No, I think I'll take a rain check on that, thank you. I don't know why I'd responded quite so curtly, but the new silence that settled over the car wasn't nearly as comfortable as the ones we usually shared. Fortunately, we weren't that far from the station, and when we took the turn into the car park, something else caught both our attention. Whose van's that? There was no need to clarify which vehicle I was talking about. A distinct blue VW camper, with pink bumpers and several white flower motifs, was parked out front of the station. I definitely recognized it, though who it belonged to, I didn't know.
Looks like Naira,
Alex answered. A journalistic tingle took hold of me, pushing any awkwardness out of the way. Think she got pulled in by the appeal, or maybe she's brought in someone who has.
Only one way to find out. You coming in?
Offering him a look, implying that wasn't a question that needed answering, I unclipped my belt.
Maybe I should just clear a space on my desk for you to move in permanently.
Maybe now's not the best time for that, I muttered. When it came to the witch, Naira, I wasn't sure where we stood. There was a time when I'd first moved here that I pictured us becoming friends. We sat on the beach together and she talked me through the ward she placed on me, explaining how to know that it was working. And during that conversation, I'd felt a connection to her, one I'd hoped would grow. But things had changed. For one, she hadn't just placed a sunlight ward on me. She secretly searched for any hint that I might be a different kind of mystic, all at Whip's request, and had told me nothing about it at the time. Of course, back then, I thought I was a remarkable human before I turned, but the issues with Inez and the wards, and the added fact that the vampire who turned me died in doing so, was making me second-guess that, even though she'd found nothing out of the ordinary. Then there was my mother. Naira had knowingly glamoured her for over a decade so she could pass as an elf. And while Naira hadn't known Amira was my mother, my trust in her was now very much in question. And given that, maybe others had been wrong to place their trust in her too. Like Floyd, perhaps. Pongo didn't need to be told to get out of the car. Instead, he bounded towards the front door, where he plopped down and waited for the rest of us to catch up. As we opened the door, we were almost barreled over by Raquel. Great, she said, looking at Alex. You're back. You can take over. If I stay in there any longer, I swear I'm going to end up with a perforated eardrum. It's noisy? I asked. She let out a slight huff. Well, that's one way of putting it. Clearly as confused as I was, Alex opened his mouth to question what she meant. Meanwhile, I turned up the vamp sensors and tuned into the sounds coming from inside the building. It took less than a heartbeat to find out what Raquel was talking about. Someone inside the building was crying. Very, very loudly. Chapter 21. Rather than heading into the offices where the source of the crying was coming from, Alex beckoned Josephina over.
What's happened?
He asked.
Is it Floyd?
The ghost shook her head, which created an unexpected flurry of cool air. Maybe that was one of the reasons Pongo liked her so much. It had to be more than a little warm under all that fur of his. Maybe she acted like a portable air conditioner for him. No, not Floyd. Someone else has gone missing too. Or at least that's what it sounded like. I can't be completely sure. I've only caught little snippets. Accidentally, of course, she added. Clearly, the way I'd responded to her mentioning eavesdropping on Whip and me had created a chip on her shoulder. Still, another person was missing? I didn't wait for Alex to lead the way. I went straight through the doors and into the communal space of the station. Only, it was empty. The place, where Alex and Raquel spent most of their time, was the largest part of the station, but it wasn't the only room. Whip's office was just off to the side. I'd also been in one of the cells. Not my proudest moment, but not something I was to blame for, given that I'd been possessed by a demon and everything. Right now, though, the voices were coming from Whip's office. When Whip and I had first got together, which really wasn't as long ago as it felt, I'd promised that I would never listen in on police conversations to help a story. But that was before I knew what he'd been doing to me. Besides, this wasn't about a story. This was about trying to help Floyd and the other missing person. I wasn't like Prue, who was content with ruining lives to make sure they got the scoop. I did my job to help people, And if my vamp powers allowed me to do that more efficiently, then surely only a fool wouldn't use them. The minute I saw the flyer, I just knew. She'd been taken. She has, hasn't she? Someone took over the bridge. That's why you want witnesses.
There could be a lot of different matters at play right now, Talia.
Whip replied to the voice I didn't recognize.
Let's just get the details down. The police are going to look into this, I promise, but I need to know the details. When did you last see her?
From the weariness in his tone, it was clear he dealt with a lot of sobbing already. And several more wheezing breaths followed. He is right, Talia. You need to tell him everything. Naira's voice completed the trio of heartbeats I could hear in the room. Doesn't matter how small the detail. It might be useful. With another sniff, Talia finally began speaking. Last night, about 10ish. That was when I last saw her. She was talking on the phone. I came down this morning and found she left her lunch in the fridge, so I messaged, but I had no reply. She always messages me back. Always.
Who's in there?
Alex asked, offering me a side-eye. For a split second, I thought about lying. But he knew me better than that. Naira's with someone called Talia. Someone else is missing.
Talia, she's part of her coven, I think.
Alex replied. Shh. I hadn't planned on giving him quite such a curt instruction, but I couldn't listen to two things at once, and with him talking, I couldn't hear what was going on inside the room.
So you're saying she should be at work with you now?
Whip asked. I assumed the question was directed at Naira, and sure enough, she was the one to reply. She's never more than a little late, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, but not late enough to miss appointments. I don't think she's missed or cancelled a single one since she started working for me. The phone on the desk rang out next to me. I shot Alex a look, telling him to get it so I could carry on listening.
And you've checked with friends and family?
Whip asked, continuing the conversation. Talia let out a scoff. Friends? Well, Claudette hardly sees any of them anymore. I hardly see her anymore. Probably wouldn't see her at all if I didn't let her have that boyfriend of hers over. Honestly, I know the Oakencroft name used to hold a lot of weight about these parts, but if you ask me, they're more trouble than they're worth these days. Especially that Travis. I don't understand what she sees in him.
Travis Oakencroft?
Whip's voice held the same hitch I felt in my chest, and apparently it showed, as Alex shifted beside me, placing the phone back on the receiver, without uttering a single word.
What is it? What did they say?
Claudette, that's Talia's daughter. Apparently she's seeing another member of the Oakencroft family, and she's gone missing.
What about him?
He asked. But I didn't bother replying. And not only because I didn't know the answer. I was back listening in on Whip, although there was little need. I already knew what his next question was going to be.
Have you heard from Travis at all?
He asked. All our minds had gone to the same place.
Do you know if he's missing too?
I tried messaging him, calling him too, Talia replied. But it's all gone straight to voicemail and the messages are still unread. But what would you expect from a layabout like him? Been sponging off my Claudette for almost a year now. It's her I'm worried about.
So you haven't heard from him either?
Whip's voice sounded even and measured, and yet I could feel the energy radiating from him, and I knew exactly what he was thinking. This story wasn't just a case of the bridge witch disappearing anymore. It looked like someone might be targeting the entire family. Chapter 22. It was only a few minutes later that Whip and Naira walked out of the questioning room, accompanied by a tiny woman with jet-black eyes. My assumption, given how Naira had brought Talia in, and how Claudette worked for her, was that this new missing person was another witch, a fact that had been reinforced when I learned she was dating an Oakenfold. But by the dark colour of the woman's irises, she was a member of the Onyx Wolves. Could wolves be mothers to witches? I had no idea. I should have made a list of things I didn't know about the paranormal world to ask my colleagues. But currently, the questions were coming so thick and fast, I wasn't sure I'd have enough time to write them all down, let alone ask them. Elodie. Naira flashed a quick smile as she saw me, but I didn't reciprocate. She and I needed to have a serious conversation at some point, but this wasn't the time.
Your best bet is to wait at home in case she comes back, Whip said to Talia. Keep trying her on the phone if you want, but don't worry. We're going to be looking into it, and we'll send someone over to Travis's now, just to check she's not there.
You know, they could have just slept in. Phone's on silent. Naira said. You know what it's like being young and in love, wanting to spend every second together? Whip's eyes flashed to me, and even though the moment lasted less than a second, I felt it too. The ache that stretched between us. That desperation to go back to that feeling. Not Claudette. Talia shook her head, her voice breaking the moment between Whip and me. Not missing work, and she knows how I feel about him. No, something bad's happened. I can feel it. A wobble started in her throat. Tears filled her eyes, and I was sure I wasn't the only one who could sense that the wailing was about to begin again. But before it did, Naira had her hands on the wolf's shoulder. Why don't you wait for me in the car? She said softly. There are just a couple of things I need to talk to him about. Town boards, that type of thing. Talia didn't look convinced, and I was sure that, as a werewolf, she was able to tell that Naira was lying the same way I could. But she didn't protest. Instead, she moved towards the door. Could you give Josephina any details you have for Travis while you're in reception, please? Whip added. An address, telephone number, anything you've got? Talia nodded and opened the door, leaving the four of us standing there. Whip's eyes turned to me. I assume I don't need to tell you what the conversation was about? He said. It wasn't a quiet conversation, I bristled. His lips pursed, but rather than responding, he turned to Alex. Looks like this might be more than just a single missing person case, he said. I need you to get to Travis Oakencroft's house. See if he's there. If not, I want his last known location, anyone who saw him, and I want you to check on the rest of the Oakencrofts. See if any others of them are missing. Oakencrofts are missing? Naira said, her eyes widening for a second before her jaw fell open. Floyd? No, that's what the flyers were about. The reason the bridge is closed. What happened? We don't know right now, Whip replied. And speculating won't help anything. Just keep an eye on Talia and let me know the second anything crops up. Sure thing. She moved to the door, only for a thought to strike me. Naira? She turned back to look at me. Amira needs to see you about a ward today. It's urgent. The witch nodded. She called this morning. I've got it booked in for 3 this afternoon, she replied. Good. As she moved towards the door, I turned to face Whip, just so he knew exactly what ward it was I was talking about. If, for some reason, Amira didn't get around to getting it done, hopefully the fact that Whip thought she had would be enough to keep him from using his powers on her again. As Naira disappeared outside, tensions rippled through the room. I'd left Pongo outside in the foyer with Josephina, but now I wished I hadn't. Doesn't look like the Suffo are up to anything nefarious, Alex said, clearing his throat in a way that implied he was speaking deliberately to avoid the tension. But there are a couple of leads I'd like to follow up, just to be sure. What happened with the mayor? For the second time in as many minutes, Whip's lips twisted, and I found myself thinking of that dimple of his. A single dimple on his left cheek that would appear when he offered me a grin. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen it. A strange ache spread through my chest, that only intensified as his gaze landed on me. This isn't something I want in the press. If I tell you, it doesn't go out of the room. Nerves churned through me. Had our relationship crumbled so quickly that Whip didn't trust me not to go running to Bobby with the first hint of a story? Given that I had just listened in on a private interview, I guess maybe it had. Still, I nodded. The mayor was driving back to town. She'd been off island for a meeting with the GPC. GPC? Why were there so many acronyms in Raven's Hollow? I was hearing more of them than I ever had before. Global Paranormal Council, Alex said. Global? Considering most countries struggle to agree on matters, I couldn't imagine how a council could effectively work on a global scale. But like so many questions that flicked into my head mid-conversation, this didn't feel like the right time to say as much. Given how many incidents have happened in Raven's Hollow over the last few weeks, the Ren Belkin murder, demon possession, and out-of-control wolves, the Magical Council feels they need to bring in some new leadership. You mean the mayor's going to lose her job? I was hit by a wall of surprise, and unsure of how I felt about it. I definitely wasn't the mayor's biggest fan. If she'd acted better towards the wolves and their hunting grounds, then the issue with the Amber Pack might never have arisen, which, in turn, would have meant Inez wouldn't have been possessed by a demon. It wasn't hard to see how a lot of the issues could be traced back to poor leadership. But from an unbiased viewpoint, I couldn't imagine she had a particularly easy job. Whip's face was solemn, but it was the tension radiating from Alex that made me realize I was missing something. Finally, Whip spoke.
Not just the mayor,
he said.
They're discussing replacing me, too.
Chapter 23. Silence whirled around us. Whip was going to lose his job. That didn't seem possible. Regardless of what he'd done to me, he did a great job of controlling issues in Raven's Hollow. I'm sure a lot of that was probably due to his abilities as a siren, but still, he always put the town's interests first. He had a flat above the station, for crying out loud, and he'd been the only chief to offer Josephina a job and see her as something more than just an annoying ghost with a YouTube habit, even if she was. Who could they get to replace him? Someone who didn't know the island? Who didn't know the people on it? How could that possibly make things better? My heart dropped, and for the first time all day, I found myself wanting a moment alone with him, wanting to check he was okay.
I should head to Travis's.
Alex spoke behind us, reminding me that he was still there.
See what I can find. I'll ring you as soon as I know anything.
Sure, thanks, Whip replied. But his eyes didn't so much as glance in Alex's direction. They were trained solely on me. Half a minute later, the door swung shut, and he and I were alone. What will you do? I asked, my voice close to a whisper. If you lose your job, what will you do?
I don't know. Look for Kate, I guess. In some ways, it'll be easier if I've not got ties here.
Wow. The bluntness in his words struck like a hammer in my chest. So at least I knew where I stood now. Not a tie. Good to know. Whip shook his head, momentarily pressing his hands against his eyes.
I'm sorry, Elodie. I didn't mean you. I'm just a mess, okay?
He stepped forward until he was standing only inches away from me. He wanted to be held, for me to hold him and tell him he was all right. I knew that was what he wanted because it was what anyone with a heart in that situation would want. And it was still there, of course, that burning attraction I felt towards him, that desperate urge to take his hands or to intertwine my fingers with his, draw him into me and kiss him so deeply he could forget anything that worried him. And I, in turn, could forget all the hurt he had caused. But that was just illusion talking. I'm sorry about the job thing, I said, trying to stay in the moment, trying not to let my feelings take control entirely, especially when it was clear that was exactly what he was doing. I know how much this job means to you. A sad scoff left his throat.
Not half as much as you mean to me,
he replied. My insides corkscrewed. I didn't want to talk about this, and yet he was as stubborn as I was. This was how I'd been, refusing to be distracted from talking about the Ansell twins.
I gal much I messed up, Elodie, and I know you don't want me to say the words now. I get that, and I won't. I won't say them until you're ready to hear them, but that doesn't mean I don't feel them. It doesn't mean it's not real. I want to be wherever you are. If that means staying in Raven's Hollow, even without my job, I'll do it. You just say the words. I'll do it for you. I'll do anything for you.
You'll give up searching for your sister? I asked. There was no way I expected him to answer that, and I wasn't sure I even wanted him to. Blinking away the heaviness that had looked around us, I shuffled back slightly. What do you need to do now? I asked, in my most proactive voice. How can I help? He nodded, acknowledging there was no point in pressing the moment between us.
Helping the guys solve this case would be great, he said finally, before more people go missing. And without putting yourself in danger, that would be a good start.
Okay, well, I'll help if I can. Actually, I would have done that even if you hadn't asked.
Never want to miss out on the story?
He smirked, and the tiniest hint of a dimple appeared, causing an irritating swarm of butterflies to once again storm my abdomen. Something like that, I replied, wishing I could push the feeling away. The tension had returned between us and was begging me to step back closer to him, begging me to forgive him, or maybe that was just his powers. I should head back to the paper, not because of you, I added hurriedly. Regardless of whether Sophie are involved, if what Mason the Troll said is true, then there are people in Raven's Hollow suffering from ridiculous discrimination. And that's not okay. I need to look into it. find out how far this discrimination goes. As for Floyd, I'm hoping you'll keep me in the loop with things. Professionally.
Professionally?
I could see the way the word pained him, and yet he nodded and paused a moment before he spoke again.
Can I message you later?
Just don't be surprised if I'm not ready to reply. As I turned to leave, he spoke one last time.
Is it strange that I miss you already? He said. That it feels like we'll never get it back to like it was?
My heart throbbed. I had no idea how to reply, and so I said the only thing I could. I miss you too. Outside the station, I pulled out my car keys, ready to get into Maureen, only to hesitate. I've been in the car plenty today. I needed to be on my feet, give my body a chance to reset, and it wasn't like it was a long walk back to fetch her later. So I started the journey on foot, although my body felt unreasonably heavy, as did my head. It was like they both had too much information and couldn't cope with carrying it all. The thought of Whip leaving Raven's Hollow left a gaping hole in my chest that made me close to nauseous. He was central to my life around here, but what did that mean? That I forgave him? That I could see that we had a future together? I couldn't answer that for sure. All I knew was that I wasn't ready to be done with him yet. At least I know you'll never lie to me, I said, as I glanced down at Pongo. I mean, you can't even hide from me when you've stolen something the way your tail starts wagging. He looked up, those big brown eyes softening my heart. We walked at a leisurely pace, not because I didn't want to get back to the office, but simply because I was trying to mull over everything I was thinking. Still, as we reached Weirdo's, I paused. Did I need another coffee? No. But could I do with a lift? Yes. Though I'd have to make sure there was only a single shot of blood in there. The last thing I needed was another sleepless night. As I stepped inside, I was hit by a sudden wall of aroma, sweet baked pastries, fresh bread, and of course, beautifully brewed coffee. The scents alone were almost enough to make me feel a little better. And hoping that maybe lifting everybody's mood would lift mine, I decided to order a box of muffins. There may have only been 6 of us in the office, but considering there was a half minotaur and a werewolf with a bottomless pit of a stomach in there, a dozen was a must. They'd probably only last 5 minutes, but at least it would be something. Omar, the unexpectedly large hummingbird shifter who owned the place, offered me a weather-beaten smile. While his mouth curved upwards, there was a definite weariness that gave the impression he was having to force a sunny disposition as part of the job, rather than because he actually felt cheery.
Elodie?
He greeted me with a nod.
What can I get you?
Hey, Omar, can I get one? Before I got a single part of my order out, the landline rang loudly on the side of the wall. You want to get that? I said to Omar. I can wait. Rather than looking grateful, he let out a long sigh before lifting the phone off the hook, then placing it down again a moment later.
Prank call. Had 'em all morning. Would unplug the darn thing, but I got orders that come through too. Time wasters.
Have you thought about letting the station know? I asked. I think there's a bit of it going around.
They got bigger things to deal with, I'm sure.
He grumbled, offering yet another sigh, before apparently remembering where he was, and that his current mood wasn't the one he was supposed to show front of house. Now, he plastered his smile back on.
What can I get you?
I just placed my order, which included every muffin they had on offer, when a figure sidled up beside me. Miss Evergreen. I turned to find Erica, the wolf shifter from that morning, standing next to me. I was just going to come to the paper to see you about... She glanced around. You know what? See if there's any more news. And I wondered perhaps you'd spoken to Arabella about talking at the school, you know? I sucked in a breath and forced myself to smile. She meant well, I reminded myself. Erica was a good person, a school teacher who just wanted to help, but for once, it would have been lovely to come into Weirdo's, get my drink, and not have to face anyone. Right, yes, sorry. I'll be honest, it completely slipped my mind, I replied to her, seeing no point in lying. The shifter's face fell. But I don't think it would have been possible this trip anyway, I added quickly. Arabella's got a very tight schedule, but maybe I could get a number for you to contact her on, or an email address? See if she could do something online with the class. Speaking of which, is school out already? She frowned. No, not yet. she said. What about you? Are you done for the day? No, I'm just fetching a few things for the paper, I said, as Omar placed a tray of muffins on the counter in front of me. Still got a few hours left there yet, I told her. Well, maybe I could walk back with you, she said. There was no polite way in the world of saying no, so I smiled and paid for my order, and less than a minute later, we were walking side by side down the road. So I was making a list of people or paratypes that might benefit from abducting Floyd. You were? I said. A bashful smile colored her cheeks. Well, I know I'm not a journalist or anything. I'm sure it's not anywhere near as detailed as the one you've come up with yourself, but he's one of the strongest witches on the island. I can't believe it's just random. Anyway, I've got it here. She pulled out a notebook and pen, further solidifying the image of a teacher I had of her. Shall I leave it with you, or do you want me to go through it? She opened the page, and I took it. My instinct was to say to leave it with me, but before I even glanced at the names, I knew that wasn't going to be enough. I needed her reasoning. Maybe we could just go through quickly, I said. Course, but maybe we should head to the paper or my place. I live just around the corner. You never know who's listening in somewhere like this. There was no denying that she was right. With so many powers, supernatural hearing especially, eavesdropping was easy. The only way to guarantee privacy was by warding whatever building you were in. Being in her own home was at least better than standing out here. I contemplated taking her to the paper instead. After all, it wasn't far. But I'd only seen small parts of Ravens Hollow's communities, and I wasn't going to give up the chance to see another. Why don't we go to yours? I said. Great, she said, smiling broadly. It's just a little way up the hill. Chapter 24. Just up the hill turned out to be one hell of a climb. And it wasn't like it was on a nice pathway either. Rocky ledges, bramble-covered paths, snapping branches. Something told me that had I not been here, Erica may well have shifted into her wolf form, or had at least done so several times previously while making this journey. By contrast, Pongo had no issues whatsoever. Although it wasn't possible, I could have sworn there was almost a gloat in the way he was walking over the rocks and around the tree trunks. It was true, if this had been a clear path, I could have vamped, sped, and had no problem whizzing through the undergrowth. But any time I even attempted to pick up my speed, I caught something, whether it was the fabric of my jeans or my hair on one of the twigs. It was just easier to go slowly. With every stumble, the muffin box bumped up and down. I could only imagine the state they'd be in by the time I got back, and while I was sure Diego wouldn't mind, my feel-good deed was feeling less and less so with every meter we ascended. Finally, the space cleared into an opening where a small red brick cottage sat on its own. The garden outside was neatly manicured, with flower boxes at the windows, and a large mat saying "Everyone Welcome" on the doorstep. This is lovely, I said, surprised by the rustic charm of the building. Well, thank you, it's been in my family for generations. We used to have a lot more land, but we sold that off over the years. Now, come in. Don't worry about taking your shoes off. I got 2 kids who don't seem to understand the no shifting in the house rule. Now, what can I get you to drink? I keep the fridge stocked with everything. You never know who's going to drop by. Although I'll have to defrost some of the red stuff if y'all want that. Defrosted blood. Probably my least favorite way of drinking it. Something about the unnaturally warm temperature made it even more cloying than normal. But given that I'd already polished off my entire weirdo's cappuccino in a matter of gulps so that I could use both hands on the box during the climb, I really didn't need anything anyway. Still, I didn't want to be rude and refuse anything. Glass of water would be lovely, I said. And actually, do you have a bowl? I'm sure he could do with some too. Erica glanced down at Pongo and smiled. I expect I'll find y'all a treat too, she said, eliciting a large tail wag from the Leon burger. Inside, her house was organized but homely. Countless pictures hung on the wall. Pictures of the children I recognized from earlier that morning. There were also pictures drawn in crayon. Stickmen, animals, sunrises, and landscapes. All pictures I assume had been done by the children, but framed and hung like professional pieces of art. The bookshelves were loaded too, with a fair amount of fiction and children's books amongst the non-fiction, and there was a stack of notebooks in the corner, and another on the sofa, several coloured pens sitting on top of the stack. Though it was absolutely wrong of me, I had expected the space to smell more wolf-like, perhaps a little of wet dog. Yet there was none of that. It certainly lacked the taxidermy smell of Inez's place, or her old place. After being expelled from the wolf pack, there was no chance that she could ever go back there again. "So I thought you needed to be back at school this morning?" I asked Erica, as she returned to the room. "Isn't that why you came back through so early?" "Yes. Yeah, of course it was," she said, handing me my glass of water. "But as soon as we realized Floyd wasn't there and John had to walk back over the bridge, I called them and said there'd been an emergency. School had already started by the time I saw you. Early mornings for the teacher, you know. I was going to call him when we were done so I could go back in, but, well, I don't..." She swallowed. "I don't have emergencies very often. Ever, actually. I don't get sick. I can't remember the last time I took a day off work, so I just, well, didn't go in. I knew my classes would be covered and everything." She shook her head before offering a nervous smile. "You won't tell them or anything, will you? I'd hate them to think badly of me. I just needed a little time today, that's all." "Don't worry, I won't say anything," I told her. "Your secret's safe with me." I couldn't say the same for all the people who'd seen her in Weirdos when we were there, but I intended to keep my word. I had friends back in England who were teachers, and sure, they got the long holidays, but it wasn't like they could choose when those holidays were. Countless people had to miss friends' and families' weddings and special occasions because they couldn't get days off. From what I'd heard, taking time off when you were sick was almost as tough as being ill at work, what with all the cover work that had to be set. And then there was the stress of the job itself, trying to control ever-growing class sizes with limited resources, marking, reports, parents' evenings. No, I couldn't blame her for taking that bit of time at all. "Here, let me move those so y'all got a bit more room to sit." After placing Pongo's water bowl down on the ground, she shuffled a few notebooks so I could sit on the sofa. "So you want to know about this list?" she asked, as I sat down. A flurry of relief billowed through me. I wanted to get straight to the point as quickly as possible, but without looking rude, and I'd already lost a fair chunk of time getting here. The sooner I could get back to the paper with some information, the better. "Well, that'd be great," I said. "There are still quite a few people in town I don't know, so maybe you could fill me in on why you put them on the list too?" "Yeah, absolutely." She handed me the piece of paper, which I unfolded. Immediately, one thing struck me. The first 10 names all have the same surname. Oakencroft. "Yes," she said, her gaze holding mine. "I believe it was a member of his own family that took him." Chapter 25. One by one, I scanned the names on the list. I hadn't realized there were so many Oakencrofts in Raven's Hollow yet. Before I could say as much, another thought struck. My back stiffened as the hairs rose on the back of my neck. "How did you know Floyd was taken?" I said, looking back at Erica. "That's not public information." She swallowed, her eyes shifting away from me. "Yeah, no, I know it's not. I'm rather good at computing." It took longer than it should have done to join the dots. "You hacked into the police computer system?" "I wouldn't call it hacking," she said emphatically. "Like I said, I just wanted to check, that was all, I promise. I've not done it before. I wasn't even sure it would work, but, well, I guess it was easier than I thought. But I deleted all my access now, I promise." I wasn't sure I believed her, and the look of the innocent schoolteacher had definitely shifted somewhat. Still, she seemed invested in the situation, and the fact that she had this list before she'd even seen me was something I felt I needed to look into. "I didn't think Floyd had that many relatives on the island. That's why we couldn't scribe for them. Well, they're all from the same side," she said. "They're his nephew, his great-nephews, great-nieces, his nieces. Why do you think it's a member of the family?" She pressed her lips tightly together before glancing out the window, as if to check if anyone was out there. "This morning," her voice was hushed, "y'all remember how I said none of the other Oakencrofts were as powerful as Floyd? Well, magical transference is far easier to do when they're members of the same family. Magical transference. I was pretty sure I knew what that meant, but I didn't want to misinterpret anything. I needed her to spell it all out for me. Right, taking the magic from one witch and passing it to another. Far easier when it's a member of the same family. It could be another witch, but the magic is far trickier. Then again, they'd have to be incredibly powerful to have overthrown Floyd and knocked his wand out of his hands. Off his person, so you never know. And you don't think he could have just thrown it? I said hopefully. In response to my question, Erica offered me a look, with raised eyebrows, forehead tilted slightly forward, and I got the impression it was the type of look she frequently gave to students in her class when they said something ridiculous. Why would a witch throw away their wand? No, that doesn't make sense at all. And neither does Floyd leaving his post. No, he won't ever leave that post. Y'all gotta know that. Another witch wanting his power is the most obvious reason for his disappearance. So that's why you think his family is behind it. Right, she agreed. A family member or a witch with enough magic to take his wand off him. She shivered visibly. And a dark witch, too. Consider something like that. And are there such witches in Raven's Hollow? She let out a short, doubtful laugh. If there are, they're not going to announce themselves, that's for certain. I took a moment to ponder what she'd said so far, but it was harder than I'd have liked. The sun was beaming through the windows, prickling at my arms in a way that wasn't good news at all. The sunlight Ward and Ira had placed on me when I first arrived was meant to last 6 months, but from the stinging sensation spreading over my skin, I had a feeling that wasn't going to be the case. With everything else going on, that was the last thing I needed. Let me make sure I'm getting this right, I said, verbally piecing the fragments I had together. A member of his family would be the easiest assumption to make because it would be easier to transfer his power to them, and they don't have much magic of their own. Exactly, and it would be easier for one of his kin to disarm him. Trick him, you know? We all know Floyd relies heavily on his wand. Too heavily, some may say. Not that I want to judge. I don't know about these things at all, but it would make sense. If they knew him, he knew them. They could get close enough they could knock the wands out of his hand and grab him. Assuming everything she told me, from the Oakencroft family magic to Floyd's use of a wand, and therefore the likelihood that he would be very protective of it, was true, then it did make sense. So maybe finding Travis and the other Oakencrofts was the key to finding Floyd. Okay, so along with his family, what about these other names? I asked. I'm assuming they're all witches too? She shook her head. No, he was by the water, so we can't discount waterfolk. I know you had a little run-in with a certain merman when you moved here, but the actual merfolk of Raven's Hollow are very amiable. The Selkies, on the other hand. The Selkies? My eyebrows rose. They're Selkies. Very elusive lot. Erica continued, always fearful that someone's going to steal their pelts and keep them in human state forever. They are? With every conversation, I learned more and more about the paranormal world, and also discovered how woefully ignorant I was. They are, she said firmly. I nodded, trying to look like this wasn't all new to me. It's possible they were bribing Floyd, or trying to at least. The pelts have limited magic, you see. It's a one-time bond, like fated mates. Only with fated mates, you hope the universe has picked someone well for you. With Selkies, well, the choice is yours. And if you make the wrong one, you're stuck with it for life. I've heard of at least a couple of unhappy Selkie marriages in town. It's possible they thought Floyd's magic might be able to reverse the bond and separate them. As she paused for breath, I tried to digest everything she told me. From the way she explained things so clearly, I had no doubt Erica was an excellent teacher, but I couldn't help wondering if she'd missed her calling in investigative journalism. She fit right in. Either that, or she could consider writing a novel. Okay, so how would we go about finding those Selkies? I asked. She shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. They could be migratory. Don't really consider any fixed place their home. Meaning if they did take Floyd, then who knows where he may be. So not a great lead to follow then. I sighed. Sorry about that. She let out a sigh of her own to match mine. I wasn't thinking about logistics, more just viable suspects. So yes, maybe a novelist would be the best option. It's still helpful, very helpful, I said. I returned to the list, continued to scan down the names, until another caught my eye. The Ansell twins? My gaze sprang up to meet her. Why have you got their names on here? Do you think they've done something? With a groan, she rolled her eyes. Whenever there's trouble, the Ansell twins are about. They're even slipperier than the Selkies. Not sure how you get your hands on them. Honestly, I'm embarrassed to be related to them. You're related to the Ansell twins? I asked. How? I hoped the question didn't seem rude, but I'd always thought that what animal shifter you were was genetic. But maybe I was wrong. Oh, through marriage, Erica explained. Sally is my sister-in-law. Well, she's my husband's sister-in-law. Does that make sense? Lovely woman. Don't deserve the brother she's got. Sally Ansell, Sophie member, sister of the Ansell twins and fabulous sister-in-law. At some point I had to meet this woman, if only to find out more about Pongo's family. Still, like Alex said, I had other things to deal with right now. So there are a few more potential suspects here, I said, pulling myself back to the story, as I stared at the last name on the page. Mixers? I said. It didn't feel like a name, but then I'd been dating a man called Whip, so who was I to judge? I assume that doesn't mean soft drinks to be had with alcohol. What are they? You mean, who are they? She replied. I nodded, feeling the colour flood my cheeks. I really needed to get a grip on political correctness in the para world before I accidentally offended someone who could do me some serious harm. Mixers of paranormal folk who feel that we should be able to mix with the tip world openly. There are people who think that, I said, unable to hide my shock. Oh, absolutely. Some already do. Lots have tip partners, though the GPC comes down on anyone who tries to make it open. Don't mean they don't try. And there are people like that here on the island. It was a hard piece of knowledge to swallow, but not because I thought it was wrong. Openness, in my mind, was always a good thing. But when I told my ex-fiancé Andy what I was, he had immediately ended our relationship. They don't exactly out themselves, she replied, but I'm sure your links at the paper or the police station will have some ideas who they might be. I'm sure you're right, I said. And you think they could be behind it because if the ward goes down, then the whole tip world's going to see where we are. Her words caused a deep coldness to penetrate through me. Could someone really do that? Could they have kidnapped Floyd just to expose the para community? I didn't need to contemplate the answer. I knew long ago that if people's convictions were strong enough, they could do anything, regardless of how wrong it might be for the greater population. These are just the names that sprang to mind this afternoon. Erica broke the silence that had started to settle. I'm sure more will come to me. I could always email them when they do. That would be great. Thank you. Silence fell, and she glanced at the pile of notebooks beside her. Well, I should be getting back to this, she said. I can't take a day off and not do my marking. And don't worry, I won't say anything about Floyd to anyone. She tapped her nose, another gesture I suspected she did with children in her class. Well, thank you. She stood up, indicating my time there was done. Do you know your way back into town okay? I can walk with you. I smiled, appreciating the offer, but wanting some time alone to digest everything I'd just learned. I'm sure Pongo and I can work it out. Thank you again, Erica. The pleasure is all mine, although... Her voice faded. Yes? I said. What is it? Well, about that number for Arabella Willowwood? I smiled. She really did love what she did, and the witchy world. I could see a bit of myself in that. The refusal to give up on something you knew would make a difference to your job. I'll get it from my colleague as soon as I can. Just drop me your email so I know where to send it, I told her. Oh, while you're at it, could you put Sally's number in the message too? Sally? She questioned. You don't think she's involved in this case, do you? No, I assured her. Even though I wasn't sure I was telling the truth. There's just something I want to check in with her about. Nothing to do with the case at all. Well, I'm sure you'll love her. She's great. Let me get her number. I'll email it to you now. Chapter 26. On the walk back, I was grateful for the cloud cover. As much as I wanted to believe the prickling was in my imagination, I knew it wasn't. It was the kind of sting you got after too long in the summer sun as a human. Not painful, but far from pleasant. A warning that if you didn't get out soon, you'd be in real trouble. But it wasn't like I'd walked that far. Still, I did half regret my decision to leave Maureen at the police station. although the worst case scenario was I'd have to wait until it was dark before I left the paper. Although that meant assuming I wouldn't get another scoop that I'd want to head out and follow. The need to get my ward topped up reminded me that I needed to speak to Naira on a personal level. Not to mention check in with Amira and ensure she had got warded. I also needed to make some proper time for Chloe, check how she was doing, breakup-wise as well as with the Dylan situation, and I needed to call Alex to see if there'd been any progress with the Flyers or at Travis Oakencroft's. Then there was my dad. I needed a proper conversation with him too, which I'd been avoiding since learning about Amira. But if we didn't chat soon, he'd know something was up. I didn't know when my to-do list got so long, but it got impossible to keep up with. At least a trek up to Erica's cottage and back again meant I wasn't going to need to take Pongo on another long walk today. That was something. When I walked through the door into the office, I was immediately accosted by Chloe. "Oh my goodness, are those muffins?" she said excitedly. "I'll take them into the kitchen for you, or we could take them to the kitchen together. Yeah, that's a much better idea." Without giving me a moment to realize what was happening, she linked her arm through mine and dragged me into the small kitchenette attached to the office. "I don't know what flavors everyone likes best yet, so I just got a mix," I began. "Yes." Chloe cut me off before I could explain my muffin logic. "Sorry?" I frowned. "I said yes." She grinned insanely at me. "I said I'd said yes to—" Chloe was cut off as the door to the kitchenette swung open. "Do you mind we're having a private conversation?" she snapped at Diego.
About you going out with Dylan? Yeah, I already know about it. Just pass the muffins out, will you?
Rather than reaching for the muffins, Chloe let out a loud huff. "You know it's rude listening to people's conversations."
You know it's rude to hog people's kitchens and not let them get to the muffins? Diego replied. And if you want to have a private conversation, maybe you should do it somewhere where it's not so easy to listen in.
With a second, even louder huff, Chloe picked up the box of muffins, shoved it at him, and closed the door again. I couldn't help but feel that Diego was right. This wasn't exactly the best place for a girly chat, yet I could see that Chloe was desperate to talk about it. And if she was happy to have the conversation here, then I wasn't going to stop her. After all, it wasn't my private life we were discussing. Only minutes before, I'd been promising myself I'd make time for her. "You said yes to going out for a drink with Dylan?" I asked. "Well, that's great." "Is it, though?" Her excitement was immediately replaced by outright fear that came with sparks at her fingertips. "I'm not sure. I mean, I thought it was. I thought about how good it could be and we'd have fun anyway, and that's why I said yes, but now I've started getting worried. But I don't need to worry, do I? I mean, we're going to go bowling. Bowling's fun, right?" "There's a bowling alley in Raven's Hollow," I said. "Of course there is, didn't you know?" "There's so much about this place I do not know," I muttered to myself. Although rather than my mind remaining on Raven's Hollow and the many secrets of this town I had yet to unravel, my thoughts immediately went to Whip, the mayor, and everything else going on. How could I not have seen that he'd be held responsible for all of this? It may have been a paranormal town, but he was still in a job of extreme responsibility. And sometimes that responsibility smacked hard. "Well, I'm so happy for you. I am," I said to Chloe, realizing she was looking at me, waiting for a reaction. "I have a feeling it's going to work out for you. And then maybe we'll get to go on that double date, you know, me and Dylan and you and Whip. Me and Dylan." She repeated the names together, a small smile twisting on her lips as she did so. "It feels strange saying it like that, you know? Together." I could see the smile on her face. Unfortunately, when I wasn't able to mirror it, she frowned. "What's wrong? You think we're a bad idea? Or you think we shouldn't date because we work together? No. I think you two are a great match. I really, really do. Honestly, ignore me. I've just got a couple of things on my mind." Her frown deepened. "Is this about you and Whip? You're not going through a rough patch, are you? It's way too early for that. Well, and I thought you two were perfect together. It's complicated," I said, realizing I was now using that word to avoid talking about anything, although it didn't stop it from being true. A slight nervousness radiated from Chloe as she pressed her lips together. "You mean it's Alex? He won't take the hint you don't have feelings for him? Or do you think you have feelings for him too? Elodie, is this a proper love triangle?" "What? No." I shook my head. People needed to stop thinking there was something going on between Alex and me. Right now, I didn't have the mental capacity to deal with that. There are just a lot of things going on in our lives, Whip and mine. But we'll figure it out. I'm sure we will, I said, aware of how much I wished the comment to be true. But could we? I didn't want to think about it. Shaking away the thoughts, I plastered a smile back on my face. Well, I should get to work. I need to talk to Bobby about writing a piece on the Sofu. Who? Chloe tilted her head to the side quizzically. It's a name given to the group of non-magical people on the island. And if what they've said is true, some of the stuff the mystics do is pretty harsh. But I want to do a bit of research. Always investigating, Chloe said with a grin, although it faded quickly. Oh, you won't say anything about Dylan, though, will you? You won't let him know I've told you about us going on a date, in case stuff doesn't work out? It's fine, I smiled. I won't say a word. As I sat at my desk, a phone started ringing loudly. The main office phone, yet rather than being in Bobby's office where it normally was on the floor outside his door. Do we need to get that? Absolutely no one moved or even glanced at the phone. Was I the only one who could hear it? The thought lasted a split second before Chloe let out a long sigh. Oh, Bobby says we're to leave it. Prank calls, no one speaking. The same as weirdos. Clearly, kids were bored and scrolling on the internet all day and needed a new way to entertain themselves. A couple of rings later, it stopped, and I turned my attention to my computer. I was less surprised to find the email from Erica had already come through with Sally's phone number, and she had gone one further and given me her address too. I considered what to do next. I was fairly sure her home was near the water, certainly not far if I drove. But I had wanted to ring first, to try to get on her good side, although it was difficult to know if that was the right thing to do. Sometimes people were easier to speak to in person. They found it harder to slam a door in your face than to slam a phone down on your voice. Come on, boy, I said, my mind immediately made up. We're going for a walk, but we need to pick up my car first. Pongo looked up at me dejectedly. Instead of coming to me, he made his way over to his buttons and slapped one close to him. Sleep. Really? I responded. Clearly, the idea of another walk after his last one was the last thing he wanted. But he was a mountain dog. Weren't they ready to go for hours without needing rest? Then again, he was still only a pup. Sleep, Chloe. He pressed the buttons again. He can stay with me if he wants, Chloe said. I don't mind. You sure? Chloe. Pongo hit the button again. Chloe. 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 I get it, I huffed, in a manner that was remarkably similar to the way Chloe had huffed at Diego. All right, stay here. I'll pick you up later. All right? I pulled a light jacket over me before I headed out onto the road. The cloud cover had deepened, which was a relief, although I'd only got a few steps when I spotted a familiar face. Hoping a quick detour wouldn't affect things too much, and knowing it was a conversation I needed to have, I crossed over. Naira, I said. The witch looked up. Hi, Elodie, she said. Just been to the bridge to check the ward. Are you heading to the town hall too? The town hall, I said, confused. The conversation felt like it had started before I'd been part of it. Why are you going to the town hall? I said instead. Oh, I thought one of the others had called you. Travis is missing too, and Arabella and I are going to do a scrying to find them. I didn't know if that was something you'd want to see. Magic. Scrying. Tracking souls by blood. Hell yes, that was something I wanted to see. Questions for Naira and Sally would have to wait. Today was officially my most magical day in Raven's Hollow. And apparently, it wasn't over yet. Chapter 27. Unsurprisingly, I had only ever been to the town hall before for meetings. The last one had descended into absolute chaos, and the jury was still out as to why. There was a chance that when Inez had shown up, the demon that possessed her had somehow affected a large proportion of people present and caused chaos to break loose. There was also a small chance everybody had just wanted to get into a fight and really didn't need much of an excuse to start throwing punches. But, given how Whip's powers normally settle people incredibly quickly, and on this occasion didn't, I was actually favouring the former idea. Still, it was something that would have to go unanswered, and it wasn't like any major catastrophes had happened. Alex had stopped it from descending into complete anarchy by turning himself into a lion, scaring the life out of everybody so that they raced from the room and stopped fighting. There was no way around the fact that seeing Alex transform into a lion was one of the most impressive things I'd ever witnessed in my life. And it was hard to forget the way he looked before the shift too, in nothing but a pair of boxers, his full, impressive physique on full display. Just a friend or not, I could still appreciate a body like that. Even when town meetings didn't descend into absolute ruckuses, I trained myself to expect the unexpected. Arguments, flying chairs, heated discussions that resulted in people being pulled out of the hall. But a scrying? I had no idea what to expect there. By the time I had crossed the road and was headed back into the paper, my head was already full of questions. Why was the scrying taking place at the town hall? Was it due to the location, or did you just need a lot of space? Were Arabella and Naira the only witches involved? How many people attended a scrying? And were they opening up to an audience? Did an audience make it work better? If an audience wasn't allowed, would I even be allowed to attend? From the way Naira had said it, it didn't seem like it would be too big an issue having me there. But maybe that would change once I got there. I knocked on Bobby's office door. "Hey, boss, there's a scrying going on. They're going to try tracking one of the missing people down at the town hall. I was going to check it out. Fancy coming?"
"One of the missing people," he said. "You mean it's not just Floyd?"
My stomach squirmed uncomfortably. Somehow, with everything going on, I'd completely forgotten to tell Bobby about the other missing people. It should have been the first thing I did when I came back to the paper. "I'll catch you up on the way over," I said. "We okay in Maureen? We just need to grab her from the police station." Bobby rolled his eyes.
"Fine, but if I need extra chiropractic sessions, you're going to have to start paying for them."
As I drove downtown, I filled Bobby in on what I knew so far about the missing people. It felt wrong not to mention what I knew about Whip and the mayor as well, given that was a story that would sell some papers. But I had promised, for now anyway, to keep that to myself. When I was done talking about Talia and the Oakencrofts, along with the lists Erica had given to me, and her assumption that Floyd had been taken to transfer his powers, Bobby got to explaining more about scrying.
"From what I remember, they need space," he said, "and fair few people, too. Witches to perform the magic and the family members giving blood."
"Well, you've got to have at least 3 people with the bloodlines," I said, remembering what I'd learned that morning. "But I assume you can do it with more. Do you think it works better with more?"
"I don't know,"
Bobby said, unhelpfully. Still, I kept on counting through the options in my head. "Well, at least 3 people, and Naira said she and Arabella were going to be there, so at least 2 witches. So that's 5. And us, assuming we can go in."
"Probably have someone from the station there, too," Bobby said. "You know, seeing as it's an official missing persons thing and all."
He said it pointedly, a reminder that I had not mentioned it to him. Although the squirm in my gut wasn't only from the guilt, it was the thought of being in close confines with Whip again. Although maybe I'd get lucky. Maybe Raquel would be the person sent from the station instead. After all, seeing Alex only caused me slightly less discomfort than seeing Whip. I wasn't sure how packed the car park would be, but both police cars were there, meaning at least 2, if not 3, from the station were attending. Along with that, there was a broomstick propped up in one of the bike parking slots. I may not have known Arabella well, but I loved her. She'd chosen this trip to embrace that witchy element of hers head on. As I stepped into the entrance of the town hall, Alex and Raquel were standing in the foyer. So, no Whip then. My chest clenched a little. Was I relieved or not? I wasn't sure.
"I wasn't sure if I should ring you, let you know this was going on," Alex said. "But I should have known you'd have found out about it."
"It's what I do," I said, trying to sound casual.
"The boss had to stay behind,"
he added, looking at me with an intensity that implied he had business to deal with, like not losing his job. "I'm so excited about this," Raquel said, opening the door by an inch and peering through. "I've never seen a proper scrying before." "Are we allowed in there?" I asked. "We are, but not until they've set everything up. They got to set the runes and the maps and candles and other stuff." I tried asking, but it felt like I was getting in the way. I probably was getting in the way, she admitted, though warmth filled me at the sight of her I'd rarely seen. Excited para-being rather than police official and Bobby's daughter. Naira said it would take a bit of time, Alex told Bobby and me, and then we'd have to wait for the family members to turn up. We could be in here for a stint. He looked down at my side and cocked his head. Where's the fuzzball? He wanted to stay with Chloe, I said, so I guess there was no luck in finding Travis. Alex shook his head. Same story as Claudette. No one's seen him since last night either. Said he was going off to meet her and no one's seen him since. That's all they know. So they could have been taken together, I said. Assuming they were taken at all, Raquel commented. They're young kids in love. They might have just gone off island for a bit of fun. Without telling her mum? I asked. From what Talia said, she wasn't that type of person. Yeah, but let's be honest, Raquel replied. There's the type of person your parents think you are, and then there's the person you actually are. They always see the best in you. Is that the case? Bobby grunted. And is there something you want to tell me? Raquel squirmed slightly. I wasn't talking about me, she said. I'm well past that stage. She glanced at him. I was just talking about teens in general. That's all. A slight smirk appeared on Bobby's lips. Right, and I was born yesterday. As he let out a light, good-humoured chuckle, the sounds from inside the hall crescendoed. Noises of furniture being moved around, chairs and tables, perhaps, human voices, and a definite aroma of incense wafting beneath the door. 10 minutes later, the smell had increased, but they still hadn't asked us to come in. Do you know how far they can narrow things down? I asked. With scrying, I mean. Can they get the exact address, or is it more like they just know what town someone's in? Raquel shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. But they asked for a map of the states, all of them. As well as one of the country and a world map, too. Maybe once they've narrowed it down, they can hone in a bit. It would make sense, I thought, but this was magic. Lots of it didn't. Still, there was another question I wanted to ask. I felt horrendous for even thinking it, but it seemed like the question was being avoided. I cleared my throat and started again. What if she's not alive anymore? Will the scrying work for that? There was silence in the group, and I could see I wasn't the only one who had thought the same thing, although they'd all been too polite to voice it. Raquel shook her head. I don't think so. It's a different kind of person that can commune with the dead. I'm not sure what would happen in that case. Let's just hope we don't have to find out, Alex said. She's a young kid. Him too. Sure she'll be fine. As we stood there, the front door creaked open and a young man, around 17 years of age, walked in. Same dark eyes as Talia, which darted nervously around. Hey, do you know where I'm meant to go? Are you related to Claudette? Raquel asked. He nodded. I'm Polly, her brother. Hey, Polly, nice to meet you. I'm Raquel. I think we have to wait out here until... The door swung open. Arabella stepped out, her arms now covered in gemstone bangles. She reached out and grabbed Polly's hand. You can come in, she said. I need to get you cleansed before this starts. The moment he was in, Arabella closed the door behind him. I guess that means we're not welcome now. I chuckled lightly, and was about to ask if there had been any more responses to the flyers, when another thought struck. Has the exorcist been yet? I should message Inez, see what her plans are now she's demon-free. Rather than replying, Alex and Raquel exchanged a look. What is it? I said. Have they not been yet? Is there a hold-up? I hated the thought of Inez being in a cell for something that wasn't her fault. But hold-ups happened, especially when you lived on an island and it was tough to know exactly how in demand an exorcist was. No, it's not that, Alex replied, scratching at the back of his neck as he looked at Raquel. She'll find out sooner or later. Better come from us. Better what comes from you? Alex? I questioned. What's this about? Is it about Whip? No. Raquel was the one who answered. It's about Inez. Inez? I asked. Well, what about her? I looked solely at Alex as I spoke. He knew the bond between Inez and I, the things we wouldn't speak of. The fact that there was something wrong with her, and he hadn't thought to tell me immediately, angered me more than I liked, but still, I kept it down. Alex, what is it? I repeated. What's wrong? With a deep breath in, he looked down at the floor.
Looks like the exorcism isn't going to be as straightforward as we thought.
Chapter 28. What do you mean it's not going to be straightforward? It was wrong to say that I had forgotten about Inez. Of course, I hadn't forgotten about her, but it would be fair to say that since the stuff with Whip and Floyd, the cast-out werewolf had slipped further down my list of priorities. But she shouldn't have. After all, it wasn't as if there were other people there keeping an eye on her, not the way her family behaved.
The thing is, it was a grief demon, right?
Alex said, the trepidation clear in the slowness of his voice. So why is it a problem? You've got the exorcists from the mainland coming, right?
Yeah, they came just after you left. The problem with grief is it kind of consumes your whole body. You know, like you feel it everywhere. Occupies your thoughts, your heart, numbs your mind, stops you being able to do things properly, think properly.
I know what grief feels like, I snapped, then instantly wished I hadn't. It was true. I knew grief. I'd felt grief when my mother had died. Grief when I'd lost my old life, even now. Grief at the relationship I believed Whip and I shared roiled through my body. But that didn't excuse my lack of manners. Sorry, I said. Can you get to the point?
I'm trying to,
he replied. This is the way the exorcist explained it to us, too. Kel joined in, apparently thinking Alex needed support. I took a deep breath in and tried to slow the whirring of my thoughts. Okay, so what's the problem? Grief affects every part of you. I get it.
It means a demon is in every part of you, Alex said. It's not like a love demon that afflicts your heart or a jealousy demon that's just in your thoughts. Apparently, because of this, it is one of the hardest to get rid of. Not without hurting the host.
Hurting the host? My voice cracked. What does that mean? Again, Alex and Raquel shared another look. Please just explain it to me. There are a few issues to start with, Raquel said. The grief demon will die with the host, but it won't just leave. Doesn't matter what the exorcist does, it'll need somewhere to go. To remove it, you need another host to take it on. What? I shook my head. Inez had to die or find someone to take the demon for her who would then suffer the same fate. That wasn't something you could just put an ad out for. New host for grief demon wanted.
Or,
Alex cut in,
we can find this vessel. There's a vessels that you can throw into portals.
That are incredibly rare, Raquel cut across him. Even the exorcist himself said he hasn't seen one in decades.
Makes sense, I guess, if they're thrown into demon portals,
Bobby muttered beside us. I'd almost forgotten he was there. Okay, but if we find one of these vessels, I said, or a person willing to make the sacrifice, you said it's hard to remove it anyway? Alex nodded.
Grief doesn't let go, he said. People make new memories, but even when people move on with their lives, it's not like the grief has actually disappeared, just that you've learned to live with it. Because it doesn't let go when you try to remove it. Some people survive.
Some people survive, Raquel cut across him. People survive, but they're frail, weak. And even then, it's those who haven't really suffered. That's what the exorcist said. Young people who've not experienced grief, who the demon has very little to cling to. They're the ones most likely to survive unscathed. The siren was clearly not happy with the way Alex was trying to soften the news for me, and she was right. I deserved the truth. It didn't matter that Inez was once a strong beta. Now she was a cast-out wolf with so much grief rolling through her entire body, from the betrayal of her father and sister to her entire pack. I couldn't even imagine what would be left behind when the demon was removed. So what do we do? I said. How do we help her?
She's going to stay in the cell for now, Alex said.
And the demon just stays in her. My heart throbbed as I tried to consider all the consequences. How does that work? It means she can't even speak to people, not get close to them. How's the grief going to loosen its grip if she's on her own?
I know, Alex said, but we'll find a way. We will find a way.
He reached out for a moment as if he was going to take my hand, then shifted it back.
We'll find a way, Evergreen. It might take a bit of time, but we will.
As silence swept over the group, the door opened again, and Arabella stepped out. Everything okay here? Yes, I said, shaking my shoulders, trying to brush off the weight that was heavy against me. Okay, then it's time. If you're coming in, then do not step inside the inner circle. The whole area has been cleansed. If you step inside, you might mess up the spell entirely. Got it? I nodded, as did the others around me. Great, well, stay as close to the wall as you can and do not make any noise. Do you understand? I nodded again. Whatever tension I'd felt when the sirens had charmed the flyers, this was 10 times higher. And the rules might have been not to speak once we were in the room, but there was no chance I was going to risk messing it up before then. Wordlessly, Arabella nodded first to Raquel, who led the way into the room, followed by her father. I moved after him, but I took only one step before I halted and felt the air catch in my throat. My eyes were unable to move from the sight in front of me, and had it not been for Alex's gentle press on my shoulder, coaxing me to move forward, I might have stayed there, utterly transfixed. As it was, his fingertips were enough to send a shiver down my spine.
Come on, Evergreen,
he whispered against my ear, the heat almost enough to make me forget about Inez.
Time to see some magic.
Chapter 29. I tried to look casual as I strolled into the room and took my seat at the far side, but it was difficult, given how desperate I was to take everything in. While Raquel had mentioned many maps, it was one of the USA situated in the center of the room. The others were still folded up on a chair. Most of the floor was taken up by 3 giant circles, possibly drawn in salt, possibly sand, possibly some other powdered white substance. The 3 loops overlapped in a Venn diagram with the map in the center. Then, equidistant from one another on the outer edges of the circles, stood Talia, the boy, Paulie, and an elderly man who, given what I'd learned about trails and bloodlines, I assumed was Claudette's paternal grandfather. All the family members had large bowls of water at their feet, while the witches were all barefoot. Naira was next to Paulie, her brother Vincent next to the old man, and I assumed Arabella would go next to Talia, although she was currently ensuring all the windows were securely closed. There were a couple of similarities between this and the magic that I'd seen that morning, what with the bowls of water, but the tension in the air was very, very different. I was getting the feeling that scrying was nowhere near as straightforward as the ones I'd seen on television, where a witch pricked their finger and allowed a droplet of blood to spread onto a map, and suddenly they knew exactly where the missing person was. But then, I'd never imagined that vampire sires had to be registered and every turning approved. Along with the map and the circles, there were small crystal balls placed in front of each of the family members, and symbols, runes, I suspected, marked in charcoal on the floor. What they all meant, I couldn't even begin to fathom. And they weren't limited to the floor either, as once Arabella was done with the windows, she went around the relatives one by one and marked each of their hands. When she seemed happy that everything was set up correctly, Arabella lit 3 candles and moved to her space beside Talia. Remember, just a pinprick is all we need, she said, but make sure it all goes into the bowl. The family members, who'd clearly been prepped as to what they were meant to do next, held out silver-tipped pins they had concealed within their hands, and, following the command, pricked the ends of their fingers. The drops of blood ran into the bowls. Instantly, the colour of the liquid inside Talia's turned a deep blue, and as I glanced at the others' bowls, I saw they had turned different colours too. Not only that, but the candles around the circles were constantly flickering with different shades as the flames rose and fell. There was so much to look at, so much going on, it was impossible to know where to focus, and yet my eyes were drawn most frequently to Arabella. Donna had mentioned wanting to meet Naira before because she was in awe of her power, but Naira was taking a back seat right now, giving the definite impression that Arabella was the strongest of the witches present. If that was the case, then she felt like someone Donna, living in the UK, should definitely know. My nerves continued to escalate when Arabella brought her hands sharply together. The noise was enough to make me, Alex, and Bobby all jump in our seats, but that was only half of it. The 3 bowls that the family members had pricked their blood into spilled over. Rather than forming a mess, the way the laws of physics probably should have insisted they did, they spilled into single lines, heading towards the map. 3 distinct colours, moving out at exactly the same pace. As they crossed the white edges of the circles, the entire rings coloured too, and yet my eyes remained on the 3 streams, now only a hair's width but so vibrant they were almost luminous, and all were travelling in perfectly straight lines that were almost certain to meet. Still, it was impossible to tell where. Still, butterflies swarmed in my stomach. The fact the lines were moving meant Claudette was alive, didn't it? That was what we discussed outside, that scrying could only be used on the living. And for the look of relief filling Talia's face, she was thinking the same. Anticipation hung in my every breath as I strained to see where the lines would cross. After all, this wasn't just one person's life hanging in the balance. Finding Talia was almost certain the route to finding Travis too, and, quite possibly, Floyd. I just hoped they were close enough that we could get to them before anything else happened. My eyes flickered towards Bobby and Alex. They were both substantially taller than me, as was Raquel, meaning they had far better views of the map. Could they tell the location already? We knew it was in the US for sure, but where? Near Raven's Hollow. In Raven's Hollow. The air quivered in my lungs before a sudden shriek cut through the silence. No! Talia's hand flew to her mouth. No, it has to be wrong. It has to be. It's not wrong, Arabella replied, moving over to the map. The candles immediately blinked out as the sand salt material returned to its original white colour. Spell worked. This is where Claudette is. No. Talia dropped to her knees and let out a sob. Not South Beach. I turned and looked at Bobby. Miami, I mouthed, confused. He offered a half nod, half shrug in response, which I took to mean he thought so. Across the way, Paulie was now talking to the older man who, in a completely contrasting manner to Talia, was full-on belly laughing. I looked at Alex, wanting to see his reaction to this discovery, though I remained silent. The last thing I wanted was to speak, only to discover the ritual hadn't finished and I'd messed something up. But then, I reminded myself, Arabella had said the spell had worked, which meant it had to be okay to talk. Right? Well, that answers that then, Alex said, groaning as he stood. And it ain't going to help us find Floyd. What does? I asked. Why was Talia so upset that they were in Miami? South Beach, Alex corrected, as he ran his tongue along his bottom lip. Any other part of the state would be okay, but South Beach is the power equivalent of Vegas. Vegas? I replied in surprise. You mean they're gambling? Okay, well, maybe Vegas wasn't the best comparison for you. Maybe Gretna Green would be a better one? You mean? Alex looked back at the sobbing mother and nodded slowly. Yup. Talia just got herself a new son-in-law. Chapter 30. The mood leaving the town hall was a strange one. The elation the family had felt at seeing their daughter alive had been replaced by a definite weight. The fact that she had, in all likelihood, disappeared of her own volition to marry a man Talia did not approve of had scuppered any sort of celebration. When I get a hold of her... Talia was shaking her head as she climbed back to her feet. Travis Oakencroft. I like him, Paulie responded. His motorbike's sick. From the glare Talia offered her son, that wasn't the right thing to say. Wouldn't like to be in Claudette's shoes when she gets back here, Alex said, offering me a smirk that faded quickly. Want to walk outside with me? I nodded. Yeah, sounds good, I said as I rose to my feet. I would have liked another chance to chat to Arabella, partly so I could mention talking to the school for Erica, but she was busy, and I didn't want to get in the way. I turned to Alex. I'm sure you've already thought of it, but is there any chance that Floyd went with them? With Travis and Claudette? I nodded. He is Travis's uncle. Maybe the pair wanted someone with them on their special day. Alex's head swayed from side to side. It wasn't as if he was dismissing the idea entirely, but he clearly wasn't convinced. I doubt that. Not if what I know about Floyd is true. I mean, I heard he didn't get married because he wouldn't take a day away from the bridge for his own wedding. You're not serious, I replied, stepping outside. The early clouds had thinned, but there were still several wide swaths that drifted slowly in front of the sun. The prickling spread up my arms, but it wasn't painful. Maybe because it was later in the day. Okay to be out in for a little time, anyway.
Yeah,
Alex continued telling me about Floyd.
apparently she wanted a full honeymoon but was willing to settle for one night after the wedding and he wouldn't agree to it.
That has to be a joke.
Does it?
His voice was somber.
That job is everything to Floyd. He takes it incredibly seriously, and he doesn't think there's anybody else who can do it as well as he can even now when he's getting old.
He sighed, lowering his gaze to the ground. Alex? What is? What's wrong? He shook his head but turned back and looked at me.
For years we've been saying at the station that we needed to work harder to persuade him to get help. He's getting old, it's not easy magic. I've even caught him asleep on the job a couple of times. And I don't mean the type of napping where he wakes up as soon as a car approaches. Last time he was properly asleep. I had to shake him to wake him up.
My stomach tightened. Floyd having a doze while he sat by the bridge wasn't like me falling asleep at my desk. If Floyd wasn't on the ball, then surely anyone could cross the bridge. They'd have to find it, of course, but it wasn't impossible. Somebody walking along the beach or wading in the water could accidentally stumble into it. What did you do? I asked softly. When you found him like that?
What I had to. Told Whip had pushed it up on our list of priorities to find someone to help him. I guess we didn't push it high enough.
I could feel the sadness radiating from him. But not only that. The guilt. As if he was somehow to blame. I'm sorry, Alex, I said, taking his hand and giving it a squeeze. But it's not on you. You did what you could.
Maybe,
he replied, but he didn't sound convinced. Another rumble of worry prickled at my insides, and I suspected I was thinking the same as Alex. If it got out that the police had known Floyd needed a replacement and hadn't seen to it, then Whip's job was almost certainly toast. And then, as he put it, he'd have no ties left to keep him on the island. As we walked in silence towards Maureen, I couldn't help but wonder how closely my life echoed Floyd's. I didn't think I'd miss out on my own wedding and honeymoon to work, and I certainly didn't think I was the only person who could do my job. But I did think I did it well, and I never liked to take a day off. In fact, the only reason I'd taken any time off when my engagement had broken down was because I was a freshly turned vampire with no working sunlight ward, and going into the office wasn't feasible. But heck, I'd far rather have been there, surrounded by stories and deadlines, and sobbing day and night all on my own. Do you think he regrets it? I asked quietly. Regrets choosing his work over the woman he loved.
I guess if we find him, you'll have to ask him.
When we find him, I reminded him. When we find him. Even though we'd already reached Maureen, I made no move to get into her. Bobby had driven himself, in case we wanted to go in different directions after we were done here, and his truck was parked a few spaces down, so I didn't need to wait and see if he needed a lift. But still, I didn't move.
I'm sorry,
Alex said when he finally broke the silence. For what? I replied, trying to work out when and why he'd last annoyed me.
For whatever's going on with you. And don't worry, I'm not going to press things. I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry you're having to go through it. That moving here wasn't the fresh start you'd quite imagined.
A sad chuckle escaped my lips. He was right. That was what I wanted when I came here. Start over. Brave new Elodie Evergreen with no man issues. It was safe to say that plan hadn't gone as expected. I offered Alex a weak smile in response. Thank you, I said softly.
Do you need anything? Is there anything I can do?
I don't think so, I said. Actually, I just need to... Before I could tell him that what I needed was some space to clear my head, a gasp left me. What only seconds ago had been a slight prickle became a searing pain that shot through my body. My knees buckled. The broad swath of cloud was gone, and the full, agonizing beauty of the sun was free to beat down on me.
Evergreen.
In one sweep, Alex had pulled his shirt off his back and slung it over my body as he barreled me into Maureen. Immediately, the pain was gone.
The sunlight ward already? That shouldn't be playing up yet.
I know, it's just a one-off. I lied. Badly, judging from the way his eyes narrowed.
Go back inside and get Naird sorted out. Now.
Honestly, Alex, I'll be fine. I didn't know how much a sunlight ward cost, but I knew they weren't cheap. And if I could just eke another couple of days out of it, that would be something. Small-town journalists weren't made of money. Not only that, but Nair had enough to deal with inside with Tyler. Honestly, Alex, I'm fine. And it's only a couple of hours till sunset. Besides, I'm not going to go outside again today. Actually, I was thinking of working from home for the rest of the day.
Are you sure?
He asked, still unconvinced. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm going to pick up Pongo and then head home.
You know I'm going to check up on you, right? Make sure you're not lying to me.
I wouldn't expect any less. And then, because it felt like the right thing to do, I leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. Chapter 31. Having to spend the afternoon at home wasn't ideal. I had a list of people I wanted to talk to, including Sally Ansell, but I wasn't going to risk heading out until after sunset, and turning up at someone's house after dark wasn't a great way to make a good impression. And so I was stuck with plan B, telephoning. There was always a flicker of nerves when I cold called someone who could either help me with a story or put the phone down at me and tell me to shove it, but my nerves when I dialed Sally's number were unexpectedly high. Perhaps it's because I still hadn't cleared the Suffo story with Bobby or even mentioned it to him, but more than likely it was because I knew that if she and I got off on the wrong foot, there was no chance of her helping me find her brothers, and potentially Pongo's mother. Steeling my nerves with a deep breath in, I clicked dial, and barely had to wait 2 rings before she picked up. Hello, who's this? Her voice was sharp, like she didn't often get pleasant calls from unknown numbers. But that wasn't unusual, so it wasn't like I could blame her. Hello, is this Sally Ansell? Speaking. Hello, Sally, my name's Elodie Evergreen. Silence met my introduction, though it wasn't an immediate hang-up, so I took that as a good sign. Miss Ansell? I asked. After all, walking off and leaving the phone call open without being there to speak was another tactic I'd had used on me more than once in my career. I hear I'm in demand, she said, finally. Both Mason and Erica told me I should be expecting to hear from you, although, honestly, I thought it would be earlier in the day. Her tone was clipped, but not entirely impolite. This was another reason why I liked to see people in person. At least I could get a better measure of how they actually felt rather than just going on what they sounded like. But video calling was definitely a no-no. Still, she'd known she was going to hear from me and had picked up the call. Maybe that was a good sign? Yes, I spoke to them both today. So, how can I be of aid? Are you telling me the paper is finally going to do something about the discrimination non-magical powers are suffering? It's certainly something I want to look into, I said. I'm sure you're aware that I'm new to the para community. I wasn't even sure people like you existed. I hadn't chosen my words correctly. I just meant... I know what you meant, Sally interrupted, rightfully so. I'm sorry, really I am. I'm just trying to learn my way, I said, and I want to get this right. The paper wants to get this right. But I need facts, details, specific incidents you can tell me about. Things I can report on to show the discrimination. I'm sure you must have plenty. Oh, I do, but people don't want to share their stories. And those that do normally get dismissed as being oversensitive, reading into things, misinterpreting. You know the drill. My heart ached a little for her. It wasn't just weariness, it was exhaustion in her voice. She'd been battling this her entire life. No wonder she was tired. No, I don't, not really, I admitted honestly. But I'd like you to tell me. I already knew that any questions I had about her brothers and Pongo was going to have to wait until I dealt with this. You're completely ostracized. Well, I can't say completely, she said. But those who actually view us as human tend to be people who've experienced something themselves. Like Erica. I'm sure she would be as understanding about having me as a sister-in-law if she hadn't gone through everything with her own sister. Her own sister? I said. Cheryl. She didn't mention her? No, I replied. She's not come up in conversation. A slight hum followed down the phone, as if Sally was contemplating what to say next. Well, I can't blame her. I know how difficult it's been for her since Cheryl passed away. Oh, I didn't realize. No, well, she was the whole reason Erica got so deep into magical studies as a child. When her little sister was born without the ability to shift, she did everything in her power to help her. That's where the obsession with magic came from. And her hatred for the Oakencrofts. Her hatred of the Oakencrofts? I stiffened. I don't understand. Well, not the Oakencrofts in general, really, Sally continued. Just mainly Floyd and his father. Erica was sure they could do something to help Cheryl, and I think they tried. Honestly, I do. But there wasn't anything they could do. Of course, Erica thought that they weren't just trying hard enough. So she held on to that anger. A pause followed my question, and I wished, not for the first time, that I could see Sally's face. It took a lot of years to get past it, she said eventually, and I was worried it was going to reemerge after her sister's death, but thankfully she seemed to stay okay. A tingling spread across my skin. This couldn't be a coincidence, could it? The top 10 names Erica had on the list she'd given me had all been Oakencroft names, the very same family she had this grievance with. Had the list simply been to throw me off course while she worked on doing whatever nefarious actions she had planned to Floyd? When did Cheryl die? I asked, if you don't mind sharing. I wasn't sure if it mattered, but it was always good to have more details where you could. Actually, it's coming up to the 10-year anniversary, Sally said. I think they were going to have a memorial of sorts. Erica mentioned it once, but she's not said anything since. I don't know what she had planned. Perhaps kidnapping the man she thought could have helped her sister. My journalistic vampire senses were tingling off the charts. Thank you, Sally. This has been incredibly useful. We can speak again soon if that's okay. Sorry, she said. I thought you wanted to talk to me about Sofu. About people and the discrimination they suffer. Yes, I absolutely do. I actually do. I cursed myself. It was a story I wanted to write. More than that, it was a story that I knew needed to be heard. But this, and finding Floyd, was bigger. A man's life was at risk. Could you find someone willing to share their stories with me? They can be anonymous if that's what it takes. I hadn't even passed the story idea to Bobby yet, but I could do that later. If he saw how much it mattered, he wouldn't say no, would he? I'll see what I can do, Sally said eventually. But I can't make any promises. Thank you, I said, genuinely meaning it. You have my number. Just ring me when you have any names, or I can contact you again if that's better. I'll contact you. Thank you, Miss Evergreen, Sally replied before finally hanging up the call. With a deep breath, I glanced at the window and the imminently setting sun. Before I turned to Pongo, we need to dig out my hoodie, boy. We're going to go see Erica again. Chapter 32. Yes, I needed to get to Erica fast, but I also needed to make sure I wasn't going to collapse from the sunlight again. Sunset wasn't far away, but all I needed was a few of those powerful rays to strike my skin, and I'd be no good to anybody. For a split second, I regretted not taking Alex's suggestion and not asking Naira if she could do a quick ward on me while she was at the town hall. But there was no point in mulling over the past. I needed to move. Jeans, hoodie, socks, gloves, not the fingerless type, and a hat that I had not once thought I would wear over here, but had bought for the bitter cold months in England. It was the type that came down over my ears, tied at the bottom, and that meant that the only part of my body that was exposed to the sun was my face. But I figured moving fast enough and keeping my head down should be enough to get me to Erica's house. And there was the next issue, getting to Erica's house. Which way do you think we go now, boy? I said, as we climbed into Maureen. Being in the car was definitely the safest option, but I had got on foot before. Up, I said to myself as much as Pongo. You're right, that makes sense. Let's drive up. We headed first to Weirdo's, where I'd met her, then took the next turning left up the hill, close to where we'd taken the path. The road got narrower and narrower, but it was still a road of sorts, and given that I hadn't seen any other houses around Erica's, I figured it would be some kind of track that led me there. Sure enough, after a few minutes of driving, the red cottage came into view, and I drew the car to a stop. The sky was now a deep medley of pinks and purples, and any minute, I was sure the sun would dip behind the horizon and be gone altogether. But I didn't want to wait a few minutes. The longer you waited in missing person cases, the slimmer the chance of finding them alive. We were already encroaching the 24-hour mark with Floyd. Every minute counted. Yet as I reached for my door handle, Pongo barked. He looked at me, his big brown eyes full of pleading. I know what you're thinking, but she doesn't want to hurt me. She's had plenty of opportunities to do that already. I cursed my stupidity while marveling at her audacity. It had been risky for sure, but smart all the same. Call the police, get me on side and appear helpful. What a brilliant way to distract from the fact that she was the one behind it all. Come on, we'll be fine, I said to the pooch, opening the door, grateful for the tree coverage for those last soft rays as I scurried over to the house. Erica! Erica, it's Elodie. I need to speak to you. I knocked on the door again, so hard the wood could have splintered beneath my knuckles. Erica, The door swung open, cutting my words short. Rather than Erica standing there, it was one of her children. One of the boys I'd seen down by the bridge. Hi, I said, taking a moment to regain myself. How could I have forgotten she had a family and didn't live alone? I need to speak to your mum. Is she here? The kid pouted. She's just out the back in the shed, he said, but it's her alone time. She doesn't want to be disturbed. Right, I said, my skin tingling from something other than sunlight. Of course she didn't want to be disturbed. The last thing she wanted was for her children to know she was a kidnapper. Don't worry, I said. She wanted to talk to me. She's around this way. I pointed around the side of the house. Yes, the kid said. But you'll tell her I told you couldn't come in, won't you? I will, I assured him, my pace almost full sprint speed as I switched round into the garden. It certainly wasn't the type of shed I expected to see, not some decrepit piece of moss-covered wood crumbling from damp and mould. No, I would have called it a summer house with its large windows and wooden eaves. And it was bright pink, almost the same tone as the sunset I was trying to avoid. The space was big enough to hide someone in, and with how secluded they were, no one would even be able to hear Floyd if he was screaming at the top of his lungs. Not that he was screaming now. Erica, I called. It's Elodie Evergreen. I need to talk to you. I know you're behind this, Erica. I need you to open the door. I need you to... Elodie? She stepped outside, though her face was very different from the perky schoolteacher I'd met on 2 occasions. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her skin blotchy as she'd been crying. I'm sorry, she said, wiping her cheeks. I wasn't expecting you or anyone. The boys told me not to come disturb you, I said. I know about Cheryl, about how you blame the Oakencross for not doing enough to help her. She stood there, her jaw hanging loose in utter disbelief before, in a split second, her mouth snapped closed, her eyes flashing with fury. How dare you? Her voice shook. How dare you? I tried to help you. Today of all days. Your sister, Cheryl. I tried again. She's dead. Erica snapped back at me. 10 years today. Today. My heart throbbed. Sally had said it was close. I hadn't realized she hadn't said it was today. But then that made all the more sense as to why she would take Floyd. I understand your anger towards him, I said, my voice soft in the hope it would calm her. You have no idea, she spat. My baby sister was the sweetest, kindest, loveliest person in the world. Anybody who actually took the time to know her would have seen that, seen how special she was. But they didn't want to know. No, all they cared about was that she couldn't shift. She was defective. A bitter laugh scraped from her throat. There was nothing wrong with her. It's them with their narrow minds, wanting to put every single person into a box, and if they don't fit, if even a slight part of them pokes out the edge, then they're unwelcome, ridiculed. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry she had to go through this. And I don't know what the Oakencrofts did to her, but you can't keep Floyd because of this. You can't. What? What do you mean, keep Floyd? Well, like I said, you go to the police now. I'm sure there'll be some leniency for emotional distress. The lesser kidnapping sentence. Oh my God. You're serious? You actually thought that I did it? Did I kidnap that man? She was still keeping up the act, but then why wouldn't she? Erica, honey, what is it? What's going on here? I turned around to find Johnny looking at me. When I'd met Johnny before, he'd not struck me as a particularly big man, but Or maybe that was because he'd been side by side with Whip, Alex, and Bobby. But now that he was squaring up to me, it was safe to say he wasn't a small man. He was muscly, too, that wiry, lean kind. Like a rock climber or parkour runner. She thinks I took Floyd. Erica was shaking her head, tears tumbling down her cheeks. She thinks I do something like that. All I wanted to do was help. All I ever tried to do was help.
I know.
Johnny swept his arms around her and pulled her into him. She crumbled into his chest in tears. He fixed his glare on me.
You better have some damn good reason for being here,
he growled at me.
This is a hard day for my wife.
I know, I do, I understand that.
But you come here accusing her of something she had nothing to do with? We were all there when we reached the bridge and saw the witch was missing. You want witness statements? I give you the name of the cabin where we stayed. It's a cabin we always stay at. Time we left. What about the friends we went hunting with? Do you want them? The restaurant we had dinner at? What about the gas station we stopped at to pick up some snacks on the way home?
I'm sorry, I said, a lump filling my throat as I stumbled backwards. I just thought...
No, you didn't think.
He fired back.
None of you do. Now get out of here before I call the police for trespassing.
Chapter 33. I had screwed up. Officially and astronomically screwed up. A woman had tried to help me. A woman who'd put aside her own grievances and pain associated with a family to try to help them. And I had got it all wrong. So much for helping the Sofu members. They probably thought I hated them now. Thought I was one of those who believed they were lesser than the other paras in the town. I'll make it up to her. Make it up to them somehow, I said to Pongo as we drove back, trying to fight the sting of tears behind my eyes. I had no idea how I could possibly even start to make amends for the hurt and pain I just caused Erica and her family. But I was determined that I would try. My heart was heavy as I reached home and pulled into the driveway, only to find that another car was already there. Leaning against it, with a definite scowl on his face, was Alex.
And what was it you promised me about staying indoors?
I opened my mouth to reply, only to shake my head, unable to find any words.
Evergreen? Evergreen, what is it?
I just messed up. Big time. Inside the house, Alex fixed me a cup of tea. And the worst thing is, I said, taking the mug in both hands, she really is one of the good ones, trying to make a difference for people like her sister.
I just don't get it. I mean, I work for the police. If they were suffering this kind of discrimination, I feel like we'd know about it.
Would you? I said wearily. Some of these paras are probably double your age, if not older. They'll have been dealing with other police for years. Officers who either dismissed their claims entirely or, worse still, blame them for whatever happened. It's hardly their fault that they don't trust the police to help them anymore.
You're right, that's something we need to change,
Alex said, an unusual look of hardness on his face. Alex was like Erica, one of the good ones. And though I knew change wasn't something that happened instantly, having him on side felt like we were moving in the right direction, at least. I moved here because I thought Raven's Hollow was a safe place for all paranormals, I told him, shifting my gaze across the room to Pongo. But now I feel like maybe that's something we just tell ourselves, because we're not the ones struggling. I don't think enough is being done to ensure it really is as accepting as we like to believe. I don't just mean by the police, I mean by everybody.
So what's your idea?
He asked. I think maybe I need to highlight some of the suffering these people are going through. A weekly article. Given how accepting Alex had been of everything I had said so far, I expected the same response now. But instead, he frowned.
I'm not sure that's a great idea. If things are as bad as you're saying, then that could bring some serious heat onto you.
And, I said, I can defend myself. These people can't. He pressed his lips tightly together before the slightest smile rose.
I love that you're doing this, trying to make Raven's Hollow a better place.
Well, it's my home now. I guess it's going to be for a long time. Even if... He faltered, clearly regretting his choice to speak. Or even if Whip loses his job. Even if he doesn't think he has any ties to the place, if that happens.
What, you don't mean things are actually that bad between you?
Alex said, stunned. I shook my head, not sure why I was denying it. Maybe because I didn't want to admit the truth. Not to Alex. I'm not sure. Hopefully we don't have to think about it yet, anyway. I can't imagine he's the type of guy who would sit around doing nothing.
No, you're right.
I paused. A question lingered on my tongue. One I didn't want to ask. And yet I needed to, all the same. Do you think he deserves to lose it? I said quietly. Guilt flurried within me at saying such a thing about the man I thought I loved. You've worked with him a long time now. You've seen what the place is like with him in charge. Do you think he's to blame for anything? That the town would be better without him? Alex drew in a long breath, causing my nerves to hitch higher.
I have worked with him for years now, and honestly, no. No, I don't. You may think there are issues here now, and I'm not saying there aren't. But it'd be a darn sight worse if he wasn't here.
Relief billowed through me, but it was short-lived, as I saw Alex wasn't done yet. What? What else were you going to say? I asked once again. Not sure I wanted to hear.
I was going to say that the magical council will want to point fingers, and he's an easy one to point at. And if the mayor has to choose if it's a case of her going down or taking Whip down instead, well, she's not going to hesitate.
I grimaced, knowing he was telling the truth. In the quiet, he reached out and took my hand.
I promise you, Evergreen, I will do everything in my power to stop that happening. And if you and he, if you're...
We're complicated. I cut in, not sure how he was going to finish that sentence. We are very, very complicated. A smile rose on his lips.
Then I'll stay out of that, but the Sunward business is a different matter. You need to get that sorted. Be a shame not to make the most of Arabella while she's here.
Ah, yes, the beautiful Arabella. Have you two got plans for this evening before she goes back? I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral.
My plan is pizza. I don't know what she's up to tonight. Staying at the Crow's Nest again, I assume.
The Crow's Nest? I questioned. I thought she was staying with you.
Me? No, I just picked her up from the airport and dropped her there.
Oh. An unexpected flurry of relief shot through me, as an undeniable smirk rose on Alex's lip.
What's that, Evergreen? You weren't jealous, were you?
No. My answer came out a little sharper than expected, causing Alex's smirk to become a look of pure disbelief.
Oh my goodness. You actually were.
Oh, shut up.
No, I'm going to revel in this. What you're telling me is that if the siren hadn't been on the scene, I'd have stood a chance.
He said the comment jokingly, but I knew there was a genuine question in there. And he deserved a genuine answer, given everything he'd done for me. You definitely have stood a chance, I said quietly. My heart throbbed as I wished I could reach out and take his hand, but it wouldn't be fair. A sad smile lifted on his lips.
But he's the one, right?
Alex said with a slow nod.
Whip's the one.
I think he might be, I told him.
Then I hope you get this sorted, whatever it is.
He stood up, leaving his own mug of tea untouched on the table.
You deserve to be happy, Evergreen. That's all I want for you.
Chapter 34. It had been a long time since I felt quite so down. Well, not that long, I supposed. The weeks after being turned into a vampire had been a definite low in my life, but this felt even more pronounced. Perhaps because back then things had felt out of my control. Sure, I was the one who chased a story into the forest in the middle of the night, but I could hardly blame myself for a psychotic, newly turned vamp deciding to puncture my neck and change me. Nor was I responsible for the way Andy had reacted. But I was responsible for how I treated Erica, how I'd put two and two together and come up with a number that was close enough to 4 that I didn't bother looking for discrepancies. I'd hurt a good woman at a time when she was vulnerable. And what had it achieved? Absolutely nothing. We were no closer to finding Floyd than we'd been that morning. And then there was the hurt I caused Alex. I hadn't meant to do that either. He'd known from the off that there was something between Whip and I, but it didn't change how he was the one I called when I needed help. He was the one I stayed up late researching the Guardians with while Whip was off island. That he was still the one I trusted more than anything. And even now, having told him that I thought Whip was the one, doubt still lingered in the pit of my stomach. Whip was the one who made my heart race, and had the ability to trample it into nothing, as he'd already proven. But was that what real love was? I really didn't know. Deciding to follow Alex's evening plans, I ordered myself an extra large pizza and a tub of ice cream, and sat down in front of the television. Though 10 minutes into watching a program, I turned it back off, abandoned the pizza and picking up my phone and the ice cream instead. Going from seeing your best friend every day at work to having to juggle the time differences and our personal commitments was damn hard. And even if I knew I couldn't tell her everything, I still wanted to speak to Donna. The moment she answered the call, I knew I'd made the right decision. "Are you eating ice cream straight from the tub?" she said. "What's wrong? What happened?" A wave of gratitude, tinged with sadness, wafted over me. At least I knew I'd picked right when it came to friends, even if I struggled with boyfriends. "What would you do if you discovered Jules had been lying to you?" I replied, deciding it would be best just to jump straight into the issue. After all, she was at work, and the last thing I wanted to do was waste her time with small talk. Would that be game over for the relationship? Wordlessly, Donna sank back in her chair and let out a long sigh. "It would depend how big the lie was, I guess." "A big one," I replied. "Definitely a big one." She sighed. "Well then, I guess the next question would be, what's the reason she lied? Did anyone get hurt because of the lie? Did she think she was doing it to protect me, for instance?" I shrugged. "Maybe. Yes. I think he was doing it to protect me, but does that make it okay?" Another sigh rattled down the line. "Do you want to tell me exactly what this lie was, so I can be a better judge of how I'd respond?" "Yeah, I do," I responded wearily, "but I can't. Well, put it this way. The fact he didn't tell me he was once married is the least of our problems." "He was married and you didn't know?" "Not a clue," I replied, grimly. "Kids?" she questioned. I shook my head, fighting the lump that was building in my throat, unable to tell whether it was there for me or for Whip. It was short, very short, and tragic too, but like I said, that's the least of our issues. Heaviness filled the space between us, the type of heaviness where you both knew that words won't be enough to put it right. Yet Donna tried. "I'm sorry, Elle. I know how hard you fell for him, and how fast. I wish it would have worked out. Yeah. Well, I kind of regretted saying anything at all. Donna made it sound like it was definitely over, that Whip and I weren't going to be able to come back from this, which was the exact opposite of the way I'd felt when I was talking to Alex. It was safe to say that nothing I said or did made this situation any easier. In fact, it was exactly the opposite. Every conversation I had made me less and less sure what the future held for Whip and me. "How's work?" she asked, her tone clearly trying to lift my spirits. "Any juicy stories you want to tell me about?" A dark scoff coughed out of my lungs as I thought of Erica and the mess I'd made there too. I was about to tell Donna as much when another thought struck. One that wasn't all doom and gloom. "Actually, we've got a British witch visiting at the minute. From London, I think. Super cool. Super fun. Has an otter and lives on a boat. I wondered if you might know her." "That's a pretty in-depth description," Donna said. "I'm pretty sure I'd remember someone like that. You sure she's from London? What's her name?" "Arabella. Arabella Willowwood." As the surname rolled from my lips, Donna's whole face shifted, a darkness filling her gaze that caused knots to twist in my stomach. Whatever she was about to say next, I knew it wasn't going to be good. Chapter 35. "Don't go anywhere," she said to me, as she rummaged around in her drawers, only to produce a small crystal that I already knew was her wand. "Donna, what are you—" "I just need to soundboard the place," she said, standing up and disappearing off screen, Make sure we're not overheard. My body tensed. This really wasn't good. Okay, all done, Donna said, returning half a minute later. Now, repeat that name to me. What did you say it was? Arabella Willowwood. Willowwood. Are you sure? You're absolutely sure? Yeah, I've met her a couple of times. She gave me a lift back onto the island on a broomstick. Oh my God. Donna's hand covered her mouth. The Willowwoods are one of the oldest witching families in the country, if not the world. They can trace their ancestry back well past the 1400s. And that's a bad thing because I thought the line had ended. It had got thinner and thinner, not unusual, of course, but around 40 years ago, the last witch of her line and her mother had some massive falling out. After that, they both disappeared. Some said they both died, although there have been rumours of the elder one, Fenella, for years. People said they saw her up and down the country, Scotland one day, Devon the next. Even witches can't move like that. Her eyes flickered off the screen, only to return to me with a definite shudder. The Willowwoods are bad news, Elodie. According to rumours, there's one family in the States that they had a spat with, and the Willowwoods cursed every generation of their line. What kind of sick people do that? I bit down on the inside of my cheek. Was now the right time to tell Donna that that was probably Floyd's family, and that their curses were more amusement than anything else? Then again, Arabella was the one who told me about the curses, so maybe that wasn't the most reliable source. So you don't know anything about a witch our age? No, not at all. No, I mean, she could be a Willowwood, but if that was the case, I'm sure I would have met her at conventions before now. Maybe she's someone who's taken the name, to try to get more clout. But you said she was powerful, right? So I'm not so sure. Me neither, I replied, wishing I could shake the churning in my stomach. Before this week, I considered myself a good judge of character. But as well as whip, I got the wrong end of the stick with Erica, and if I'd been so off about Arabella, that would mean 3 for 3. And not in a good way. Look, Al, I've got to go, but keep in touch, okay? And watch your back around Willowwood. It's one thing not needing as much sleep because you're a vampire, but it's another thing not getting it because you're tossing and turning all night. Arabella was a friend of Alex's. Alex seemed to trust her, but what Donna had said, if the Willowwoods really were bad news, then wasn't that something I needed to pay attention to? And then there was the other matter. Erica had said that a powerful witch could have been the one to take Floyd. Powerful dark witches were a possibility. I'd assumed Arabella couldn't possibly be a suspect because she spent the night with Alex, but if that wasn't the case, then what had she been doing? Had Floyd's kidnapper been right in front of us the whole time, pretending to help us the way I thought Erica had been? At 7 a.m., I couldn't take it any longer. I needed answers. I needed something that would sway me one way or another. One tiny piece of evidence that would prove I wasn't losing my mind and going to accuse the wrong person yet again. With very few people I could go to, I picked up my phone and dialed Naira. Elodie? She said. Hey, is everything all right? Really early. What do you know about Arabella Willowwood? I asked. How well do you actually know her? Oh, right. Definitely not a social call then. A slightest flicker of guilt panged within me, but it was gone almost instantly. This was bigger than a social call, and besides, if we were going to talk about anything personal, it would be how the heck she thought it was okay to glamour a vampire for years and not tell anyone. I just need to know what you know about her. I've heard some things, but I wanted a second opinion. Well, this was the first time I met her. She put in an order for a few things online, but, well, they're not the type of products I was happy to send in the post, so I said she had to come over and collect them, which she did. Pretty much straight away, actually. I wish all my customers were that efficient. What kind of products? A curdling sensation rolled through me. Powerful things. It was a mixture. There were some herbs in there that she couldn't grow herself. Amulets, crystals, all sorts. The fact that she didn't know Naira felt like another red flag. But I still wanted more. Needed more. What could they be used for, these items that she bought? What kind of magic could be done with them? Oh, loads. I mean, everything from cloaking and masking, spelling to magic transference and magical transference, I said. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's what she wanted them for. There was stuff in there for divination, too. Old stuff. I was barely listening anymore. Right from the start of this, Erica had said that was why someone would kidnap Floyd. To take his magic. And maybe I'd ruined any sort of friendship that could have ever bloomed between myself and the wolf shifter, and abolished any sense of trust she had in me with my stupid, rash assumptions before. But the least I could do was to value her expertise and knowledge. Thank you, Naira. Thank you. Oh, okay. Right, well, maybe we could... I didn't have time to reply. I needed to act. Fast. Picking up the clothes from the day before, I gave Pongo a bowl of food, which he wolfed down ridiculously quickly, before we headed outside. The moment I stepped out, the prickling started. Oh, sheesh, I hissed, as I bundled myself into the car, grabbing a misshapen baseball cap that was covered in Pongo fluff off the back seat. It was less than ideal, but it would have to do. Once again, there was no chance of my being first into the office as I took the road straight past it and headed straight for the station, where I parked as close as I could and dashed inside. Josephina, I said to the ghost, as she swept out from behind her desk, where the phone was already ringing. Is Alex here? No, just Whip and... Thank you, I replied, as I barged through into the main offices with a surge of relief that Alex wasn't there. Cowardly? Yes. But even if they weren't in a situationship, he knew Arabella better than the rest of us. And I didn't want to go to him with this until I had evidence and make a mess like I did with Erica. And the easiest way of finding evidence was having the police on side. Whip, I called out. There was no sign of Raquel, but the light on Whip's office was on, and I could see 2 silhouettes in there, and hear 2 heartbeats, so presumably she was with him. Whip, I need to speak to you.
Elodie?
The door to his office swung open. Panic flushed in Whip's face as he dashed over to me.
What's wrong? Has something happened?
Whip, I think it's Arabella, I said, not even bothering with an introduction. Arabella Willowwood, if that's even her name. I think she might not be who she says she is. I was talking to Donna, and she knows the witch families in the UK.
Elodie?
I know, we need evidence. I get that. That's why I'm here. But the items she got from Naira were for magical transference spells, which is exactly what Erica said the kidnapper wanted Floyd for, to take his magic. We need to act fast. I think she's the one behind Floyd's disappearance. It makes sense. Whip glanced behind him, his nostrils flattening as he lowered his voice to a near whisper.
Elodie, I appreciate how you want to help us with this, but I think you should...
No, you need to hear me out. My voice was pleading. Why was she so quick to help us when there was a family feud? Did you think about that? Because I did. I think it was because she was trying to cover her tracks, trying to throw us off her scent.
Elodie, you need to stop. Now.
Arabella's going to leave the island today. That's what she said, wasn't it? We need to find her first, or she'll go and we'll never find Floyd. You have to track her down. You have to believe me. It all makes sense. It does. The voice came from behind Whip, in his office. A female voice, with an English accent that caused my entire body to freeze, as if I had been plunged into ice water. I didn't want to move. Arabella Willowwood. And she'd heard every word I just said. Chapter 36. I wanted the world to swallow me whole. Although, if Arabella really was a dark witch intent on consuming power, I was fairly sure she could make that happen for me. As it was, though, she simply stood there, nursing a cup of tea. Arabella! I didn't know you were here. A half smile quirked on her lips. Yeah. Gathered as much. Whip called me. Well, technically he called Naira, wanting help to trace where these incessant phone calls were coming from, but she sent me. She's got enough on her plate as it is. Right. So, your friend Donna, can I assume that's Donna Thatcher? No, that's not it. Thatcher? Editor of the Sentinel? She said the words as if she was struggling to piece the information together. Is that it? I'm still trying to put together who's who in the para world. Hard when you don't grow up in it. I didn't reply. I was still waiting for that giant cavern to appear beneath my feet. Or maybe the lump in my throat to grow large enough that it blocked my airway, and I passed out altogether. Well, I haven't had a chance to meet her, Arabella continued on, possibly to avoid the silence getting even more embarrassing. Maybe because she just wanted to finish her story. But I've heard great things. Unfortunately, since I found out I was a witch, life's been a bit, well, complicated is the best way to describe it. I don't tend to stay in the same place much. I thought you lived by Alex's brother, I jumped in, keen to pounce on any inconsistencies in her story. After all, that was going to be the best way to catch her up. I do sometimes, I'm meant to. There's this lovely little lock where... She shook her hand as if she was trying to stop herself from rambling. Oh, it doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm not a bad guy, I promise you. I'm definitely not here to steal another witch's magic. I barely know what to do with all the magic of my own. I hadn't actually thought about the items I brought being used for that, but yeah. Naira's right. I'd not really considered it. There was no dilation to her pupils, no slight fidget, no aversion to my gaze. She was telling the truth. But there were still too many things that didn't make sense. I don't understand. You say you found out you were magic, but you're from one of the oldest witching families in the world. Yeah, my mother, well, that's another story for another time, she said, shaking her head. Mothers and stories you didn't want to tell. Well, she and I definitely had something in common there. That's why people thought the Willowwood name had died out, because you didn't know you were magical, and I'm assuming people didn't know about you either. Well, essentially, yes, she said. There's a lot of family drama in the mix that I'm sure you don't want to hear about, but I can tell you, she added, if that's what it'll take for you to believe me. Tension rolled through me. I wanted to believe she was lying. After all, a good witch would be able to hide that from me, wouldn't they? Maybe cast a glamour over herself so that I only saw what she wanted me to see. But what about Whip? He wasn't stupid enough to take things at face value, and there was a good chance he'd already used his siren powers on her to make sure she was trustworthy. Damn it. I'd screwed up yet again. It was becoming way too frequent for my liking. I'm sorry, I said. I shouldn't have... Mistakes happen, she said, waving her hands dismissively like I'd accidentally spilled her drink, not accused of kidnapping and stealing another man's magic. Honestly, I get it. It's logical. A stranger comes to your town, bad things happen. Well, I'm not sure I've been here long enough to call it my town yet, I admitted. Pretty sure a fair few people still think of me as a stranger here. So we probably have a lot more in common than you like to think. There it was again. That understanding smile I didn't deserve, or want, given how bad it made me feel. Before I could ask any more about those commonalities, or apologize yet again for what a bitch I'd been, the phone on Whip's desk started ringing again. Has to be enchanted, he said, looking at Arabella. I've unplugged it. How the heck is it still ringing? Arabella drew a long breath in through her nose. As she looked at the device, I haven't had much experience with enchanted objects, she said, picking it up and turning it over in her hands. But I'd say you're right. When did it start? I don't know. Phones here are always ringing off the hook, but not normally like this. And I can't keep them unplugged. We're a police station. With a slight hum, Arabella began inspecting the device more closely, holding it up to the light, twisting it around and occasionally clicking her tongue. Given the scene I just made, the polite thing probably would have been for me to say my farewells and disappear. But I was too intrigued. And there's no one on the inn when you pick up? She asked. No, Whip replied. Well, mostly no. I let Mrs. Rawling have it last night when she called to complain about a group of bear shifters using her pond. I thought she was the prank caller. Let's just say I'm lucky she didn't make a complaint after the way I picked up the phone. Whip offered a slight grin as he shot me a quick glance. But I could see the tension in his eyes. A complaint would be just the thing the mayor needed to throw him under the bus and save her own job. Have any witches or warlocks been in the room recently? Arabella continued. Anyone who might have been able to put an enchantment on it? Whip scratched his eyebrow. Well, Naira was in here yesterday with Talia, but wouldn't be her. And besides, hadn't it already started by then? I said. Had it? Whip turned to look at me. Yeah, I remember Raquel saying that. She answered the phone when we were all there, and... My words trailed off, as a tingling feeling spread across the back of my neck. Elodie? Whip stepped towards me, his eyes narrowing. What is it? It's not just here, I said. The papers phone was going non-stop yesterday too, and weirdos. Omar was seething. So you think someone's going around deliberately enchanting phones?
It'd make it easier to track down who it is. You don't get many visitors at the paper.
I don't think there have been any for the last couple of days at least, I told him. But the phone only started ringing like this yesterday, Arabella said, her eyes glinting as she tilted her head to the side. A spark of something was tingling within me. A story scoop? Most certainly. But it felt like more than that. It felt big.
What are you thinking?
Whip asked her. Landlines, well, phones in general, are a very non-magical invention. But to have multiple of them all ringing like that across the island, even when unplugged, is definitely magic. But if no one's been in the paper, then it must be someone doing it from a distance. Someone with strong magic. The paper. Weirdos. Here, I said, thinking out loud, the way I did when I need to straighten my thoughts. These places are always busy. It's like somebody is trying to get our attention. Somebody who needs us. The tingle in my stomach turned into an entire bolt of electricity as the pieces fell into place. Floyd, the three of us said at once. Chapter 37. What do we do now? I said, looking between Whip and Arabella. If this is Floyd, how do we find him? Morning, but wow. Looks like we're late to the party. I turned to find Raquel and Alex, hands full of Weirdo's coffee. Had it been another time, I'd have been jealous, but there's no chance they'd get a shot of the red stuff in theirs. Besides, my mind was on overdrive already. I didn't need caffeine or blood to make it work any faster. The phones, here, the paper, Weirdos. I think they're Floyd, I told them. I think he's trying to contact us. For real? Raquel replied. Yeah. I nodded. I could feel it in my gut. I was right. Floyd was trying to contact us, but from where? And what about his wand? Why had it been shoved in the Peroni bottle? The answer was there, right at the very edge of my fingertips. I could feel it. I turned to Alex. Do you remember when you said to me before? You said Floyd lives, eats, and sleeps at this place. He never goes home, right? His house hasn't been lived in for the best part of a decade. He didn't need to go anywhere.
I'm still not sure where you're going here.
You said he was sleeping more and more, right? Had to shake him to wake him up? I'm betting he was so fast asleep he didn't hear the tips come up and have their drinks. So when the police came and found a group of youths drinking and him fast asleep, they just assumed he passed out drunk too. Arrested him. All eyes were on me expectantly. Whether it was to dispel my theory or because they agreed with it, I didn't know.
Put the wand in the bottle.
He wasn't going to risk it being taken, and maybe keeping the wand near the ward would help keep it in place for longer. I looked at Arabella, hoping she'd confirm this piece of speculation I just jumped to. Quite possible, she said. I'm not a wand user, but it would make sense.
So he's with the tip police?
Whip said.
That's what you're telling me? He hasn't been kidnapped, he's been arrested?
That's my bet.
So what do we do?
He asked.
If he's in the tip world, how do we find him? How do we get him back?
I fought the urge to laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. We do exactly as he's been telling us to, I said with a grin. We need to ring around. A quick internet search told us the most likely police stations Floyd might have been taken to, and 5 calls later, we'd found him, still sitting in the police station, with no idea how to get back to the bridge. I said we'd be able to pick him up within the hour, Raquel said, having been the one who finally got through to the correct station. Elodie, are you okay to come with me? You've been the most recent in the tip world, after all. Last thing I want to do is expose us all by saying something stupid. Yep, fine with me, I said, already writing the headline for this story in my head. Police and the Protector? No, that wouldn't work at all. But I had time to think about it on the way. You okay to keep Pongo here? I said, looking between Alex and Whip as I spoke. I'm not sure his first time in the tip world should be visiting a police station.
Sure,
Whip replied, only for Alex to frown.
I can go with Raquel, he said. You shouldn't be going anywhere, not till you've got your ward redone. You don't know how much longer it's got left on it, and the last thing you want is for it to fail when you're in the tip world. Your sunlight ward's fading already?
Whip spun around to face me.
And you didn't tell me?
It just started yesterday, I said, annoyed that Alex was right and I'd completely forgotten. It wasn't deliberate. He nodded, but I could see the hurt in his eyes. Look, my flight's not until this evening, Arabella said, joining in the conversation and reminding me that she was still there. I can go with Alex or Raquel. I've spent plenty of time in the tip world, so I'm fine with it. Then when I get back, Elodie, if you want, I can have a go at working out why these wards aren't lasting so long on you. You can do that? I could try. Given how only a couple of hours ago I'd accused Arabella of being a dark witch who'd kidnapped Floyd, the last thing I would have expected was for her to turn around and offer help, but I'd be a fool to turn it down. Thank you, I'd appreciate it. No worries, just as long as I don't miss my flight. Last thing I need is Colin running out of coffee and deciding he wants to try some of my grey goose instead. But I'm sure I'll have time. I blinked. Was she talking about her otter drinking coffee and alcohol? No, there was no way that could be happening. Could it?
I'll come with you,
Alex said.
Although, would you be alright if we swung past the Tip supermarket on the way too? I want to grab some sour candy. Tips do it way better than Paris.
Sure thing, Arabella replied. As the pair left, Raquel, Whip and I remained in the office. I may not have spent as much time with Raquel as I had with Alex, but she was astute, and from the tension that filled the space, she clearly knew that something was up between Whip and me. Yet before I could do anything to make it feel slightly less uneasy, Whip spoke.
Raquel, are you okay holding the fort for a minute?
He said.
Elodie and I need to go upstairs. Got some things to talk over.
Raquel's eyes shifted to me, and she didn't need to say anything for me to know she was asking whether I was okay with that. A warmth glowed within me. For a while now I had thought of her father, Bobby, as family, but it turns out that same feeling extended further than I'd realized. Thank you, I said softly, offering a fleeting smile, before I moved to the door. So that was it then. He and I were having the talk. Chapter 38. As I reached the top of the stairs and the door that led to his apartment above the station, I shuddered. Memories of 2 nights ago re-emerged, raw and painful.
We could go somewhere else to talk if you want,
Whip said, noting my reaction.
Perhaps to yours?
I shook my head. That would only delay matters, and that wasn't something I wanted. We needed to do this. We needed to talk. He stepped inside and I followed him through into the living area, though neither of us took a seat. My eyes fell on the mantelpiece, on the picture of his sister, and I hastily turned away. This wasn't about her right now. This was about Whip and me. As I turned back to face him, Whip took a step towards me, and for a second I thought he was going to take my hands. But instead, he dropped his head.
Elodie, I feel lost, he said. I get that this is all my own doing, and I'm a complete and utter idiot, but I'm feeling really lost without you.
I feel the same, I admitted. A smile flickered on his lips.
You do?
Of course I do. He took another step towards me, this time with his hands outstretched, but I shifted away. His face fell. I feel lost without you, but it doesn't change the fact that I don't know how I can trust you. Every time you're off island, I'll be wondering where you are. Every time you take a phone call, I'll be wanting to listen in. Every time you hesitate before answering a question, I'll think it's because you're hiding something from me again. We can't have a relationship like that.
I get it.
His voice quivered with panic.
So what do I have to do? How can I make this right? What do I have to do to make you trust me? Anything. I'll do anything, Elodie. I love you with my whole heart. I love you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. I swear.
My heart ached with a pain that spread all the way through my body. I didn't even know if there was anything he could do. But I wanted to try. I knew that. I wanted to try to make this work. But his betrayal hadn't been to me alone, and maybe admitting that would be the first step towards us moving forward. I need you to tell the others. As the words left my mouth, I realized how much I meant them. I need you to tell the others what you've done. Whip stumbled back, as if I'd physically hit him.
What do you mean? What others?
Raquel, Alex, and Bobby. I need them to know too. The more I spoke, the more right it felt. It's not just me you lied to. Alex has been looking for the Guardians for years, while you've practically had them on speed dial.
It's not been like that, Whip began. I promise, I...
He shook his head, not even able to finish his sentence. Alex has been looking into the Guardians, I repeated, and Raquel has run the station countless times when you've been away, never questioning you. Bobby's never written about what you are, even though it's headline gold dust, because he believes it's in the best interest of the town. If you meant what you said and this was all to find your sister, then they'll understand. They will. One person is easy to lie to and manipulate. This way, if I did feel something was off, I'd have people I could trust to tell me it was a case of paranoia and the hurt of the past rearing its head, or whether his actions were genuinely suspicious. Though from the ashen tone that had taken over Whip, I wasn't convinced he was going to agree. And if he didn't, well, that would tell me all I needed to know about our relationship. It would be over.
Elodie, if I tell them, they won't trust me. They might never trust me again.
You'll have to earn their trust back the way you're having to earn mine back, I responded. And this is the start of that. And if you really want to make things work between us, then it's what you're going to have to do. As he looked down at the ground, a single tear trickled down his cheek.
Okay, I'll do it. We'll find a time. I'll sort it out.
A knot twisted in my stomach. I knew how things worked when you tried to find a time. I know Alex is out with Arabella, but you could start with Raquel and Bobby, I said.
Now?
His eyes widened. Is there any reason you can't do it now? I replied. His lips parted, only to close again as he shook his head.
No, I guess not.
Good, I replied, wishing I felt lighter, or like this really would make everything better. I'll get them both. Chapter 39. It wasn't an easy conversation. Raquel and Bobby sat on one side of Whip's desk, and he on the other. I stood to the side, trying to look impartial. I wanted Whip to understand that I was grateful to him for doing this, for trying, that I thought it was the right thing for him to do. But I also wanted Raquel and Bobby to feel like they had the space to say what they wanted to be angry or shocked, the way I had been, without judgment. After he had told them everything, Bobby stood up. For a split second, I feared he was about to storm out, perhaps even say that he was going to write an article on the matter and expose what Whip had done to the entire island. But he didn't. Instead, he dipped his chin in a nod.
That's kind of easy to tell us, son, he said. I appreciate it.
With that, he gave me a look, implying that both he and I should give Raquel and Whip some room. And so we left together.
I have to admit, I didn't see that one coming.
Bobby scratched beneath his eye patch.
How are you doing with it all?
I'm not sure, I replied truthfully. Better, I think, now that you know too. I guess I was worried how you'd react, and this can't get out, Bobby. I know it's a big story, but it can't. If the mayor finds out, Whip will be out of a job. And whatever mistakes he's made, he's good for Raven's Hollow. You and I both know that. Bobby nodded slowly, though he still hadn't said he was going to keep it out of the paper. No matter how much it went towards rebuilding our trust, there was no way Whip and my relationship would survive Bobby outing his dealings with the Guardians in the paper. And neither would Bobby and mine. That would be a whole different load of trouble to deal with.
Secret's safe with me,
Bobby said finally, causing me to expel a sigh of relief.
He must think a lot of you to told us like this. It ain't gonna make life easier for him at the station.
I know. Guilt stung the back of my throat. With the Global Magical Council out for blood, life at the station wasn't going to be easy anyway. Was my asking this of Whip just making things harder? From inside Whip's office came Raquel's raised voice. Maybe we should go into the foyer. It was easier to resist the urge to eavesdrop if we moved away.
Sure thing.
Outside would definitely have been preferable, to give Whip and Raquel some actual space, but given the state of my ward, it wasn't worth the risk. Besides, Josephina was leaning against the wall so far, her ear was practically in the brickwork. I've got a piece to write about Floyd, though I want to interview the man himself before I do, I said. What do you say we go find him together after Arabella's done my ward?
Sounds good, though. It don't look like we're going to wait. Look.
It only took a moment to realize what he was talking about. There, turning into the station car park, was a police truck. Alex and Arabella sitting in the front. Hoping that talking to Floyd and writing the story would distract from the churning dread I was feeling about Whip telling Alex, I edged into the doorway, just as Alex opened the door and stepped outside.
You, inside,
he said, pointing his finger at me. I slunk back into the shade and waited for them to join us. Where's Floyd? I asked, looking back at the truck, as if the back door was going to open.
Dropped him back at the bridge. Tip paperwork is crazy.
The bridge. Given that he just spent 2 nights in a tip jail, I felt like he deserved a bit of a break before heading straight back to work.
Well, don't worry, Alex said. We had strong words on the way over. We're going to build up a team to help him take over. A team?
Bobby questioned.
None of his family's strong enough to keep the ward up on their own, but they can do a rotation. 2 or 3 at a time, maybe I'll enlist a couple of covens.
Sounds good, I replied.
Well, I need to type this up. Let the boss know everything's okay.
Right. My nerves twitched up another notch. I hesitated, not sure whether I should say anything else. But maybe it was better for both of us if they went in prepared. Actually, Whip needs to talk to you about something. Something important.
He does?
I nodded. It said something about my relationship with Alex that he didn't question it. Although, from the way his eyes lingered on mine, I suspected he knew without asking that whatever Whip wanted to discuss, it was the cause of the tension between us. Well, while they do that, why don't we see if we can find a place to do your ward? Although I was thinking maybe I'd do a quick reading on you first. A reading? I said. Well, it's just a rune reading. Maybe it'll help get to the bottom of why your ward keeps running out so soon. Alex was telling me you haven't had this one done long at all. And it was by Naira, right? Yeah, she tried a reading too, I think. I don't know what type it was, but she didn't find anything. Arabella shrugged. Well, I don't know everything, but different magic is more perceptive to different methods of detection, so maybe we'll get some clues. Gonna need you to stay here for this one, buddy, I said, looking down at Pongo and giving him a quick rub before leaving him with Josephina. Then I followed Arabella and Alex back into the station.
You could use one of the questioning rooms, Alex told us. You know the way, right?
The questioning room wasn't actually somewhere I'd been in the station before, but it wasn't hard to work out where they were. Considering it wasn't a cell, and it wasn't the office, there weren't many options. Right. I looked at Alex and hesitated. And when he tells you, I said, go easy on him. He nodded, but it wasn't a very committed gesture. All I could do was hope that he was as understanding as Bobby had been. But something told me that wasn't going to be the case. Still, this was an issue the men had to work out for themselves. And I had a ward to get sorted. Chapter 40. I knew I hadn't done anything wrong. It wasn't like I was being questioned. It certainly wasn't like when I woke up in one of the cells a few days ago. The cells in which Inez was still waiting. This wasn't a scary situation, and yet apprehension flooded me as I took a seat behind the table and waited for Arabella to do the same. I'd never had a rune reading before, and no idea what sorts of things they could find out. Could they look into the future? Could they find out about me and Whip? Did I want to know? No, of course not. This was about finding out about my ward issues. That was it. I tried to steady my nerves. So, what do I need to do? I asked. Is there anything I can help with? Now I'm going to put the runes down on the table, and if you just hold your hands above them, tell me if you're drawn to any, but to be honest, they tend to let themselves be known. I remembered what had happened at the bridge, when she had used the runes to find out about Floyd. The way they had literally glowed there amongst all the pebbles on the beach. I understood what she meant by making themselves known. Okay, she said, spreading out the iridescent stones onto the table in front of me. We want to know why your wards are fading so fast. That's the question, right? Yes, I replied. Great, so keep it in your head as clearly as you can, as much as you can. That's all I want you to focus on. I've never been great at clearing my thoughts, and it was particularly hard considering Whip was telling Alex about his role with the Guardians. Are you focused on the question? Arabella asked. Sorry, no, I replied. Doing it now. Okay, concentrate. If you can imagine what it feels like when the ward starts running out, that might help. That I could do. I recalled the searing pain that sent my knees weak the day before, the prickling on my skin when the sun crept through the clouds. Yesterday wasn't the first time I'd felt that either. There'd been the time when I was dropping a basilisk egg off in the jungle, and I'd worried that I was never going to make it out. Great, Arabella said. That's it. Okay, I think we got the runes we need. I hadn't realized I closed my eyes until I opened them and saw several stones glowing on the table in front of me. Arabella picked up the one that was shining the brightest. Well, that makes sense, she said, turning it towards me, as if she expected me to understand what I saw. The symbol etched into the rock was pretty, yes, but I didn't exactly understand it. This is linked to home, heritage, a sign that matches the question we were asking, she said. So now for the others. She picked up 3 and slid them out towards her, only turning over a single one to see what was carved on it. A thin line formed between her brows. That doesn't look good, I said. Something wrong? I don't know exactly. It's a connection to the earth. Lots of magical people have it, fae, nymphs, but it's not something I normally see with a vampire. She looked up. I should confess, though, I haven't done many rune readings on vampires, but still, this isn't what I expect to see with them. Are you particularly connected to nature? I'm great at growing plants, I told her. I mean, I used to be. When I lived back in England, the whole flat was overrun with them. Had to move them into my office because my fiancé, Andy, used to get so angry at it. Comes from my dad. He was a gardener until he retired. Now he spends most of his time on cruises, though mainly because my stepmom makes him. I'm sure he'd still be working if he had his way. Have you tried growing plants since you moved here? Since you turned? Arabella asked, ignoring my comments about my dad. I really wanted to, especially after seeing the amazing garden Naira had next to her shop. But I also felt part of it had been a distraction. I desperately wanted a pet, a dog, but Andy had been so against it. I'd filled my life with plants instead. Now I had Pongo, and plants had slipped to the back of my mind. Maybe it was something I would take up again now, especially if it helped with my sunlight ward, though how it could, I didn't know. I keep meaning to get back to it, I said, finally answering Arabella's question. But she was continuing to frown. I wasn't even sure she was listening. What is it? I asked. They're telling me things become more alive around you. Must be about plants, right? I mean, yes, you're a vampire. Vampires are the opposite of life, but the room was definitely the right way around. Her cheeks drew inwards as she continued to contemplate what she was seeing, while something twisted inside of me. It wasn't just plants. Inez had very much stayed alive because of my blood. But it wasn't something I wanted to share with Arabella. Not when I barely knew her. Not when I hadn't even told the people closest to me. It's why they're telling me that I need to get to the bottom of, Arabella continued, because the questions we asked was about your sunlight ward, so maybe this one holds the key. She picked up the final rune and turned it over. Okay, so this is telling me the other 2 are at odds with what you do, or rather, who you are. My life is at odds with who I am, I said, not sure I understood the comment. Although from the frown on Arabella's face, neither did she. It's as if you're at odds with the magic within you. So what does that mean? Her eyes came up to meet mine, lips pressed together in a thin line. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it means whatever ward I place on you, or anyone else does, it's not going to last. In fact, I suspect the more wards you have, the less and less effective they'll become. You're saying that I might be what? Confined to darkness? Or unless you find a way to sort it, then yeah. I think you might be. Yes. Chapter 41. My body felt numb. She couldn't be right. She just couldn't. Other than the first couple of days of being a vampire, I'd never been restricted to the hours of darkness. I couldn't do it. My mind went from my job, the idea of trying to interview people for stories only during nighttime hours, to Pongo. I couldn't just walk him at night. He loved his walks. Early morning, splashing in the water down by the beach. Early evening, watching the sunset. No. I wouldn't do it. I couldn't. There's a chance I could be wrong about this, Arabella said. I mean, there's still a lot I don't know. But you weren't wrong about Floyd, were you? About him being taken? No, she said, but runes have room for interpretation. I knew she was trying to comfort me, and perhaps she even believed what she was saying. But there was a weight in the base of my stomach. It was true. Somehow I knew it. I think I need to go and get some air. I stumbled to my feet. But as I moved into the station office, my route was blocked. Don't you ever forgive him for this, Alex said. His jaw was locked, fury radiating from his body. You don't have to. Don't you dare. My eyes moved up to meet the lion shifters, and as our gazes met, all his anger faded. Elodie?
Elodie, what is it?
Within a second, Whip was beside him.
Elodie?
I think maybe I just need to sit down. Whip stepped to my side before looking at Alex.
Go get a drink. Hurry. Weirdos. Tell them it's a police emergency.
Alex looked as if he was about to object, like he wasn't going to do anything Whip told him to. But then his eyes shifted across to me, and suddenly he was bolting for the door.
What is it? What's happened?
Whip looked at Arabella as he spoke. I don't know for certain, she said. There might be a way around it.
Way around what?
Whip barked at her. A quiet cough cracked from my throat. Arabella thinks it's going to keep getting worse, I said. That the wards will keep failing on me faster and faster until... Tears threatened to swallow my words. Until I can't go out in the daylight anymore. Whip snapped around to look at Arabella.
No, you have to be wrong. You have to be.
I might, but there's something in Elodie's heritage. Her past.
What kind of thing?
I don't know. Some connection to nature? Like on her father's side from what she said. I think finding that out is the key to solving this. Whip nodded. His eyes darted between me and the witch.
Okay, so how do we find out what that is? What do we do?
I could hear the panic in his voice. I placed my hand gently on his. Only when he stumbled slightly did I realize it was the first time I'd actually touched him since learning what he'd done. It's fine, you can put another ward on me for now, right? I said, looking at Arabella. The last one lasted a couple of months. Even if this one only lasts half the time, at least that's something. That gives me time to work things out. Of course, yeah, absolutely, and I'll give you a rune to carry too. Hopefully it'll boost the magic. Thank you. Thank you. Elodie, I'm sorry, I really am. If I could have... I just thought it was best to tell you. Of course it was best, I said. This isn't on you. Thank you, I'm grateful. Really, I am. She nodded, but she didn't look convinced. Well, we should get this ward sorted.
You can use my office, Whip said, or anywhere, wherever works.
Your office will be fine, Arabella said. You okay to go, Elodie, or do you need a bit more time? I shook my head. No, let's do it, I said. Arabella's method of warding me was very different from Naira's, but I wasn't surprised. My very first ward had been an enchanted bracelet. I guess they came in all sorts of forms. By the time it was done, Alex was outside waiting, 4 cups of coffee in his hands, and judging from the iron tang that eddied into the air, they were all for me.
You okay?
He said. I'm warded, I replied, but it won't last. That's what Arabella said, that there's something in my past. I don't know.
Crap, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything.
His eyes flickered over to Whip. The rage that had been there when I'd first stepped out of my reading had returned. It was safe to say he hadn't been as understanding as Bobby had been about the ward situation. Well, I should get going, Arabella said. Want to have a quick dip in the ocean before I leave. But I'm at the end of the phone if you need me, she added. Actually, why don't you give me your number and I'll give you my number now. Then you can let me know if you need a new rune sent over too. Thank you, Arabella. Truly, I said, taking her phone and typing in my number before hitting call. When mine rang, I knew I got her stored in my phone too. And I really am sorry about before, about what I said. She waved her hand dismissively. Water under a sentient houseboat, she replied. Don't forget to look me up if you ever come back to England. Of course. As she moved towards the door, Alex caught her arm.
Do you need a lift?
Alex asked. Nah, I'll be fine. She flashed me a smile before heading for the door. With Arabella gone, it was just me and the men, both of whom were staring at me fixedly. It was time for my next awkward conversation. Chapter 42. The door had barely shut when Alex started his rant. You actually believe him? You can't. You can't trust a word he says.
Can we just take a step back?
Whip lifted his hands into the air.
Ellie's just had some pretty shocking news. This can wait. Oh, yes, you'd love it if we could all just forget about the shocking news you gave her, right?
Alex's voice was quivering. Never had he felt more lion-like. A split second of worry flashed through me. Could anger be enough to make him shift the way it made my fangs pop out sometimes? I shook the thought away. Lion or not, it wasn't like Alex would actually hurt me. Whip, on the other hand, he might need to get out of the way of some damn sharp claws if he wasn't careful. Alex, I know how you're feeling, I tried. I know how hurt you are. Hurt? I'm furious, Evergreen. And you should be too. He's been manipulating all of us. I've not been manipulating you, Whip protested. It's not been like that, and no, you've just been working for them. I've not been working for them. Boys! My voice rose above the pair of them into a shout. Stop it, please! We're not going to achieve anything if you're just shouting at one another. Alex. I looked at the lion shifter first. I know, okay? I know exactly how you're feeling. I understand. But I looked at Whip. I also understand that he was worried about his sister. He did what he did because he loves her, because he wanted to find her. They're vicious criminals, Evergreen. They're the worst scum in the world, and he sided with them. By the sounds of it, his sister is one of them too. No. Whip pushed himself back into the conversation, shaking his head. I don't believe that. She hung around with some of them, yes, but it was because of the mistress. She was just trying to find a way to defeat her. How can we trust anything you say? Alex replied. Why should we believe this when you lied to us? You're right, I did. And now I'm trying to make up for that, I promise. I thought I was out of options. I didn't know how else to look for her. I've been to all the places she used to go, spoken to all the people that she used to speak to, and got nowhere. What about scrying? I said. Could you not do something like that for her? Scrying is only for the living, Alex reminded me. But isn't there an equivalent? My mind buzzed. Someone had said something about different magic being needed for people who had died, didn't they? I couldn't remember who or where, but I was certain I'd heard someone say it, and recently. While the men continued to scowl at one another, I picked up my phone, sitting on the corner, and hit dial on the recent call. Elodie? Arabella picked up almost immediately. Have to admit, I wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon. Everything all right with your ward? Yes, it's okay. I just wanted to ask you a question. About scrying. Go for it. What's up? Is there any equivalent that we can do for vampires? I mean, I know they're technically dead, but is there a way? I'm not sure, she said. I might have something in a book at home. Great, I said, assuming her next comment was going to be that she would fill me in when she got home and managed to dig it out, probably in a couple of days, if not weeks' time. But instead, she carried on speaking. Just give me a minute. I've got a friend back at the boat who can check it out for me. Stay by the phone, okay? As I hung up, I looked at the men, who were both staring at me with the same expectant look. What'd you say? Alex asked. She's going to bring me back. Silence filled the office, brittle and sharp. As I wondered whether I should be the one to break in, Alex cut in. So then what? Alex said. If you do find your sister, then what? We're just supposed to forget everything that happened? Forget how long you were lying to us? I'm not sure I could do that. I get that. But if I do find her, then she could be the key to bringing the Guardians down, stopping them fully. Although she's the one who started them, Alex countered. Whip didn't respond, and that was all it took to turn Alex's rage back to overflowing. You won't even admit it, will you? But you think she could be behind this. She turned a mirror, right? That's what you told me. I looked at Whip. You told him that? I said. It wasn't I'd hidden the fact from Alex. I just hadn't got around to telling him it yet. Still, felt like something he should have checked with me first. I didn't think you'd mind. I mean, he knows about your mom and everything. You're right. It's just a lot to... I turned back to look at my friend. Alex, I planned on telling you, just finding the right moment over the last couple of days. You don't need to explain to me. Keeping something from someone for a couple of days because you're not found the right moment is very different from outright lying to them. Or lying to yourself. Because all the evidence points to Kate being the one behind this, and you know that, he said to Whip. Whip shook his head. No, she did bad things, like I did bad things, because of the mistress, not because of who she was. She couldn't. She wouldn't. How do you know? It's been years since you've seen her. People change, assuming you even knew who they were in the first place. The dig was less than subtle, and Whip looked ready to retaliate. But before he could, my phone rang again. It's Arabella, I said, surprised at how quickly she'd rung back. Arabella? I switched the call onto speaker so the others could hear. Did you find anything? Is there anything we can do? Okay, so my friend,
acquaintance, someone I know, just sent me some photos from a couple of my grimoires back home. I think it is possible to scry for a vampire, and lots of the same principles still apply, which means you need sources. Blood from relatives. Yes, but there's also something else. Vampires are in the realm between the living and the dead, right? So when you're scrying for the living, you need blood from 3 living relatives. When you're scrying for a vampire, at least one of those needs to be from a source that's passed over. A source that's passed over? I was confused. Blood of a dead person? How the hell do you get that? Something like a bone, she said. A bone from an ancestor. That should work. Is there any way you can get that? And 2 other relatives, at least one of whom needs to be living. I looked at Whip. Is that something we can do? He drew in a long breath.
Well, I know where we can find the bones of her mother. Would that work?
That'd be ideal, Arabella said. Then any 2 living relatives at all would do. Thank you, I said, taking the phone and flicking off speaker. That's really helpful. Is it okay if we ring you with any more questions we have? Of course, my flight's not for a while yet. Take care, guys. You too. Safe flight. As I hung up, I looked at Whip, ready to see what his response was going to be. We could find his sister. If he could get her mother's bone, we could find his sister and maybe put this whole mess behind us. Assuming he wanted to find her. If he didn't, well, that would raise a whole heap of questions. Like what he'd actually been doing with the Guardians. With slow deliberation, the siren drew in a long breath, then looked at me. A sad smile rising on his lips.
So, how do you like the idea of grave digging in England as our first trip together?
He asked. This has been Curses and Copy, a Raven's Hollow investigation, Book 4, narrated by Elise Gibbs. Follow Elodie's further adventures in the Raven's Hollow investigation series.